This Uchiha is a bit too much. Chapter 1. Konoha, the residence of the Uchiha clan leader. By a small pool behind the corridor, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Hayori were sitting in the pavilion. Uchiha Fugaku was drinking tea, but Uchiha Hayori, who was sitting opposite him, didn't look very happy. Hayori-kun, this mission is very important and confidential. I don't know the details. Uchiha Fugaku took a sip of tea, and then he continued with a smile. But I believe that once you complete this mission, you will definitely become the hero of Konoha, and your name will be resounding throughout the ninja world. But, Lord Patriarch, I just came down from the battlefield of the Kingdom of Whirlpool, isn't this right? However, Yuji's face looked a little ugly. He didn't want to take on this task at all, even though there was a reminder in his mind. Acquired a new side mission. 1. Assist Minato squad in blowing up the Konobe bridge. 2. Help Iwagakure protect the bridge. Task reward unknown. Uchiha Hayori is a time traveler, but his time travel is not very good. He happened to catch up with the Third Ninja World War, which was full of vitality and everything was competing. Since he had no parents to argue with him, he became a glorious cannon fodder. Of course, even if it were available, it might not be of much use. Because of the war between various countries, Konoha, which was caught in the middle of the map, felt like it had reached a crossroads in the village. Fortunately, there are still many people in Konoha who pride themselves on being ruthless, and who can bite dogs without suffering any loss. They gave some advice. After students graduate, aren't they just qualified cannon fodder? For the sake of Konoha, it's time to make a decision. Therefore, a large number of students graduated with honors and devoted themselves to protecting Konoha. Yuji is also one of them. I don't know if it's because he has good talent or because he has the concept of his previous life. After encountering a bloody battle on the battlefield for the first time, he opened the Sharingan. However, as he became more and more familiar with everything on the battlefield and became more and more numb, it became more and more difficult for his Sharingan to improve. Fortunately, his system finally arrived. His system cannot be said to be high-end manufacturing, it is at least crude. To put it simply, tasks are randomly issued based on his ninja identity and what he encounters, so that he can get rewards. There is no artificial intelligence, and it will not chat with you, but will only give out tasks in a dull manner. And the mission is also very weird. It's basically two opposite options. You can choose whatever you want. He can take on 3 side tasks. If you complete them, you will be rewarded. If you don't complete them, you will be stuck there. As for the main mission, there is only one, and his current main mission is called Survive. However, this system can be regarded as the achievement of Hayori's current situation, allowing him to survive in the face of Kirigakure's offensive. It's just that he never expected that Uchiha Fugaku would go crazy again before he even took a bite of the hot meal he just came back. He didn't know the details of the mission, he just said that he was assisting the Minato team in an important and confidential mission. But Yuji's system still has his memory and has already given him the answer. For the village and the family, although it has been a bit hard, I believe you can overcome it, Hayori-kun. Uchiha Fugaku put down the teacup, looked directly at Hayori and said calmly. I think you don't want Elder Setsuna to know your rejection and feel disappointed, right? Yuji almost collapsed when he heard this. If he couldn't beat him, he would really want to take action. Yuji is an orphan, but his deceased parents were both hawks, so he has been counted among the hawks since he was a child. But before he turned on the Sharingan, he had never even seen Uchiha. He relied on the family's financial aid and the help of some people at the bottom of the family who were unable to become ninjas, and he survived until he was graduated. After he opened the Sharingan, his treatment did suddenly improve. The information you want is available, and some of the ninjutsu you want will be provided, but the reason is simple. What's even more terrible is that he originally wanted to keep a low profile, but the Hawks spared no effort to spread the word that he has another genius here. This resulted in people from the Dove faction ignoring him at all, and even Konoha might put him on a blacklist. As for Uchiha Fugaku's words for the family, he really felt that this person's brain and cerebellum were not fully developed. Others say it's okay, but if it were him, he might not be looking at the breeding station and making noises. Are you worthy? Okay, Hayori-kun, I'll leave this matter to you. Uchiha Fugaku obviously no longer wanted to talk to Hayori anymore, he knocked on the table lightly and said. I rejected Shisui's attempts to take over this task. You are the true genius of the family, and I hope you can take on this important task. I have already submitted the list. You have 2 days to prepare. I am looking forward to your good news. I see. The words had reached this point, and Yuji had no chance to object. The list has been put up, how can he object? But now he has become more and more certain in his mind, that is, I want to replace this guy. What Uchiha Fugaku did to the family can't be said to be a political leader, but it must be too numerous to describe. Not to mention that the Nine Tails incident could be suppressed by Danzo, so that the main gate was too afraid to go out to support the Yandere, and finally the excuse was given. Then when Konoha was redivided, he chose to move out with others, and the location was still in a remote area of Konoha. You must know that at that time, there was already news in Konoha. It was suspected that the Nine Tails incident was related to Uchiha. His approach undoubtedly made the entire clan take the blame. The most cruel thing was that there were 3 pairs of kaleidoscopes in the family, but 2 pairs followed Hiruzen Sarutobi, while his own pair waited silently to be killed. And he wasn't the only one who died, everyone in the clan, whether you were an old man or a child, innocent or not, all of them were killed. The purpose is just to satisfy his grown-up desire and leave a Sasuke behind. This kind of person can be a clan leader, so why can't I? Suddenly, Yuji had an idea in his heart, and at the same time, his system task was released. Acquire a new main quest, he can replace it. Generating task details. Main mission, survive completed. Calculating rewards. Seeing this scene, Yuji couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. After he calmly accepted the task of assisting the Minato squad to blow up the Konobe bridge, he stood up and spoke. I will try to finish it, but before I go, I hope to read some of the family's secret history. I hope to further improve my eyes, but I can't. Maybe the records of my ancestors can give me some inspiration. Okay, you can go tonight and I will say hello to them. Uchiha Fugaku thought for a moment, and then nodded. Haori, on the other hand, turned around and left. He felt uncomfortable even saying a word to Uchiha Fugaku. When he walked out of the Patriarch's mansion, his system was finally refreshed. Main mission, survive. Get rewards, extraordinary. Adapt to the current world, and when the host's power reaches its current limit, it can complete a bloodline evolution. Number of evolutions, 4. Haori was immediately confused when he saw the rewards for the main mission, because his side rewards were basically some abilities of other ninjas. I didn't expect the rewards from this main quest to be so exciting. But before he could get excited, the system refreshed again. Acquire a new main quest, he can replace it. Your heart is full of anger towards Uchiha Fugaku, and you are sure you can replace it. Overthrow the tyranny of Uchiha Fugaku and become the leader of the Uchiha clan. I will support you as your wife. Chapter 2. Extraordinary. If he remembered correctly, this ability seemed to be the passive used by a certain royal sister with black silk stockings who was good at playing ball, right? This ability makes Haori very excited, because with this ability, the evolution of his eyes will no longer be a problem. The rewards of the main mission really surprised him, but to his pity, it was not easy to complete the main mission. He has only completed one main mission since he obtained the system. Even before that, he thought the main mission was the only one. Fortunately, it's completed. With this ability, I can pursue more. Yuji was secretly happy that he had obtained skills from other ninjas through side missions. This allowed his eyes to slowly accumulate and upgrade to the second Megatama, which is now almost at its limit. With this ability, he believes that he will soon have 3 Megatama eyes, and there is no need to worry too much about the future. It's just that this new main mission is really a little bit. Seeing this new main quest, Yuji didn't know what to say for a while. He seemed to remember that the sentence should be I will support your wife and children, right? Is there something wrong with this system? Is there something wrong with killing other people and kidnapping their wives? Fortunately, I wasn't asked to raise Uchiha Itachi. But when he thought of Uchiha Itachi, Yuri felt that the system was really good, and he didn't want to raise a white-eyed wolf. There are actually some problems with this statement about the 2 super young men of Uchiha. Uchiha Shisui was really stupid. He was so stupid that he actually told the top management of Konoha about his kaleidoscope ability. Especially after telling Danzo, how can this not worry the senior management of Konoha and how can it not make Danzo excited? Although this guy's purpose is good, it is to make Konoha believe that he can control Uchiha through other gods. But the question is, would Danzo, a person like you who has committed a crime in the Konoha Codex except for the cover, believe you as an Uchiha? This kind of person is too naive, but it is undeniable that he is the person who puts the family and the village together. Otherwise, after being attacked by Danzo and knowing that he and his family were not trusted by Konoha, he would not have left everything to Uchiha Itachi and chose to commit suicide. As for Uchiha Itachi, a dog's father has no tiger's son. These two people are both herrings and laughing, neither is a good thing. Because the first way Shisui directly changed the family's mind was too rough, he directly chose the second, more rough way. If I kill the whole family, won't there be no conflict between the family and the village? I'm afraid he feels that everything he does is right, and he won't listen to what others say, right? In addition to these two guys, Uchiha actually has another young man, that is Uchiha Obito. Although Hayori sympathizes with Obito's experience, this guy is definitely a selfish guy. If Lin dies, he will be buried with the whole world, and the first people to take action are the Namikaze Minato couple who have great trust in him. The so-called retaliation for grievances and revenge, even if it has not happened yet, Hayori cannot accept this approach. What's more, the relationship between him and Obito is not a good one, because Hayori, who was thinking about something with his head down, suddenly heard someone calling him. He looked up and saw Nohara Lin walking towards him. It's Lin, are you here to see Obito? Hayori immediately calmed down and replied with a smile. Nohara Lin is his classmate, and they have a very good relationship with each other. After all, beautiful people always get married. Although Hayori's grades in the ninja school were not as low as those of Uchiha Obito, he was ranked last. But the reality is not ideal, but the person who can't stand him is good looking. In fact, no matter what job you do, your appearance will always be your fighting power. It's the same as taking photos. Some people take pictures like fashion magazines, and some people take pictures like missing person notices. Well, our rest period is over and we have another mission. Lin nodded, but she still sighed when it came to the mission. When will the war end? After you complete this mission, isn't it over? Yuji complained in his heart, but he couldn't say these words. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, actually, the war will never end. Hey! Nohara Lin didn't seem to expect that Yuri would say this, and she didn't know how to go back. Wherever there are people, there will be conflicts of interest, and conflicts of interest will escalate the situation. Hayori slowly walked forward, and Nohara Lin followed after a moment of silence. Whether it's a family or a village, it just manifests itself in different ways. Then there is no way to eliminate war. Nohara Lin was a little depressed, she sighed and said. No, should we kill everyone in order to avoid this possible war? Hayori tilted his head, and he understood Uchiha Obito without hesitation. Or, create an illusion or something to lock everyone in and enjoy their own world. No, your idea is too extreme. Nohara Lin was very dissatisfied with Hayori's statement. She pouted and shook her head. You can't have such thoughts, Yuri. Of course, because I know what I have to do and what I have to do. Hayori blinked and spoke with a smile. The war will never end, but each of us has our own beliefs. Whether it is defending our homeland, protecting the people we want to protect, or being worthy of those who gave their lives to protect us. These are the beliefs that support us to continue fighting. Fighting for these beliefs makes war not so scary. Regarding Konoha, Hayori didn't care whether he thought so or not, but he knew that he had to say it this way. In fact, he also missed one sentence, that is for his own life. For the sake of your own life, you have to fight for your life no matter what. Is that so? Nohara Lin's mood instantly improved a lot after hearing these words, and the way she looked at Hayori became a little different. War may indeed be unavoidable, even in the future, but for your inner beliefs, war is not so terrible. Thank you very much, Yuji, but I wonder what Yuji believes in her heart. Me? When Yuji heard this question, she almost burst out, my life is the most important. But he still tilted his head and thought about it, then looked at Lin and smiled. Of course, to protect the things I want to protect, and the people who are worth protecting. You guy. When Nohara Lin heard these words, she couldn't help but lower her head slightly. But before she could say anything, she found herself being led by Yuji towards the outside. Hayori, this. We're going on a mission, so of course we have to practice it. Hayori held Nohara Lin's hand and continued walking outside without looking back. Just take it as a blessing, wishing that we can all come back smoothly and safely. As for notifying Obito, I'll just ask someone to notify him. Don't worry. Nohara-Lin nodded slightly when she heard this, then she smiled and followed Haori and walked outside. The sun was setting, and the shadows of the two people were stretched very long. However, at this time, Obito was already red and warm. Chapter 3. Lin. In the Uchiha clan, Obito was sitting in his room looking at a photo and giggling. This photo is a group photo of Minato's class, but Kakashi's profile picture was blocked by him with tape. He kept his eyes on Nohara-Lin, as if seeing her would make him feel good. Obito, you're at home. At this moment, a voice suddenly broke the fantasy in his mind and brought him back to reality in an instant. Obito was instantly pulled out of his reverie, and when he looked up, he saw a young man looking at him doubtfully and the photo in his hand. He remembered that this boy was also a member of Uchiha, but he was not a ninja. Hello, what's the matter? Obito immediately turned the photo upside down and asked in a slightly stiff voice. Maybe it was because someone interrupted his thoughts, or maybe the secret was discovered, but he was still a little unhappy and embarrassed at the same time. That's right. Someone asked me to tell you that we will gather for a mission in 2 days, so you can prepare. The young man immediately withdrew his gaze. He also knew that his behavior was a bit rude, so he quickly spoke out his purpose. On a mission. Obito was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses immediately, and he shouted excitedly. Finally I can go on a mission with you again. I'm tired of staying at home. The frontline troops will change defenses. This is a normal operation. Ninjas need to rest after all. The so-called shearing of wool is just to keep the wool without giving it any rest. Doesn't this mean that the sheep are left behind? It's just that Obito doesn't like this kind of rotation so much. Although the war is painful, at least he can still be with Lin. Now they are going out again, can he be unhappy? Now that you know, I'll take my leave. Doesn't this Uchiha boy understand why Obito is so excited? Isn't war something everyone avoids? Does this person have any serious illness? But he didn't say much, just nodded and prepared to stay away from this guy. By the way, who asked you to inform me? But just as he was leaving, Obito suddenly asked curiously. It's Yuri. The boy thought for a moment and answered directly. That guy Haori. Obito frowned, and suddenly he realized a serious problem. No, how did he know I had a mission? Haori went out with your teammates, so please let me tell you. The young man didn't think too much and just shrugged and said. By the way, she's the girl in the photo who didn't cover her face with tape. As soon as he finished speaking, the boy noticed that Obito's whole body had turned red, which shocked him. He was now really sure that Obito might be seriously ill. Thinking of this, he immediately left the place quietly and quickly. He didn't want to be entangled with Obito. At this time, Obito ignored the boy's departure. He clenched his hands into fists and his breathing became rapid. Uchiha Haori. It's strange. Why are my ears so hot all the time? Is anyone scolding me? After helping Nohara-Lin practice it, and also practicing it for himself, Haori sent the person back home, and then returned to Uchiha himself. But he was also a little strange. He felt his ears were a little hot all night. But he didn't bother to pay attention to such things. Anyway, he just had a good time tonight. The character design is indeed a good thing. As he walked towards Uchiha's library, Haori murmured silently in his heart. From the moment he entered the ninja school, he wanted to understand one thing. To cope with this new scene in the ninja world, we need to develop new playing methods, find the people's pain points, and lay out new tracks. Finally, after some careful consideration, he knew what to do, create a good character. Just like Namikaze Minato, as long as he is mentioned, people will immediately think of words such as powerful and sunshine. When it comes to Uchiha, they mean beautiful, strong, miserable, as well as crazy, laughing and the like. Haori was the beautiful Uchiha, but the rest had little to do with him, and he didn't dare to be as high profile as Namikaze Minato. The persona he created for himself was very simple, trustworthy. I have to say, this choice is wise. Even if he was tricked by the Hawks, even if the war had already made him extremely cruel in his heart, it would have no impact on the ninja sequence except for the top brass. This gave him a lot of friends. Even if some of them were just superficial brothers, they could sit down and chat with each other from stealing erasers in elementary school to choosing a cemetery when they get old. Except for that guy Obito. Wait a minute, it's not Obito scolding me, is it? Although he had doubts in his heart, Haori also thought too much, and he had already arrived at Uchiha's library. After some inspection, he got inside smoothly and began to search and read the information inside. Even though he wanted to come here before he got the extraordinary, he still wanted to come here even if he got it. The information on the use of Sharingan collected here is very important to him. His Sharingan opens early and has a high usage rate, which gives him a very good foundation. But the problem is that he is not welcomed in front of him, and his descendants are on the battlefield, which gives him little opportunity to learn relevant knowledge. Now that he has the opportunity, he will naturally make up for it. With the supplement and expansion of these information, his eyes can be developed more perfectly and the results of use will be better. It can also help him reach his limit faster, so he can improve directly. However, there is too little information, and much of it is too basic. After reading another note, although Yuji was satisfied, he still frowned. There is indeed a little information included here, and a lot of the information stops abruptly when it reaches the second Megatama. The content of San Magatama is also pitiful, let alone the information on Kaleidoscope. When Uchiha Madara left, was he swept away with him? When Yuji thought of this possibility, he suddenly felt that he had settled in Wanbei, Bungbu, Bungbu. Just leave, if you have the ability, you will burn everything? Why strike so accurately and take all the good things directly? Forget it, that's it, it's almost enough for me now anyway. Haori sighed helplessly. He still gained something tonight, at least it was enough for him as a second Megatama. As for the follow-up, you can only explore it yourself slowly. Thinking of this, Yuji simply sent all the information back. But when he passed by an inconspicuous bookshelf at the innermost part of the library, his peripheral vision seemed to notice that there seemed to be a scroll stored in the deepest part of the bookshelf. What's this? Yuji frowned. He first put the information back and then came over and pulled out the scroll. The scroll was covered in dust and looked like it hadn't been taken care of for a long time. Moreover, there is no label on this scroll, so no one knows what it is. I'm afraid no one else would be interested in seeing this kind of thing, because everyone who comes here has their own purpose. However, this made Yuji a little more interested, so he simply sat down on the spot, and then carefully opened the scroll. But when he saw the information inside, he was stunned for a moment. Uchiha's final weapon. Unnamed Uchiha. What is this? Chapter 4. What exactly is this? Early the next morning, Haori got up early and did some training, but he was somewhat distracted. The information he saw last night was still lingering in his mind, and he still had a question. Being defined as the ultimate weapon of Uchiha, how powerful does it take to achieve this? Is it possible that he is stronger than Uchiha Madara? Thinking of this, Haori suddenly felt a little funny. There was probably no one in the entire Uchiha who could be stronger than Madara in the original story. Even Sasuke, the gap between him and Madara is huge. If it wasn't for being ripped out of one's heart, it's really hard to say whether Sasuke and Naruto could really beat Madara with two people hanging on the wall. And this most powerful weapon has been sealed. Uchiha doesn't even know where the seal is. According to the records, it seems that while the nameless Uchiha was performing a mission with his family, he was attacked by the Senju clan in conjunction with multiple families, and the entire army was eventually annihilated. And according to the memories of the Thousand Hands people captured later, the person was not dead but was sealed, but no one said where the seal was. Being able to be sealed by Senju and people from other families really doesn't look as good as Madara. Yuji couldn't help but shook his head when he thought of this. It's a pity that it has been sealed for hundreds of years, and I'm afraid it would have turned into bones long ago. And I don't know where the seal is, otherwise I can go and see if there is anything worth getting. A person who is defined as the ultimate weapon of Uchiha, maybe something else can be collected from him even if he dies. Acquired a new side mission. 1. Find the place where Uchiha's final weapon is sealed alone. 2. Tell Uchiha the news. Task reward unknown. Can this also be a mission? Yuji was stunned for a moment when he saw the prompt popping up in his eyes, and then chose the first one with an expressionless face. If someone else issues a task to activate the system, then as long as the person who posted the task withdraws the task, the system will be cancelled directly. But if it was a mission triggered by himself, then he would have no choice but to accept it. Although it is okay not to do it, it will always occupy a side task slot, which will affect the speed at which he obtains rewards. Summary of current tasks. Main mission, he can replace it. Side mission, 1. Assist Minato team in blowing up the Konobe bridge. Side mission, 2. Find the place where Uchiha's final weapon is sealed alone. Side mission, 3, none yet. Special skills, extraordinary. Looking at his simple and crude panel, Haori didn't complain. Just like Shang Yang knows horsepower, Biggin knows people's hearts, only you know whether it works or not. After tidying up a little, he walked towards the outside of the clan. He must be well prepared for this mission. After all, this mission is really troublesome and dangerous. Uchiha Fugaku let him go without knowing the details of the mission. He probably just wanted to express his stance to Konoha and fulfill his filial piety. Before the Kyuubi incident, Uchiha Fugaku was still a dove. After the Nine Tails incident, he became an abstract painter. Although it is still very abstract now, I have always been working on a balance model within the clan, and I have never thought of completely taking sides. It seems like maintaining peace within the clan, but in fact it is simply harming others and ourselves. Even Konoha knows that internal conflicts must be abandoned externally, and even small actions will not affect the overall situation, but he doesn't seem to know anything. Konoha tricked Uchiha and asked them to deal with Kirigakuer, but they finally let Hinata come too. But this guy Uchiha Fugaku. Walking slowly on the streets of Konoha, Haori thought depressedly. But at this moment, a green figure suddenly stood upside down and hurried past Yuji. After just a moment, the upside-down figure actually retreated back, and then stopped firmly beside him. Akai. When Yuji saw this scene, he immediately restrained his displeasure, and then showed a smile. You are still so energetic, why don't you take a good rest during your break? No need at all, my father doesn't want to see me slacking off. Akai stood up firmly with his hands on his hands, and extended his thumb to Yuri with an energetic look on his face, showing his big white teeth. Because, this is youth. Akai and Yuji are also old acquaintances. They were classmates at first, and later they went to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Whirlpool together. Although they are not in the same class, they still cooperate with each other to complete many tasks. Especially after Haori's supporting teammates were all killed, he also transferred to Akai's class, as well as Anko and Ibiki's class. After all, it is fighting power, how can it be wasted at will, so their relationship has become better. I'm sorry about your father. When Yuji heard Akai talking about his father, he was silent for a while before speaking. I heard that he single-handedly defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen. He is truly an amazing person. It's all over. My father is indeed an amazing ninja. Akai was stunned for a moment, then fell silent for a moment, but soon he laughed. Stop talking about this, Yuji, what are your plans next? Plan. When Yuji saw Akai changing the topic, he also continued. I'm going to the country of grass tomorrow. Although I don't know who my teammates are yet, I hope everything goes well. You just came back, are you going to the country of grass? Akai didn't expect that Yuji would set off again, which surprised him. Haori pursed her lips, but she was madly complaining about this bastard Uchiha Fugaku. If it weren't for him, he could at least take a break, at least go to the country of grass and wait until Uchiha Madara dies. It's better now, I can't run away even if I want to. When the village needs it, I am naturally obliged to help. Yuji laughed twice, and then he shook his head. Okay, I still need to prepare a little bit. I won't interrupt your hard work, I believe you will become the same person as your father, come on. I won't let my father down. Mat Dai may have died not long ago, but Akai seems to have recovered and is proud of his father. But after suddenly losing his loved ones, and recalling all the past events, he felt a little uncomfortable. I will become an amazing ninja like my father. No, it shouldn't be ninjas, but people. When Yuji heard what he said, he couldn't help but tilted his head. After thinking about it, he reached out and patted Akai on the shoulder, and then encouraged him. A ninja is just a tool to perform tasks, but as a human being, his will and spirit can be passed on and inherited. As a ninja, perhaps Senior Dai has always been buried, and what he showed was only the last bloom of youth. But as a human being, his will has always been passed down, and it also inspires you. In the future, you will pass on this will and inspire future generations to move forward. This is the most amazing thing about Senior Dai. The inheritance of will? Akai looked at Yuji blankly. His vague concepts before seemed to be completely confirmed at this moment. Yes, the most powerful thing about his father was not the profession of ninja. He was a genin all his life. The most remarkable thing about him is the will that runs through his life, the will called youth that he has inherited. And in the future, he will definitely let this will be passed on. At this moment, Akai's eyes shone, as if he saw his father giving him a thumbs up. Thank you, Haori. Akai came to his senses and gave Yuji a thumbs up again, his big white teeth shining. I finally figured it out. Just figure it out, then I'll leave first. Yuji took a step back calmly. He was worried that he would be infected by Akai. Haori, you have to carry out a mission, right? Well, that's right, what's wrong? I will go with you. At this moment, Yuji only had one thought in her mind, Akai, are you crazy? He just wanted to increase his favorability by talking nonsense, but he didn't mean to drag Akai into a trap. Chapter 5. You guys are really... As he quickly shuttled through the forest heading to the country of grass, Yuji glanced helplessly at Akai, whose face was full of excitement behind him. For a moment, he felt a little uncomfortable. Early this morning when he was gathering for missions, he saw Akai's figure, and he knew something was wrong. As expected, Namikaze Minato assigned Akai to the same team as him. Although people have joys and sorrows, and cows and horses embellish life, if you can't help it, it's good to see how others perform. But if the problem involves yourself, that's not a good thing. Didn't you say that your teammates haven't been confirmed yet? Akai shrugged nonchalantly and said with a smile. We are good friends. It just so happens that you don't have teammates yet, and we work together in the Kingdom of Whirlpool. So yesterday I applied for a mission from Hokage-sama. I spent a lot of effort before Hokage-sama finally agreed. I would rather you stay in Konoha, smoking cigarettes and looking at the sky, feeling comfortable every day. Yuji glanced at Akai. He was not worried that something would happen to Akai, but that he was worried that Akai had tricked him. When he was in the Kingdom of Whirlpool, he saw Akai's ninja qualities and strength. Very reliable and good, an excellent ninja. But this guy has a problem. His emotions are sometimes easily aroused, which can lead to sneak attacks turning into direct confrontation. Could it be that this is why even Danzo dare not accept him? Okay, let's talk about this mission. At this moment, another person in the team spoke. This mission may not be easy. Dispatching so many teams at once and having frontline cover allowed us to enter behind enemy lines from different areas. I'm afraid, it's not just as simple as wanting us to sneak attack the supply route. This man wore a pair of dark goggles and his hair stood up like Kakashi's. It's just that his hair is black, and he is Yamashiro Aoba, Haori, and Kai's classmate. Yamashiro Aoba is a very powerful ninja, he is good at fire escape and summoning crows. For a moment, Haori thought he was not an Uchiha. And he also has a very special ability in the ninja world, he can sneak into other people's brains and read their thoughts without any equipment. It was probably because of these abilities that he was called upon for such an important task. And when he was in the Uzumaki country, Haori also went to his team rotation, so they teamed up together. Speaking of which, Yuji really wanted to thank him. It was because of that team formation that Yuri completed a side mission. This allowed him to acquire certain abilities in Yin escape from Aoba, and successfully upgraded the Sharingan. King Yi is right, this mission is indeed not easy. Yuji nodded, and then he became extremely serious. I even suspect that the real purpose of this mission is to end this war. End the war. When Akai heard this, he suddenly became excited. It would be great if we could end the war. Come on, your focus seems to be in the wrong place, right? Haori and Aoba looked at each other, and both of them couldn't help but feel a little depressed. The meaning of the two of them is actually very simple, they just want Akai to stop being so passionate. For such a dangerous mission, they had to be careful. As a result, Akai's focus was entirely on the end of the war. But Aoba also glanced at Haori, even if he wanted to remind Akai, don't brag so much, right? Akai. Shaking his head, King Yi looked helplessly at Akai, who also understood Akai's character. What we mean is that this mission is very difficult and extremely dangerous. So, we want you to calm down a little bit. Yuji nodded. He now doubted whether the reason for letting such a passionate Akai join the operation was because he was really suitable for this mission. Haori, do you have any ideas? Aoba no longer paid attention to Akai, he simply looked at Haori and asked. It is indeed a bit immature. Haori replied casually while continuing to move forward. He knew exactly what the mission was this time, and there were only two things he was thinking about now. The first is how to survive in this vibrant battlefield where everything is competing. Secondly, how to accumulate your own reputation in this mission. If there is no main mission and his teammates are two supporting players, then Haori will definitely find a way to OB on the border between the country of grass and the country of fire. I don't usually burn incense, so when something happens, just let me stand up, right? Dream. Namikaze Minato's mission will definitely be successful. As long as Haori comes in and out to sneak attack on a few supply teams, doesn't it count as completing the mission? It would be even better if your teammate who is a supporting player gets excited for a moment and gives it to you. But the problem is that now his teammates are his upright old classmates. And he also has a main mission, so he must not be able to do that. On the one hand, his personality in Konoha cannot be destroyed. On the other hand, wanting to be replaceable requires prestige. Uchiha Fugaku was born in Rome, but he was born as a mule and was incomparable. If he wants to reach the sky with his hands and eyes, he must improve his reputation. So the focus of this mission is to survive, and the second priority is to complete it beautifully and gain reputation. In this case, as I said just now, I guess this mission is probably to end the war. Yuji glanced around and spoke in a low voice. Furthermore, Aoba is right, this mission is not just a matter of sneak attack on the supply team. After all, we have already done this in the Kingdom of Whirlpool, and we used it to win. The country of Uzumaki relied on this hand to make Kirigaku chaotic, and finally collapsed after Konoha's army pressed on. But after Haori finished speaking, he glanced at Akai, and Aoba also reached out and patted Akai on the shoulder. If Akai's father hadn't solved the problem of the 7 ninja swordsmen who were dealing with the rear issues, the war in the country of Whirlpool might not have ended yet. I'm afraid Uegakure will learn his lesson, so our mission will become more difficult. Yuji withdrew his gaze and continued to speak. It's not that they will be indifferent, but they will be more responsive. But Uegakure still has a serious problem, the third Raikage died in their hands. The third ninja war was originally a melee in the ninja world, and Konoha took turns being beaten because of its unique location advantage. But while Konoha was being beaten, other villages were also arguing about their pros and cons. Uegakure and Kumigakure had their own hatred, so naturally they couldn't do anything. And now that a shadow has died directly, the hatred will naturally become deeper. The 4th generation Raikage whose father died has also completely focused on Uegakure. Now it's better, Uegakure will directly face the pressure from both Konoha and Kumigakure. So, what we have to do now is delay them as much as possible. King Yi reacted immediately and asked in a low voice. That's true, but it's not just that. Yuji shook his head and smiled. If you can cut off their supply lines, even for a few days, do you think the war is over? Yuri's words stunned both Aoba and Kai for a moment, and the next moment they both showed expressions of surprise. Yes, Uegakure is already like this, if their important supply line is cut off. So, this mission? King Yi asked excitedly. In this mission, Minato Jonin's team is the main force. What Haori was waiting for was now. Facing the admiring looks of Akai and Ai, he could finally talk nonsense. Our mission is to survive while causing maximum damage, so that we can continue to contain those enemies. Chapter 6. Survival is the key. As the saying goes, if you are young, you will not kill Uegakure. What's more, if you don't survive, how can you gain reputation? And with the concept of survival, they can be more bold in doing things. For example, large-scale transfers can be carried out. Anyway, the mission given to them by Konoha was not clearly stated. After the transfer was completed, it was impossible for Konoha to say anything. Is it possible that I have to tell you that you have to be nailed there? Kakashi and the others are going to Konobi's bridge anyway, wouldn't it be normal to meet them by chance and accept the protection of Namikaze Minato? In fact, Haori really didn't understand the pitfall of Konobi's bridge in his previous life. As a ninja and Uegakure who is good at earth escape, couldn't they use earth escape to rebuild the bridge after it was bombed? But now he finally understands that it's not that they can't, but that they have lost their temper. The death of the third Raikage made Kumigakure look at them covetously. Konoha was still fighting with them in the front, but at this juncture, they were attacked from behind. Who would have the courage to do so? Once, then there must be 2 times, especially on the front battlefield where Namikaze Minato instantly killed 50 ninjas. Under such multiple blows, Uegakure's morale was low and his organization collapsed. What else was there to fight for? Now that Konoha has strengthened his somatosensory cognition with the Iron Fist, he has achieved spiritual sublimation through physical methods. Naturally, they couldn't be like bastards without shells, hold on, then surrender, and the war would be over. It's almost done. Just get through this period of time. After a few days, Yuji and the others finally entered the predetermined area within the specified time. And under the cover of the frontline ninjas' timely attack, they also quietly entered the area controlled by Uegakuer. Looking at the lush forest in front of him, Yuji couldn't help but sigh inwardly. However, even if we want to find Kakashi and the others, we have to wait for a while. Although Hayori wants to increase his reputation, he is not crazy yet. He will not forget that Madara Uchiha is squatting in the country of grass. What's more, his top priority now is to solve the most important task at the moment, attracting Uegakuer's attention. This kind of task is a typical example of talking about truth and bursting into tears when implementing it. Especially since they didn't have Uegakuer's detailed defense plan, so they had to do many things by themselves. For a moment, Hayori felt that Konoha's higher UPS issued the mission with the mentality of "it's not me who charges in the war anyway, I'm just bragging about defeating the evil fire." "Hayori, there's a situation." Just as he was thinking, King Yi suddenly spoke in a low voice. After Aoba was so excited, he saw that Hayori felt a little embarrassed in the past few days. Although he didn't say it out loud, he remembered in his mind that he thought Hayori was bragging. But unexpectedly, just a few minutes later, he was hit in the face by a boomerang. However, this made him believe in Yuji even more, so he would not object to many troublesome things as long as Yuji asked him to do them. For example, let him control the crows all the time for reconnaissance, but also ensure their safety. "There is a patrol ahead, 4 of them, very close to us. Are there any enemies?" When Akai heard this, he suddenly became excited. "Hayori, can we complete the task better if we make more noise?" "Shut up, idiot, and listen to Hayori's command." Before Hayori could say anything, Ai suddenly couldn't hold himself tight. "Hayori is our captain now, don't mess around." Although Hayori is also a Chunin, his captain was named by Namikaze Minato, and both Akai and Aoba agreed. Especially after the last analysis, Aoba was full of trust in Hayori. "No, let's not make too much noise this time." Yuji thought for a while and then he spoke. "Akai, although this is in line with our mission goals, don't forget that we still have to do more things. We need to cause more damage while attracting attention, so that the enemy will be more alert and more people will come this way. This will be very beneficial to us." There were also excuses for the transfer. "Is that so?" Akai glanced at Kyunyi apologetically. Of course he knew that he had problems sometimes, and it was normal to be scolded. Soon he looked at Yuji, and then asked curiously. "Then what are we going to do?" "You can't let this patrol go, but don't cause too much noise," Yuji said directly, looking at Akai. "We need to capture them alive so we can get more intelligence. So, Akai, you should stay calm and don't have any accidents like before." "Yes." Akai nodded sheepishly. "King Yi, we need to put in more effort this time, just like we did in the Whirlpool country. Can you hold on?" Yuji nodded. Although he still didn't believe in Akai, he also looked at Ai. "No problem." King Yi nodded directly, with a look of eagerness on his face. "Then, take action." Upon seeing this, Yuji gave the order directly, and the 3 of them disappeared in an instant and each found a hiding place. Hayori was hidden in a patch of grass. He opened his Sharingan immediately, and 2 black Megatamas slowly rotated in his scarlet eyes. Not long after, the 4 IWA ninjas were already walking in their direction, and their conversations were clearly audible. "Captain, why can't we go to the front line and have to patrol the rear?" A young IWA ninja said angrily, obviously he was not satisfied with the current situation. "I know you want to avenge your brother, but you are still serving the war on the home front." The slightly older IWA ninja comforted him, but his tone was also stern. "And don't forget how Konoha defeated Kirigakuer. Do you want something like this to happen here?" Yuji listened to their words quietly. At this moment, he could already determine who was the captain of this team. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of piercing the sky rang immediately after the 4 rock ninjas reached the appropriate position, and several kunao quickly covered them. Enemy attack. Although the incident happened suddenly, the 4 IWA ninjas obviously reacted quickly. After all, this is a battlefield, and even from the rear, it can be seen from their conversation that they are on guard against Konoha. The IWA ninja captain was a man with rich combat experience. After quickly reminding his team members, he immediately pulled out a long sword and blocked all the incoming kunao. Just when their attention was attracted by kunao, Yamashiro Aoba also took action. Ninpo technique, the art of dispersing thousand crows. In just an instant, as the smoke emerged, countless crows appeared densely around them. These crows blocked their sight and even hindered their movement. This is... Captain IWA Ninja was also stunned for a moment, but when he heard the screams around him, his face suddenly turned ugly. Oops! He swung the knife fiercely, trying to drive away the crows, but at this moment, the crows quickly dispersed. A young man suddenly appeared in front of him. This young man's eyes were scarlet, and he avoided his ninja sword with just a slight deflection. Konoha, Uchiha. Captain Uegakure instantly guessed the identity, but the next moment, he felt a burst of pain in his abdomen. Chapter 7. Any information? In a hidden corner in the forest, Haori watched Yamashiro Ai stand up unsteadily, and he asked curiously. The battle didn't take long, they were a sneak attack, and Haori and the other three were also extremely talented. Whether it was mental arithmetic or not, this battle didn't waste much time at all, and it didn't even make much noise. However, the IWA ninja captain Haori did not kill him, which also gave Aoba room to play. Well, I got some interesting information. Aoba nodded, he looked a little tired. After all, crows have always been used for reconnaissance, and the previous battles were assisted as much as possible. After the battle, he still had to probe the enemy's brain for information, which was really exhausting for him. But this guy is just a Chuunin, so he doesn't get much information. According to his memory, there is a stronghold about 10 kilometers northeast, which is a large supply point for Uegakure. In addition, there are many teams like them on the road, and there seems to be a special jounin in the supply point. This information was not much, and it was not even concrete, but Haori still nodded. Even for people like them who went deep behind enemy lines, if Haori had memories of his previous life, he wouldn't know what they were going to do. It can only be said that the main thing these ninjas do is to build a tall building from the ground, and the big rise and fall can be done by themselves. Large supply point. Akai's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this, but he quickly looked at Yuri. He was just prone to being passionate, not a worry about both character and academics. He could also see that Haori and Aoba were worried about him messing around. So he is still relatively honest now, although he always comes up with some bad ideas. How many people are there at that supply point, and who are the jounin in particular? Yuji naturally saw Akai's gaze, and although he hesitated, he still asked. In particular, jounin is not as comprehensive as jounin, but such people are generally not weak in ability. Even if this is just a position, even if it is promoted during wartime, it still has outstanding merits, and Haori cannot help but worry. The three of Haori are all pretty good, but their skills are not as good as their 8 character skills. If they are capable, don't be too arrogant. There are only 3 of them. If there are too many people, they should still be afraid. There are about 20 permanent personnel in the stronghold. Aoba immediately told the information. As for that special jounin, his name seems to be Sumashi. Sumashi? Hearing the name, Haori tilted his head, he seemed to have some impression. He seems to be a ninja who is very good at earth escape, and this guy seems to have besieged Kakashi. Yuji is a time traveler, but it is impossible for him to remember everything clearly. Especially, it's the kind of supporting role that disappears in just one episode. Acquired a new side mission. 1. Destroy the Uegakure supply station and cause Uegakure unrest. 2. Tell Uegakure your plan and switch to become a member of Uegakure. Task reward unknown. Just as Yuji was thinking, his system suddenly issued another task to him. Just seeing these 2 tasks, Yuji almost collapsed. He would definitely go back and shout, "Father, kill Brother Tien, the country will be blocked, Fuyu is not the rightful owner, and the family will belong to Yugong." What does the second mission that pops up mean? Could it be that he is asked to start a new Uchiha? Then don't you have to wear a helmet when fishing? Although it is not impossible, Uegakure is probably very happy to continue the Uchiha bloodline in his village. But the problem is that his mission is to overthrow the tyranny of Uchiha Fugaku, and he is asked to take care of him as your wife. How can he vote? I see. Haori nodded helplessly. After accepting task 1, he spoke directly. Now rest where you are, King Yi, please mark the situation in that stronghold in as much detail as possible. I think we should take action. Yes. Yamashiro Aoba's face also became serious. After Yuji gave the order, he simply sat on the ground, and Akai jumped onto the tree proactively and started to be on guard. But it can be seen that Akai is still very excited. Too few manpower and insufficient strength are really fatal. Compared to Akai's excitement, although Yuji didn't show any expression on his face, he was a little depressed inside. If he was strong enough, like Uchiha Madara, he could probably rush through alone, right? But soon he shook his head in self-deprecation. With that kind of strength, he wouldn't have killed Uchiha Fugaku directly, and even Konoha would have been praised by him. After we return, we will need more planning, stronger strength, and more helpers to overthrow Uchiha Fugaku. For some reason, Haori suddenly thought of another side mission of his, Uchiha's final weapon. To be honest, he still had no idea about this task. There was too little information in the scroll, and he didn't know where the guy was buried. Besides, it has been sealed for 100 years and has turned into a pile of bones. What is there to find? But this is just a thought, side missions can get abilities from others. Even if it's just a pile of bones, maybe he can get some rewards? In particular, that person was also known as the Uchiha's ultimate weapon, so he must have been quite strong during his lifetime. It seems that when I go back, I have to think about those families who have a good relationship with Senju. Haori touched his chin, and suddenly he thought that there seemed to be the ancestral home of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha. Moreover, Kushina is now living with Namikaze Minato. We had good luck today, but I'm afraid it will be dangerous tomorrow. We must be more careful. In a cave, Kakashi looked at the new bandage on his shoulder and wanted to say thank you. But considering their current situation, as the current team leader, he couldn't help but give a reminder. Namikaze Minato sent them to the rear, and after getting rid of the demon leeches responsible for the reconnaissance, he returned to the front line. Iwagakure is too crazy, the pressure on Konoha is too great, and Namikaze Minato must take care of the front line. Fortunately, he has the Flying Thunder God technique, otherwise he would not be able to perform this task. TCH, Minato-sensei just said that this morning. Obito was lying aside with a piece of grass in his mouth and said nonchalantly, but the way he looked at Kakashi was still a little different. He already knew what happened to Kakashi, and he felt deeply about it in his heart. Don't worry, we will be careful. Nohara-Lin also smiled, but she quickly sighed again. I wonder how Yuji and the others are doing now. Really, he didn't tell me that day that he was going to perform this mission too. When she saw Haori on the day of departure, she realized that Haori also had to perform a mission. But even though she had to face such a dangerous task, she still encouraged herself to practice it, which made Lin feel quite touched. But her words immediately made Obito beside him unable to hold his nerve. Obito always remembered that Lin was supposed to come to inform him about the mission that day. As a result, Haori intercepted him halfway, which made Obito extremely unhappy. That guy is an asshole. Obito said unhappily. It's just that I was lucky enough to have my Sharingan opened, otherwise. Don't talk nonsense, Obito. Before Obito could finish his words, Lin interrupted him dissatisfiedly, and her tone unconsciously became a little harsher. Haori is a person full of faith and gentle at heart. He is not what you said. Obito was choked for a moment and was speechless. He looked at Lin in disbelief and his breathing became rapid. Kakashi shook his head helplessly when he saw this scene, but just when he was about to shut up both of them. A roar suddenly broke the tranquility of the night, and the earth trembled slightly. Chapter 8. Late at night, on the outpost of Iwagakure stronghold. 2 IWA ninjas were standing on a high platform looking into the distance, performing vigil duties. I heard that one of our patrols never came back after they went out. Suddenly, an IWA nin asked curiously. I don't know. There are people coming and going in this stronghold. Who knows? The other IWA nin shook, but he still warned. But we have to be careful. Konoha is in Kirigakure. Who is it? Before Iwagakure finished speaking, he suddenly seemed to notice something. However, they had no time to scream as a black shadow suddenly rushed to their side. The long knife looked particularly cold under the moonlight. They just used the moonlight to see a pair of scarlet eyes, and then they fell to the ground. He stepped forward to check the heartbeats of the two people and confirmed that they were really dead before the black shadow slowly stood up. The moonlight shone down and fell on the black shadow, revealing his appearance. This dark shadow is none other than Haori. He cautiously checked his surroundings again, and then nodded to the crow beside him. The crow immediately rose into the sky and disappeared on the outpost with the help of the knight. It's really troublesome. Looking at the crow going away, Yuji cursed quietly. Iwagakure had obviously learned the lesson from Kirigakure. On their way here, they encountered several groups of patrols and various inconspicuous traps. If it weren't for the crow's warning and the help of the Sharingan, it would have been difficult for them to come over quietly. Moreover, there seemed to be more people in this stronghold than expected. Standing on the high platform, Yuji had a wide view, and he could see the looming figures in the camp. A rough estimate, plus the patrols outside that were not killed, there are at least 50 or 60 people here. It seems that there are a lot of supplies stored here. This is because Haori is a little overwhelmed. There are so many people on the other side and there are only 3 of them. The raid here was not to say full of confidence, at least it was also whimsical. It would be fine if he could escape, but if he failed, even if he learned the highest etiquette of the French army, he would probably need a big memory recovery technique afterwards, right? If you are unlucky, you will be taken directly to the flag for sacrifice. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! However, before he had time to think too much, a burst of shouts suddenly came from outside the stronghold. This shout was also mixed with the sound of fierce fighting and the explosion of detonating cymbals, which seemed particularly harsh in the quiet night. Obviously, it was Akai and the others who also took action. Haori's plan is simple. Akai is responsible for attracting firepower. He is not good at stealth missions, and his physical skills are good and his body is durable. He can attract firepower and lead it to a preset ambush point to escape. Haori is responsible for entering the stronghold directly and destroying the supplies. After all, he is very good at fire escape and can run very fast. Yamashiro Aoba is the only auxiliary of the team, and he has been spending a lot of money, so he has no combat missions. He is more about providing intelligence and providing the necessary cover when it is time to retreat regardless of the success or failure of the mission. Hope everything goes well. Seeing the IWA ninja in the stronghold moving quickly, Haori could only grit his teeth. He looked at one of the rock ninjas who fell on the ground, and immediately closed his hands to form a seal. With a burst of smoke, he turned into this guy's appearance. Then he adjusted his voice and immediately made the same sound as this guy. To the north, there are people from Konoha. Hurry up and support. The IWA ninja below heard his words without much doubt, and they divided into many people and rushed out. And Haori immediately jumped down, pretending to be injured and quickly walked towards the warehouse. Maida, what are you doing? The IWA ninja who was still in the stronghold looked at him coming and couldn't help but speak in confusion. But the next moment, they all stopped suddenly, and several kunai tied with detonating talismans were already rushing towards them. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a series of explosions sounded in Uegakure's stronghold. Taking advantage of the darkness and the smoke raised by the explosion, Haori rushed in quickly with a long knife in his hand. Damn, sneak attack! Be careful, there's a disguise. Someone sneaked in, support. Protect the warehouse and don't let the fire spread. The sword flashed, and in the smoke Haori rushed towards the IWA ninja like a ghost. Smoke does affect vision, but this smoke is not a Kirigakure technique. Without the influence of chakra, his eyes can still see the figures in the smoke. And even Kirigakure's art is divided into levels. Otherwise, in the country of Whirlpool in the early years, he would have had grass on his grave that was several feet tall. Everyone spread out. Earth escaped too long spear. At this moment, a rock ninja suddenly shouted loudly, and then he formed a seal instantly. A large number of ground thorns suddenly rose from the ground, and Yuji, who was hidden in the smoke, could only rush out quickly. But he didn't care. Such smoke and dust wouldn't last long, and he couldn't help but look at the warehouse not far away. He just heard someone shouting, "Don't let the fire spread," which probably means there are a lot of interesting things in the warehouse. Uchiha. The IWA ninja stared at Yuji and said coldly, and Yuji also looked at him. Sumashi. Haori has already recognized this guy. He is the special jonin stationed here. You're so brave, you actually dare to come here alone. Sumashi snorted coldly, his eyes full of coldness and amusement. Is it because there is no one in Konoha, or are you too arrogant? It doesn't matter if I'm arrogant or if there's no one in Konoha, but at least I won't attack my teammates. Haori Zy Pao had never been afraid. He looked down at the impaled corpses on the ground and the injured IWA ninja and smiled. However, I really have to thank you properly. Yuji's words made Tsumashi stunned for a moment, and then his face turned extremely ugly. The purpose of his earth escape just now was to force Yuri out. Although his intention was good, he did hurt his own people. It's just that he deliberately controlled it. Even if he was pierced by the Tolong gun, it was just a corpse. However, before he had time to explain, Yuji had already taken action first. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Densely packed senbon shot out of Haori's hands in an instant, and then he formed seals with his hands. Ninpo senbonsami. If Shiranui Genma were here, I'm afraid the 1,000 books in his mouth would fall to the ground, because this is his unique move. In an instant, the already densely packed Kyanbon was like a violent storm, covering everyone in front of them in an instant. You bastard, Earth Escape and Earth Current Wall. Tsumashi knew that he had no chance to explain, so he could only release his ninjutsu immediately, hoping to save more people. It is true that Senbon can't do much harm, but Tsumashi has determined that the Haori brat in front of him is a cruel person. The method of blaming someone is extremely professional. God knows whether such a person will smear poison on thousands of books. Is it too late to save people now? Just when the earth wall was raised, Yuji's voice came again. At the same time, a burst of blue light appeared in the sky, followed by a sizzling arc sound filling the air. Thunder escapes soon. Oops, it's Lei Dun. Tsumashi's face became extremely ugly at this time. Lei Dun's restraint on Earth Dun was huge. Spread out! Tsumashi shouted again. He was the first to jump to the side. The other ninjas had to crawl away quickly as long as they could breathe. Senbon with the electric arc penetrated the earth wall and quickly cleared a path. Haori's goal was achieved. He jumped back quickly, but aimed his hands at the warehouse to form seals again. Not long after, he released a huge fireball that was 3 meters high. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball! No! Tsumashi roared but was unable to stop it at all. He could only watch the fireball sink into the warehouse. In an instant, everyone felt a force gathering. The next second, violent roars were heard, accompanied by soaring flames that shot straight into the sky. Chapter 9. Side Mission, Destroy the Uegakur Supply Depot and Cause Unrest in Uegakur completed. Calculating rewards. The next day, in a deserted cave. Haori was using medical ninjutsu to heal the scars on his body, and the voice of the system sounded in his mind. After hearing this voice, his dusty and depressed face finally softened a little. Yesterday's raid almost turned into a suicide attack by him. Although he guessed that the warehouse might contain detonating talismans and the like, he deliberately ran away before releasing fire release. However, if you often walk by the river, how can you avoid falling into a well? He really didn't expect that there were so many inside. Even if he got wet in advance, he was still affected by the violent explosion and almost died together with the rock ninjas in the camp. If he hadn't received a lot of rewards over the years, he would have been able to protect himself from the explosion. Anakai and King Yi, who were stunned by the explosion, also came back to find him, and ran away with him. Otherwise, if the pursuers behind him arrive early, he will bring his own generous gifts, Sharingan, to give warmth to the enemy. But the current situation is not good either. Under his command, they were now fleeing in the direction of Kanabi Bridge. Thanks to Akai's good health and King Yi's guidance, they only experienced a few battles and came here to rest. But there were not many pursuers behind them, so you can imagine what it would be like if they were caught. Now, Uegaku's attitude towards them could not be said to be to help each other, but it could at least be said to be irreconcilable. If they are caught, they will not even have the chance to imitate the French army, and even the big memory recovery technique can be omitted. Just take the last step, flag sacrifice. But I managed to escape anyway, and I'm comprehensive enough. Seeing the wounds on his body recovering, Yuji nodded secretly. After staying in the kingdom of Whirlpool for so many years, he has gained a lot of abilities. For example, Shiranui Genma's Senbon clone, Ui Kurene's talent for illusions, Ching Cheng Yamaha's yin escape practice, etc. There are also talents such as medical ninjutsu and lightning escape. It can be said that these abilities make him an all-round ninja. I just don't know what the reward for this mission will be, but compared to this reward, this is the biggest gain. Although Haori was very interested in the reward this time, he knew better that the reward he gained the most this time was not the reward, but his eyes. His double Megatama Sharingan is about to reach its limit, and even without the previous battle, it probably won't take long. But the previous battle accelerated this progress. Now he can clearly feel that his eyes seem to have changed, not to mention that his system also gave a prompt. The current strength of the host driven by the Sharingan has reached an extreme. Whether to activate the passive extraordinary to improve. This information is what Uchi wants to see most, and it is also what he is currently eager to get. He had endured and worked hard for so many years, and this finally paid off. The evolution of the Sharingan is not as simple as imagined. Although he knew very well how to improve the Sharingan, knowing it was one thing, and whether he could do it was another. It's like a kaleidoscope. I'm afraid the senior Uchiha officials know how to turn it on. But the degree of stimulation that people can bear in their hearts is different, and caring for your loved ones and friends may be the most effective way. But once you know the secret and make up your mind to do it, you already know the results and have convinced yourself, is this really effective? Obviously this is impossible. Only without knowing it can the most extreme pain and excitement occur. But it's also easy for people like Obito to appear. When thinking of Obito, Haori couldn't help but shook his head. Although Obito was officially cleared, just like Uchiha Itachi, Haori really didn't like him. Lin's death was certainly a tragedy, but after Lin died, he only had one thought in his mind, I want to create a world with Lin in it, and then he ignored all the people who had been good to him. What's the difference between this and Uchiha Itachi's white-eyed wolf? Namikaze Minato is a member of the Hokage system, and it is impossible for him not to know the subtle relationship between the village and Uchiha. But he didn't reject Obito just because he was an Uchiha and a crane. He still accepted Obito. I'm afraid he still wanted to change the relationship between the village and Uchiha. Let's not count the issue of Namikaze Minato being late. He was an elite jounin in the village, and he had a lot of things to do. Moreover, the relationship between them is not only master and apprentice, but also superior and subordinate. How could he always protect his subordinates? Uzumaki Kushina takes great care of Obito, encouraging him when he is depressed, giving him rice balls during training, and telling him to pay attention to safety when he is on a mission. To treat him like this, it's not an exaggeration to call him a relative, right? In the end, he killed his relatives first with the first sword in the sea? So it's not easy to improve the Sharingan. Forcibly opening the kaleidoscope is even more risky. It can easily lead to white-eyed wolves and psychopaths. Haori looked at his injured arm which had almost recovered, and he directly withdrew the medical ninjutsu. Fortunately, I don't have to worry, I just need to work hard to accumulate strength. Activate Extraordinary to enhance the Sharingan. In just an instant, Yuji felt a burst of power within his body. And this power made his blood boil, and this power also gathered in his eyes. At this moment, he felt that his body and eyes were constantly improving. He seemed to be able to feel his speed getting faster and his chakra control becoming more precise. And his eyes turned scarlet uncontrollably, and the original double Megatama began to rotate rapidly. During the rotation, another Megatama split from the double Megatama, and appeared in his eyes in a triangular arrangement. At this moment, he felt that he could see more clearly, and his power became stronger at this moment. Is this the power of the three Megatama Sharingan? Yuji felt this power and was very excited inside. Many abilities that were unavailable during the second Megatama seemed to be easily available at this moment. Statistics completed. Get reward, Metkai's physical fitness talent. Akai's physical fitness? Yuji's eyes lit up slightly. He had always felt that Akai's greatest strength was actually his physical fitness. If his body wasn't really strong enough, how could he have withstood that self-abuse training method? How can we bring the 8 gates to that extreme in the future and use Chu Zixiang and Yekai? Although Haori's goal is not to become a muscular man, and he also has his own goals. But with such a temporary physical transition, how could he not be happy? Haori, are you feeling better? Just when Yuji was extremely excited, suddenly Akai walked in from outside. He still looked a little embarrassed, but he was full of energy. After all, Haori had already treated him. However, his face looks a little solemn now, and it is obvious that the situation is not good. I'm fine. Iwagakure is here. When Yuji saw this scene, he immediately understood what was going on, and Aoba, who was sitting against the wall and resting with his eyes closed, also opened his eyes. Well, we should have been found, but we haven't determined our location. Akai looked embarrassed and whispered. I'm sorry, I was so careless. It has nothing to do with you. If it weren't for you, we might not be able to get here. Haori shook his head, comforted Akai, and then looked at Ai. Aoba didn't speak, but nodded slightly to show that he was fine. Then let's leave here first and then slowly look for opportunities. As he spoke, Yuji stood up, but before he finished speaking, he looked into the distance in trance. Not only him, but Akai and King Yi also looked into the distance. Because in the distant forest, a signal flare was rising. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Chapter 10. Captain, as expected, those Konoha ninjas are in this area. In the outer reaches of the forest, about 20 IWA ninja gathered here, and a young IWA ninja spoke in a low voice. Many of these rock ninjas looked a little embarrassed, their faces were covered in ashes, and it was obvious that they were also affected by the big explosion last night. But they were lucky enough to survive hunting down Akai. Either they were patrolling outside and not within the stronghold, or they came from other places. It's just that they are filled with anger now. What those Konoha ninjas did was simply to make them grind with their bare butts, spinning around in circles to embarrass themselves. Not to mention being sneaked to the rear, just being captured by the raided camp was enough to make their faces shameless. Not to mention that those guys detonated the detonating talisman in the camp, and even killed a special jounin and a group of stationed ninjas. After this incident happened, their future in Uegakuer could not be said to be positive, it would at least be hopeless. No matter what their purpose is, they must kill these Konoha ninjas. Now that we have found them, let's form a team to conduct an in-depth investigation and make sure to find them. The leader of the team, IWA Ninja, gritted his teeth and spoke. He hated these Konoha ninjas. However, just as they were about to take action, suddenly a colorful pattern appeared in the sky. All Uegakuer looked up and saw a signal flare dragging a long trail of smoke into the sky. This. Captain Uegakuer, who was in charge of leading the team, was obviously stunned when he saw the flare. Not only him, but the other Uegakuer also looked at each other. They obviously didn't expect that the situation would turn out like this. Captain, now we. The young IWA nin who spoke before asked cautiously. He obviously did not expect that things would turn out like this. The color of the flare represents support, and it is a very high priority one. Us. The leading IWA ninja looked at the signal flares in the sky, then turned to look at the forest in front of him. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke. Go to support first, there is obviously something important happening over there. And our support troops are coming too, leaving a small team behind to take over, the others follow me. Yes, Captain. Haori, are they gone? In the forest outside the cave, Yamashiro Aoba whispered to Haori beside him with a strange look on his face. And Akai's face was also full of question marks. He was already prepared to fight desperately, but he didn't expect such a thing to happen. Yeah, I'm leaving. It seems I've run into trouble. Yuji also nodded, but his face was not as pretty as expected. He knew why Uegakuer left, because his system had already given him the answer in those moments when Uegakuer left. Acquired a new side mission. 1. Support Kakashi and Nohara Rin. 2. Cooperate with Iwakakuer to kill Kakashi's team. Task reward unknown. Obviously, that flare should have been launched by Uegakuer, and as expected, it was Kakashi and the others who suffered. Just seeing this mission, Yuji felt like his head was getting big. He had to admit that the purpose of his approach was to meet Namikaze Minato. After all, there were so many pursuers behind him, and if he wasn't paying attention, he would kick his legs, and he was indifferent to the world. Only when they meet people like Minato Namikaze can they be safer. And he also hopes that Namikaze Minato and Kakashi will know about this, because it will be very helpful for him to increase his reputation. Haori wants to make progress too much. But what he wanted to meet was Namikaze Minato, not the current Kakashi team. It's just that his luck didn't seem to be very good, and he caught it just in time. Let's go over there. Taking a deep breath, no matter how depressed Yuji was, he could only accept the task. But he also comforted himself silently in his heart, Namikaze Minato would come. Captain, why don't we take the opportunity to leave? King Yi was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then spoke in a low voice. The situation over there is unknown and the danger is very high. How about we stick to the plan? It's okay, we just followed the plan, it just didn't come at the right time. King Yi, do you remember what I said about the purpose of this mission? Haori asked Aoba as he walked outside. I remember, this was the mission to end the war. Although Akai didn't understand why Yuji wanted to go, he already admired Yuji very much in his heart. Moreover, Haori is still the captain, so he will support no matter what decision he makes. You mean? Yamashiro Aoba is really very smart, and he understood instantly with just a little nudge. Maybe Uegaku met Minato Janin's team, so that's why he sent the signal flare. Yes, Minato Jounin is the main force, and the rest of us assist him. Yuji nodded directly. After checking the situation around him, he took the lead in accelerating. Now that Uegaku has even given up on hunting us, the most likely possibility is to encounter them. After all, there is no doubt about Minato Jounin's strength, only more people can resist him. As the main force, they can't easily get into trouble, so no matter what, we have to go and take a look. Haori's words seemed reasonable, and this incident also made Akai and Ai nod involuntarily. Indeed, the only one who could mobilize Uegaku's troops was Namikaze Minato's team. And that team is the key to this mission. Thinking about it like this, it seems that they really have to go and take a look. Unknowingly, Akai and Ai have been given ideological stamps by Haori. Due to the previous cooperation in the country of Whirlpool, and now that everyone has entered the country of Grass together, they already believe in Haori. Moreover, people could not find any loopholes in Haori's analysis. More importantly, what Haori did last night really impressed them. How can someone not be trustworthy when they're smart, powerful, and their classmates? I know, Captain. Akai was the first to give a thumbs up, his big white teeth shining in the sun. Let's go over there and get Kakashi out. You better stay calm, we have to be careful. King Yi glared at Akai, but this made Akai just laugh twice. Fortunately, Aoba is used to it, and Kai is fine except for being easily agitated. Then let's speed up. Yuji saw that the team had unified the plan, which made him nod inwardly. Then he thought of Uchiha Fugaku, and even the team performing the mission knew that they must unite as one. Why is this pig-like guy still obsessed with the way of balance in such a critical moment? After we go back, we have to find a way to deal with him. Yuji was secretly angry, but thinking of Uchiha Fugaku, he thought of another thing. Looking at the mission details, it's just to save Kakashi and Nohara Rin. I think Uchiha Obito has already pounced. But you still have to be careful, because this guy Uchiha Madara is nearby. When thinking of Madara Uchiha, Haori pursed his lips subconsciously. This old man was extremely terrifying even if he could hold his breath. Haori is now thinking, if he is also caught by Uchiha Madara, should he obey, or should he find a way to pull out Madara's oxygen tube? Haori. Just as Haori was thinking, Ai suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but spoke in embarrassment. However, his words almost made Yuji stumble. Are we coming here with a bunch of enemies? This sentence made Yuji almost collapse. There was only one thought in his mind now. Damn it, am I the one leading the way? Chapter 11. While Haori was thinking about something while rushing on the road, Kakashi's situation was not very good. Obito's death caused a huge psychological impact on him, and the consumption of Sharingan coupled with the continuous use of Chidori caused his chakra to hit rock bottom. But at this moment, he had no intention of stopping. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and the pulsating arc appeared in his hands again with a sizzling sound. Looking at the rock ninjas coming from all directions, he had no idea where these rock ninjas came from. Maybe it was the explosion last night that made Uegaku more alert, but he didn't pay attention to it. His eyes were extremely determined, and he was already aware of facing death. Oh, you still have such a will to fight at this time. You are indeed someone who has the courage to lurk in our rear areas. These rock ninjas who came for support looked at the constantly jumping arc and listened to the sound like the chirping of 1,000 birds that kept echoing in the forest. Although the leading ninja was a little joking, they all looked extremely serious. Although there is only one Kakashi and one girl, they also know that this team is not a good one. Not to mention that all the Jonin and Special Masters had been killed before, the previous big explosion alone was enough to frighten them. Lin, I'll hold those guys back while you take the opportunity to leave. Kakashi said breathlessly, and at the same time he took out a special kunai in his left hand. But... Lin looked at Kakashi in disbelief, but she was interrupted before she could finish her words. Obito, please ask me, so I will protect you even if you die. Kakashi. Lin wanted to say something more, but those Uegakuer were obviously not in the mood to continue talking for them. If it were Sumashi, he might even let them talk nonsense so that he could launch a sneak attack. But Sumashi had been bombed to death in Uegakuer's camp, and now these Uegakuer were filled with anger. All they knew was to deal with these two brats first. If they let them run away again, it would be the end. Go ahead and try to catch them alive. Following the order, these rock ninjas rushed out in an instant. Come on, Lin! Kakashi shouted, and the next moment he seemed to have no regard for his own life and death, and rushed towards the IWA ninjas crazily. With the help of the Sharingan, his dynamic vision has become extremely terrifying, and his control over himself has also improved a lot. The most significant thing is that he can now control the Chidori in his left hand more easily. Obito, is this the power you gave me? Kakashi murmured softly, and at this moment his speed became much faster. What a speed! Stop him and be careful of his thunder escape. Seeing Kakashi bursting with such speed, these rock ninjas immediately changed their previous offensive. They quickly took out their kunao and shot it at Kakashi from all directions. Saw it. However, Kakashi just glanced at it and he had already judged the trajectory of these kunao. His figure kept moving while sprinting. Under the super dynamic vision, he avoided those kunao one by one. How can it be? Pay attention to his left eye, it seems to be the Sharingan. Kakashi's action stunned the Uegakuer for a moment, but they immediately noticed something unusual about Kakashi. It's just that his movements were too fast, and he had already rushed into the crowd with Chidori's arc. At the moment they were fighting, a crow was hovering in the sky, watching everything below. What, is it that bad? While Kakashi was fighting fiercely with the group of rock ninjas, Hayori and others were also on their way quickly. They were farther away, and they also needed to guard against the IWA ninjas on the road and collect intelligence here, so their speed was also much slower. However, there are advantages to being slow. King Yi has already learned a lot about the situation there through crows. But after he explained the situation, Akai couldn't bear it anymore. Kakashi was a friend he had known before entering school, and Kakashi's father was also a great inspiration to him and his father. Kai has always remembered this matter, and now that Kakashi is in such big trouble, he is naturally anxious. If Yuji hadn't given the order yet, he would have wanted to rush over quickly. Well, it's really not optimistic. Yamashiro Aoba nodded, and then he continued solemnly. But Yuri, I don't seem to have found the Minato Jonin. This is normal. Hearing this, Yuji explained casually. Minato Jounin is best at flying thunder gods, which gives him great mobility. Now that Uegakuer is so crazy, he is also needed on the front line. He cannot stay behind enemy lines forever. So in order to ensure the successful completion of the mission, I believe he must have left something that can summon him. Is that so? That makes sense. Aoba nodded clearly. He couldn't help feeling that it was so comfortable to perform tasks with Hayori. Although he can figure out many things, he is still much slower than Hayori. Hayori, you are such a trustworthy person. So, what do we do now? Akai saw that Yuji and Ai were still talking about other things, and he couldn't help but asked anxiously. Let's speed over. Yuji thought for a while and then gave the answer directly. Although it is certain that Minato Jonin will come, no one knows exactly when he will arrive. After all, this place is a bit far from the front line, and Minato Jonin may also be performing other tasks. So before he comes, we try our best to rescue Kakashi and the others, do you understand? Yes, Captain. Ah! With a shrill scream, Kakashi indifferently pulled his hand out of an IWA ninja's chest. But at this time, he did not attack again, but stood there and panted continuously. All around him, there were corpses of IWA ninjas everywhere, and he himself was now covered in wounds. He was really tired now, and he could definitely feel that he had reached his limit. Using the Sharingan for the first time was incredibly draining, and the constant use of Chidori made his condition even worse. He's dying, come on! The IWA ninjas were also frightened by Kakashi's madness, but they could also see Kakashi's current state, and they immediately launched another offensive. Is it over? Looking at the IWA ninja rushing over again, Kakashi sighed inwardly. But when he thought of his promise to Obito and Lin who was still behind him, he quickly gritted his teeth and forced himself to cheer up. No, it's not over yet. He's not dead yet, he can't give up just yet. Looking at the approaching IWA ninja, Kakashi almost squeezed himself dry to condense chakra again. Konoha Tornado. Just as Kakashi was about to fight to the death, a green figure suddenly jumped out from behind the IWA ninja. Like a whirlwind, he quickly passed over the rock ninjas, and many rock ninjas were directly knocked to the ground. Ninpo technique, the art of dispersing thousand crows. Immediately afterwards, countless crows accompanied the appearance of smoke and spread crazily throughout the forest. Damn, what is this? These crows obscured the sight of the rock ninjas and even delayed their attack. And in the next second, a figure suddenly appeared among the crows. As the crows dispersed, human figures passed by each other, and a touch of blood bloomed in the air. This knife is clean and sharp. After doing all this, the figure slowly turned around. He turned his back to the sun, surrounded by crows so that Kakashi couldn't see his face for a while. But those scarlet eyes were deeply engraved in Kakashi's mind. Chapter 12. Hayori? Anakai and Aoba. Crows were still surrounding the forest, but they also dispersed slightly under the control of Yamashiro Aoba. Although seeing the iconic fighting style before, Kakashi and Lin had some premonitions. But when they really saw the face of the visitor, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Are you all okay? Hayori asked in a low voice when he saw Akai, Aoba and Nohara Rin coming over. Hayori, we are okay, but... Lin turned her head and glanced at the collapsed cave not far away. Her eyes turned red and she was speechless. Kakashi also stood up silently, arcs of electricity appeared on his hands again, and then he spoke. I'm fine. I'll contain them. You can take Lin and leave as soon as possible. This is not the time to seek death. Let's recover as soon as possible. Yuri shook his head, he could still guess what Kakashi was thinking now. Having received so many mental blows, he might just want to die now. Is it you? The appearance of the three Hayori made IWA ninja briefly stunned, but they were also well-trained ninjas and recovered quickly. But when these IWA ninjas saw clearly the faces of the three Hayoris, they were suddenly surprised and furious. What surprised me was that these three guys actually surrendered themselves to the trap, and what made me angry was that these three guys were not afraid of being arrested and came to support others. Are you surprised? Although Yuji was extremely cautious in his heart, he still showed a smile. I wonder if you guys liked the explosion last night. Explode? Kakashi and Lin were slightly stunned when they heard this, and they immediately remembered the big explosion last night. They really didn't expect that the initiators were actually the three Yuji people. Do it, pay attention to that kid's eyes. Not sure if he was too angry or not, Captain Uegaku shouted angrily and quickly formed a seal. Turong Talong Spear. Spread out. King Yi, Akai, you cover them too. When Yuji saw this scene, he jumped up and gave orders at the same time. These rock ninjas have begun to use ninjutsu, which shows that they no longer intend to hold back. Go to hell. The moment Hayori just avoided the soil spike and landed on the ground, two IWA ninjas rushed behind him, and the kunao in their hands stabbed directly towards his back. However, when their kunao pierced Hayori's back, they immediately realized that it felt wrong. Bang! Yuji's body instantly turned into a ball of electricity, and this electricity quickly spread to the two people, which immediately made them feel paralyzed. Thunder clone? When? The expressions of the two IWA ninja changed drastically, but their bodies could not move at all, and Yuri also rushed out of the shadows at this moment. The ninja sword in his hand turned into a cold light and instantly slashed across the necks of the two rock ninjas. But as soon as he put away his sword, he had to jump up again, because another IWA ninja appeared behind him. Earth Release Earth Dragon Bullet. The red-eyed IWA ninja had no intention of letting him go. When he saw him leaping up, the IWA ninja captain immediately formed another seal. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Hayori, who had just jumped into the air, had no room to evade. He could only throw his ninja sword at an IWA ninja on the ground. At the same time, he quickly formed seals with his hands, and in an instant, a huge fireball erupted from his mouth. Boom! The fireballs and earth dragon bullets collided in the air, causing a muffled sound, and as soon as he landed, the IWA ninja captain had already surrounded him with several ninjas. Ding, ding, ding! Hayori immediately pulled out the kunao, and a series of harsh metal collisions sounded in the forest. The Taipei technique is definitely not a bad thing for Hayori. Although these IWA ninjas are not idiots, they know what to do when facing an Uchiha. They always kept Hayori facing the challenge, and at the same time, there were people behind him who made sneak attacks at any time. But if their method is used on ordinary Uchiha, even if it is 3 Megatama, the effect will not be bad. But for Hayori, the danger may have increased a lot, but it will definitely not be fatal. Forced to develop in an all-round way, he has dabbled in various abilities. And the most important thing is that the improvement of his Sharingan does not rely on mental stimulation, but on the passive of extraordinary. This passive is not just as simple as improving the Sharingan, it also slightly improves his bloodline. But IWA ninjas' will to fight is really strong. Looking at the ninjas who continued to attack under the command of Captain IWA Ninja, Hayori couldn't help but frown slightly. The difficulty of this battle was beyond his imagination. Even though several IWA ninjas had already fallen into his hands in just a few minutes of fighting, these guys were still crazy. Does he really have the will of stone, or is he really made angry by himself? And except for him, whose situation is relatively good, the situation of others is really not that good. Akai is fighting hard. Although he is still passionate, the scars on his body are getting more and more. Kakashi recovered a little and went into battle again, but his condition was particularly bad and his Chidori could no longer be maintained. Aoba is still using crows to cover and protect Nohara-Lin, but he is already exhausted and his situation is not optimistic. It seems that we can't place all our hopes on Namikaze Minato. What happened to him? Why hasn't he come yet? Hayori's frown deepened. Although it was not stated clearly in the original work, it was clear that Kakashi could no longer hold on when he launched the final attack. He must have passed out soon, and when he woke up, he had been rescued by Namikaze Minato, and the battle was over. Now because of his own participation, Kakashi can obviously last longer, but this doesn't seem to be the reason why Namikaze Minato is late, right? Is it intelligent lateness? It seems that we can't place our hopes on him, we have to find a way ourselves. Hayori's original intention was to hold these IWA nin and wait for Namikaze Minato to end the battle, but now he had to do something. His eyes couldn't help but be locked on the IWA ninja captain. He knew one thing. To capture the thief, you must first capture the king. Sorry, I have to leave. On the frontline battlefield, Namikaze Minato looked anxious. He had long felt the chakra reaction of the kunao he left for Kakashi, but he could not take action immediately. According to intelligence, a huge explosion seemed to have occurred at a stronghold in Uegakure. Although no one knows how much damage such an explosion caused, it will definitely have a certain impact on Uegakure. Facts have also proved this. Perhaps because he knew that he was in trouble at the rear, Uegakure's attack today was particularly desperate at the beginning. This put great pressure on Konoha's defense. However, when Konoha defended, Uegakure also suffered huge casualties. The morale of these Uegakure dropped drastically, which allowed Konoha's commander to see an opportunity and began to pursue the victory. Namikaze Minato must also participate in such a battle. Although Uegakure's morale has plummeted, some of them are still resisting desperately. With Namikaze Minato around, these people who are desperately resisting will be easier to deal with, and it will further damage Uegakure's morale. But this also consumed too much of his time, and he was really worried about Kakashi and the others now. But the moment the battle ended, he simply said hello to the ninjas cheering for him, and then instantly activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Kakashi, Obito, Lin, I'm sorry, I'm late, you must hold on. Namikaze Minato thought silently in his heart, but when the space shifted, everything around him changed. His expression became a little strange, because he saw an Uchiha boy holding a kunao among a group of rock ninjas. He gently wiped it from the neck of an IWA ninja, and the surrounding IWA ninjas were shouting Captain. This gave him a strange thought. Chapter 13. In the basement of the country of grass, the old Madara Uchiha was sitting on a stone chair. It's very dark here, no ray of sunlight seems to penetrate it, and it looks like a tomb. But this is just right for Madara, he needs peace, and he is now a person wandering between life and death. Have you finally gained something? Madara murmured, and he raised his head and looked at the ceiling of the basement. His scarlet Sharingan rotated slightly, seemingly able to see everything in the outside world. And in the back of his head, pale pipe connections emerged one after another. This is the supply he needs to stay alive now, and he has indeed reached the limit of his life. Not long after, a white body slowly fell down from the dome, and its strange appearance looked a little oozing. And when he landed in front of Ban, his body suddenly split open, revealing Obito included inside. Ah, Madara-sama, I brought him back. I hope he didn't poop in my stomach. But when he spoke, the weird and permeating feeling disappeared instantly. This guy looks like an idiot. Will not. Fortunately, Madara has long been accustomed to this situation. He didn't pay attention to Baizetsu's words, but carefully looked at Obito in Baizetsu's belly. From the moment Obito entered this battlefield, Madara had been paying attention to his situation. In other words, every Uchiha on the battlefield in the Land of Grass is under his attention. Although he has given the reincarnation eye to Nagato, he still needs someone to keep an eye on Nagato. He naturally prefers this person to the Uchiha whom he is more familiar with and who is more prone to emotions. Madara's understanding of Uchiha has penetrated deeply into his soul. Even Senju Tobirama is not worth mentioning in front of him. Madara-sama, this guy is stupid and is about to die. Is there any point in saving him? Baiziz looked at Madara's eyes and kept looking at Obito inside his body. He couldn't help but tilted his head and asked curiously. Uchiha's power requires talent, but sometimes there are things that are more important than talent. Madara knows that Baizetsu is an idiot, but he is absolutely loyal to himself, so he can say whatever he wants. What is talent? What is more important than talent? Baiju blinked and continued to ask with curiosity on his face. That's what's inside this person. Madara looked at Obito quietly and replied calmly. The more pure an Uchiha is, the more capable he is of opening his eyes, especially to pure kindness. The more kind-hearted a person is, the more pure his evil will be when his faith collapses. Although such people are likely to be impulsive and prone to doing uncontrollable things, but as long as you understand this person's inner desires and prepare in advance, this person will never be able to leave his control. Madara-sama, what do you mean? It's not interesting, don't ask, treat him and then go to Konoha to investigate his situation. This kid might be a good choice. Madara couldn't stand Baizetsu's constant questioning, so he interrupted Baizetsu's words directly. But as he said, Obito is just one choice, and he has other options to look at. But Obito's current performance, or more accurately, his performance on the battlefield, still makes Madara very satisfied. Regardless of breaking the rules, never give up on your teammates. Or maybe he is willing to use his own life to save his companions, or even give his eyes to his companions before he dies. These are Obito's pure good thoughts, especially since he also saw something else in this good thought. That's selfishness. This selfishness may be hidden under his current sunny and cheerful appearance, but Madara, who has been paying attention to Obito, noticed something interesting. Last night, the conversation between Obito and Nohara-rin mentioned a person, and that person made Obito particularly excited. Madara had no interest in love or anything like that, but his hidden possessiveness was clearly visible to him. As long as you grasp this key, then he is the best tool. Thinking of this, Madara became more and more satisfied with Obito. Although he continued to close his eyes and began to observe the situation of other Uchiha, he was already thinking about how to open Obito's eyes. But at this moment, Madara noticed that the fighting was still going on where Obito was buried. The most important thing is that another Uchiha who he paid attention to also rushed over. Uchiha Hayori, the person who made Obito angry. Madara was also a little surprised. He didn't expect to pay attention to this brat so quickly. For Hayori, Madara's senses are a bit complicated. This kid can get along with everyone, is very smart, and has already opened the Sharingan in the country of Whirlpool. Such a person is the perfect candidate no matter how you look at it. Having a good relationship with anyone means that you have a wide range of choices, and you are more likely to open your eyes once something happens to your friends. Being very smart means that you will be able to execute your plans more calmly in the future, and you don't have to worry about anything uncontrollable or going off the chain. Opening the Sharingan so early shows that this kid is very talented. But just because it was so perfect, Madara was a little worried. In his opinion, being good to everyone may be because he has a normal relationship with everyone. It may be Uchiha's hidden pride, and he is just the same as everyone. If you are too smart, it is easy to see the flaws in your plan, and once you have other thoughts, you will not be able to control them after you die. It is indeed a gift to open the Sharingan so early, but being able to withstand the pain of opening the eye also means that you are mentally determined and have your own desires and persistence in your heart. Madara sometimes felt that he was worrying too much, but he really couldn't help but think so. Let's take a look first, and let Ju investigate the background of this brat. Madara calmed down, but soon he started laughing too. To him, there was actually no difference between Uchiha. As long as his heart is pure, he has the confidence to cultivate a qualified tool man. It's just a matter of whether it's useful or not. It's just a pair of Megatama. They still have a long way to go, but Obito's eyes are a little special. Madara seemed to have thought of the side leakage of Obito's ability. Those stones passed through his body and did not directly kill him. Otherwise, Madara would have no chance to bring him back. But before his thoughts could stop, he was stunned for a moment. Because through Baizetsu's sight, he clearly saw that Hayori's eyes had turned into 3 Megatama. He remembered that when this kid went to attack the Uegakure camp last night, didn't he only have 2 Megatama? How come in the blink of an eye, this kid has been promoted to 3 Megatama? And this kid is faster and his methods are more powerful, especially when Madara saw Hayori suddenly change his tactics and rush out quickly when facing the Uegakure ninja attack. In the offensive of a group of rock ninjas, he avoided a series of attacks like a butterfly walking through a flower, and finally came to the front of the captain of the rock ninja. The next moment, this kid actually used the newly improved Sharingan to force his eyes to the IWA ninja captain. At this moment, the IWA ninja captain froze in place, and Hayori killed him directly. You just completed the upgrade, are you already so proficient? As for the follow-up, there is no need to read it. The kid who has mastered the Senju Tobirama Flying Thunder God, the most insidious member of the Senju clan and who should be killed the most, has arrived, and the battle is no longer suspense. Madara also fell into deep thought at this moment. After a while, his eyes looked at Obito who was placed on the bed by Baizetsu. For a moment, a thought suddenly appeared in his heart. Did I choose the wrong person? Chapter 14. So I'm sorry I'm late. In a cave in the land of grass, Minato Namikaze sighed, and at the same time touched the back of his head in embarrassment. He already knew what happened, and Obito's death made people feel a little guilty. But at this moment, Hayori felt even more embarrassed than Namikaze. Minato and Kai and Aoba also looked at each other. Because they never dreamed that the reason why Namikaze Minato came late was actually related to them. However, Akai and Aoba soon became proud. After all, what they did really affected the situation of the war. Hayori, on the other hand, was extremely emotional, feeling that he almost cheated Kakashi and the others. However, while feeling emotional, he was also slightly happy that his actions had such unexpected effects. Indirectly allowing the front line to get such a big victory, this is really a good thing for him who wants to make progress. However, Hayori also knew that such a victory was not enough to completely collapse Iwakaku, and the task of blowing up the bridge still needed to continue. But this can definitely reduce the pressure on the front line or behind enemy lines. Iwagakure must have known that there were enemies at his rear, and Konoha on the front line was still watching with eagerness. They were probably taking advantage of them now. But Yuji was not as widowed as Wuzation, lost her mind. What he did was like a landmine going off in a public toilet, it aroused public outrage, and Iwagakure would be merciful if he caught him and offered a sacrifice flag. I'm afraid even if they were shaved alive, it would be difficult to eliminate the anger in their hearts, right? At least the outcome is good, Minato-senpai. Although Hayori was a little worried about what Iwanin would do if he was caught by Iwagakure, he still had to say what he wanted to say about the situation. It's just that we were too late, otherwise. Having said this, Hayori paused slightly, and then he turned to look at Kakashi who had fallen into a coma. Using the Sharingan for the first time was too much of a load on him. If he hadn't had a strong will to protect Nohara-rin and arrived in advance, he would have been able to breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, Kakashi would have passed out long ago, and their fate would be unknown. However, rescuing Kakashi still allowed Hayori to get what he wanted, and this thing also surprised Hayori. Completed side mission, support Kakashi and Nohara-rin. Get reward, Kakashi Sharingan's space talent. Kakashi? Space talent? This reward really surprised Hayori, because wasn't that Sharingan from Obito? Does this system really treat the Sharingan as a hot swap? Whoever owns it counts as belongings. It's just that Obito is destined to be a space talent. In fact, Hayori has never figured out one thing, and that is why Obito has the ability of the kaleidoscope. The kaleidoscope is the eye of the soul, and its power comes from what the heart desires most under extreme emotions. But Obito was different. This guy had already exploded with similar power before Lin died. And this was certified by Madara himself. If these powers hadn't leaked out, he would have been stoned to death. Now the system prompts seem to confirm this, which also makes Haori a little confused. But no matter what, having this talent is a good thing. No one can ignore the power of space. Just wanting to fully utilize this talent made him a little overwhelmed. Perhaps, it will not be reflected until the kaleidoscope stage? Besides, the space talent I received shouldn't be the offensive divine power, right? Yuji couldn't understand, but he was too lazy to think about it anymore. The gain this time is not immediate combat power, but the ability to look to the future, which is generally very good. Some things are doomed, and no one can do anything about it. While Haori was thinking about it, Namikaze Minato sighed, but soon his expression became serious. And Obito may be a little impulsive sometimes, but it's undeniable that he is a hero, isn't he? Haori's expression changed, and he instantly understood what Namikaze Minato said, but he didn't expect that this guy also liked to tell riddles. Indeed, Obito is a hero. He nodded and continued following Namikaze Minato's words. The same goes for Kakashi, let him have a good rest. If there is anything else, let's wait until we get back to talk about it. Haori's words made Namikaze Minato a little surprised, but he soon showed a smile. He originally just planned to give it a try, because he had often heard from Lin that Haori was very smart and gentle. But now he can be sure that Haori does have these two characteristics. What a special Uchiha! There was something special about Haori, at least it was very different from many Uchiha he knew. Because this young man won't just think about using his fists to deepen other people's body sensations. By the way, Minato-senpai, I wonder if I can ask you some questions about sealing techniques after the war. While Namikaze Minato was thinking, Haori suddenly spoke again. Sealing technique. Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment, feeling once again that this Uchiha was really different. However, he did not answer immediately, but looked around the cave. At this time, Lin was still taking care of Kakashi, and Kai and Aoba were also arguing about who should be on duty outside now. Everything here looks quite beautiful, as if they are not behind enemy lines. I really hope the war will end soon. Looking at everything in front of him, Namikaze Minato suddenly changed the subject and laughed. Such a war would be unbearable pain for everyone. Really? Yuji glanced at him and didn't care that he suddenly changed the subject. The war has caused too many tragedies. Haori, when do you think the war will end? Namikaze Minato suddenly asked curiously, but this time his voice became much softer. I told Lin that the war will never end. Haori didn't know what Namikaze Minato was thinking, but since he had decided to visit the Uzumaki clan's ancestral home in Konoha, then building a good relationship is inevitable, and it's not a big deal to talk more. Anyway, if it doesn't work, can he visit in other ways? After all, wherever there are people, there will be competition for interests, but maybe we can change the approach in the future. As for the war this time, I think it should be soon. Oh, what do you say? Namikaze Minato blinked, he seemed to be interested. Minato-senpai has already explained everything here, and Kumigakure's attitude towards Uegakure is also very bad. Haori laughed and pointed at Namikaze Minato. I thought they would just have to take one big hit and the war would be over. Hearing Haori's words, Namikaze Minato was still in a daze even though he was prepared in his heart. Obviously, the Uchiha boy in front of him really understood the situation. He even wondered if this boy had already guessed where they were going to attack. So after blowing up that stronghold and provoking so many enemies, you came in this direction? But these are all based on speculation, and Namikaze Minato will not say it, let alone ask. Then I'll lend you Haori-kun's auspicious words. Namikaze Minato smiled. As for the sealing technique, I can think of something after the war. Similarly, Kakashi will also need more help from Haori in the future. I'm just a Chunin, but I'll do my best. Haori smiled and nodded, but he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Namikaze Minato is indeed sunny and cheerful, and can easily make people like him, but who said this guy is innocent? This obviously also has the potential to be the Riddler. However, if he didn't have such potential, he wouldn't be able to become Hokage. Fortunately, what I want is off to a good start. Chapter 15. Although Namikaze Minato likes to be the Riddler sometimes, he returns to normal when the relevant topics are ignored. Since Haori had begun to think about learning the sealing technique, he was not stingy about discussing this topic. And he also wanted to make sure whether Yuji had this talent, because the sealing technique was really not a simple thing. Even the technique of Flying Thunder God not only has extremely demanding requirements on the body, but also has extremely high requirements on sealing techniques. After all, the Flying Thunder God's curse seal is essentially a variant of the sealing technique. The most basic Flying Thunder God can engrave the curse seal on the kunao in advance, but the advanced Flying Thunder God needs to place the curse seal at any time. Not to mention that Namikaze Minato came and went without a trace when he rescued Kakashi. His most classic performance was when he faced Obito. He quietly left a mark on Obito, and finally relied on this mark to successfully attack, and finally broke the link between Obito and Kyuubi. It can be said that Namikaze Minato is also very proficient in the sealing technique. Hayori-kun, your foundation in sealing techniques is really solid. However, after the exchange, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but sigh again. He originally thought that Hayori was just playing for fun, but now it seems that this kid really has a talent in this area. And in terms of basics, the foundation is very solid. Minato Jonin deserves a prize. Hayori seemed very calm. He still knew the ability of sealing, even though he didn't learn it himself. But no matter what, he gained the ability after working hard to complete the mission, and it belongs completely to him. This was also one of the reasons why he dared to make requests to Namikaze Minato, because he really knew how to do it. Now that you know it, isn't it normal to want to make some progress? Minato-sensei, Kakashi is awake. While Hayori and Namikaze Minato were chatting, Nohara-Lin suddenly heard an exclamation from the side. Turning around, he saw that Kakashi, who had fallen into a coma, had opened his eyes. Kakashi still looked a little confused at this time, and he didn't seem to have completely recovered. But when he saw everything around him clearly, his memories came to mind. Obito died trying to save him. When he desperately tried to cover Lin's departure, Hayori and Akai came to support him. Before he fell into coma, Captain Minato finally arrived on the battlefield to resolve the battle. It is incredible to be able to survive such a thing behind enemy lines. But at this time, there was no joy in his heart about surviving the disaster, but more sadness for Obito's death in battle. He lowered his head without saying a word, and his eyes were filled with tears. Kakashi. Lin spoke worriedly at the side, and at this time Hayori and Namikaze Minato came to him together. Even Akai and King Yi outside heard the movement and followed them in. You're awake, Kakashi? Namikaze Minato looked at Kakashi like this, and he couldn't help but sigh. I've already heard Lin talk about the specific things. Sorry, I didn't catch up. Teacher. Kakashi raised his head when he heard Namikaze Minato's voice, but his mood was never high. Although seeing that Lin was fine made him feel better, he finally did not break his promise to Obito. However, Obito will stay there forever. Namikaze Minato saw this scene and naturally knew what Kakashi was thinking, which made him sigh. As a teacher and a superior, he had to enlighten his disciple. But before he could speak, Yuri beside him spoke. Kakashi, is this all you do? Hayori tilted his head, looking at Kakashi who had a dead expression on his face. He seemed a little disappointed and spoke. You have a more important mission, how are you going to carry it out in this state? Hayori. Hayori's words surprised both Akai and Ai, and Nohara-Lin couldn't help but speak. But Yuji didn't stop. He shook his head and continued. Also, do you think this is worthy of Uchiha Obito, and worthy of the eyes he gave you? This sentence seems to be encouraging, but it seems a bit inappropriate to say it at this time. Namikaze Minato frowned slightly, Lin bit her lip, and Kakashi raised his head. His Sharingan was already staring at Hayori, but his mood also fluctuated a bit. Hayori sighed, looked down at Kakashi and said. I know you're in pain and losing a companion is really hard to bear. But are you the only one experiencing this? I also lost teammates, and Akai even lost his father. These words instantly made Kakashi open his mouth slightly, but he didn't know what to say. Even though he was not on the battlefield in the Kingdom of Whirlpool, he still heard some of these things. Akai, on the other hand, was slightly silent. Despite Yuji's guidance, he still thought of his father. We all suffer from this, but we never give up on ourselves. Although Kakashi remained silent, Hayori continued. Human life is full of pain, but how to deal with such pain divides people into different forms. Some people will be overwhelmed by pain and never recover. But some people can face such pain head-on because they all know one thing. Because they all know that this is not only a pain, but also an expectation and a will. Because, at this moment, they are no longer living for one person. Having said this, Haori paused for a moment, and everyone present seemed a little silent. Namikaze Minato is an adult after all. His emotions are relatively reserved and there are no visible changes in his emotions. However, he nodded slightly, obviously he recognized Yuji's words. Nohara Lin, Akai and Aoba fell into their own emotions. They were either sad, excited or serious. Kakashi's eyes shrank. What did it mean that this person, like Obito, was also his classmate, and also an Uchiha? But he didn't speak, and he was still a little confused at this time, but Yuji reached out and patted his shoulder. Then Haori's tone softened, and he spoke slowly while connoting Obito. We all carry such expectations and the will of these fallen companions. Then we must live well with their will and work hard to do what we should do. I think when we enter the Pure Land, we can proudly tell them that it is because of your efforts that we have that wonderful future. I think the same is true for Obito. You don't want to tell him how you failed when you see him again in the future, and then the two of you fight, right? Haori's words made Kakashi completely speechless, while Lin and Akai looked at him differently at this moment. Aoba and Akai already trusted Haori immensely, and at this moment they became even more respectful. Especially Akai, his eyes were red. He had not forgotten what Yuji said before, and Yuji's current words penetrated his heart even more. Nohara Rin looked at Haori with tears in her eyes, but soon a smile appeared on her lips. It's great to have a friend like Yuri. What a trustworthy friend and a unique Uchiha. Namikaze Minato also smiled at this time, he now deeply understood everything Lin said before. Kakashi sat there blankly, looking at Haori in front of him. At this moment, he suddenly felt like his heart was filled. It took a long time before he murmured. Thank you, Yuri, thank you. Chapter 16. This little devil. In the underground base, Madara frowned slightly as he looked at the documents in his hand. This document is the information about Obito and Haori that Baizetsu obtained when he went to Konoha. Only by deeply understanding a person's information can we gain insight into their inner desires and start working in this area. Obito is a very simple person, so simple that Madara has already come up with several plans just after reading this information. But Haori's information made Madara frown, especially when he thought about the conversation between this brat and that Namikaze Minato, it made him even more confused. He has a complex mind and is very purposeful in doing things, and his relationship with Obito is not good. Madara murmured in a low voice. To be honest, seeing this, Madara could basically give up. But behind this information, Madara saw something else. Haori is thoughtful, highly infectious, highly logical, and has outstanding execution ability. This kind of person can only be described as excellent, even though his performance in school was the same as Obito's, which is hard to describe. But such a person has shown the qualities of an excellent ninja through acquired changes, which makes Madara really confused. However, it still takes someone with a simple mind to implement my plan, even if it is a little troublesome. After a while, Madara took a deep breath, but at this moment Baiju suddenly jumped out. Madara-sama, something happened. What's wrong? Madara frowned and asked. He didn't like to be disturbed when he was thinking, but he was also used to Baizetsu's bleeding. Iwagakuer sent people from the explosive force to intercept, and the person you are paying attention to has just set off. Blast troops. Madara had heard about this team, but it was not enough for him. It was just a collision between Haori and the people in this team. Let's see. Although he was already leaning towards Obito, Madara still decided to take a look. He needs to think carefully about how to position these two people. Why do you always feel like Kakashi looks at me weird? After resting for a day or so, Haori and the others were about to set off again. Because the things that Haori's team did behind enemy lines were really big, which caused problems on the Iwagakuer front line. This not only gave Konoha a victory on the frontal battlefield, but also allowed them to take a break behind enemy lines. The defeat on the front line forced them to mobilize more reserves to take over. And they are also facing pressure from Kumagakuer, especially Tsunagakuer village, which seems to be ready to move. Tsunagakuer is the culprit who provoked the three wars. Although they have failed, it does not mean that they have no ambition. When the fierce battle between Iwagakuer and Konoha was in full swing, the 4th Kazekage Raza actually led his troops to intervene. Konoha may not react to this approach, after all, Tsunagakuer is now Konoha's ally, but this will definitely frighten Iwagakuer. Now Iwagakuer has to face pressure from three parties, which makes their number of ninjas somewhat stretched. However, they would not let go of the rats behind their enemy lines. Fortunately, with Minato Namikaze around, this would not be a problem. It's just that they still have more important tasks to perform, and they can't relax yet. But while Yuri was making preparations, he couldn't help but look at Kakashi beside him. From the day Obito was killed in battle, he used a relatively rough but extremely popular way to enlighten Kakashi. He found that in the next day, Kakashi's mood recovered visibly, but at the same time he also noticed that this guy looked at him in trance from time to time. In fact, it's not just Kakashi, but Nohara Rin as well. It's just that he felt good when Lin did this, but Kakashi felt a little unnatural. He knows that sometimes the best way to deal with girls is to take advantage of them after they have just fallen out of love. Even if there is no direct result, it can definitely leave a seed in their hearts. But Kakashi is not in that situation, and he is a man, so he won't be so pretentious, right? Haori-kun, please be safe. After Haori packed everything, Nohara Lin also came to his side. And thank you, if not you. Okay, don't say this. Haori immediately came to his senses and smiled. Whether it's you or Kakashi, we are all classmates and even more so, friends. Now that we are still companions, I naturally don't want my companion to give up on himself. And when it comes to safety, I think you and Kakashi need to be more careful. Your mission is more dangerous than ours. If you really want to thank me, perform your mission well, protect yourself, and pick up the wind for us when you return. Most definitely. Nohara Lin also smiled, and she nodded extremely seriously. Seeing this scene, Haori simply stretched out his hand and rubbed her head. I have to say that Nohara Rin's hair quality is pretty good, and she didn't object, but Haori was thinking about one thing. If Obito sees this scene, will he want Hungwen again? And Haori was also thinking about how to prevent Nohara Rin from that tragic thing happening. Haori didn't care at all about Uchiha Madara's plan or what would happen to Obito. Not to mention that Haori knew that the Moon Eye project was a scam from the beginning. As long as the Sage of Six Paths was still squatting in the ninja world, it was impossible for him to follow Madara. If you really want to follow him, you will become a tool at best. You cannot say that you can be bullied in the future, and your future is definitely bleak. Haori-kun, are you ready? Just as Haori was thinking, Namikaze Minato also came over. You also know that this mission is very important. Although I don't want to do this, I have to leave the flank to you. Namikaze Minato looked very humble, without any pretensions to being a jounin. And while talking, he also took out a kunao and handed it to Haori. This is my special kunao, with my mark on it. Once I encounter a danger that is difficult to handle, I can sense it by injecting chakra into it. When the time comes, I will come as soon as possible. I see. Haori nodded, and then put away Namikaze Minato's kunao. Although Namikaze Minato is always late as a ninja god, Haori still maintains trust in him. After all, it's better to be late than to be late. As long as you can hold on, everything will be easy. Be safe. Kakashi also came over at this time, and he whispered next to Yuri. Thanks, you too. Yuji also happily accepted such blessings. But he was also guessing, did Kakashi regard him as another Obito? Although his heart was full of weirdness, Yuri didn't have the energy to think so much. After Minato Namikaze and others set off, and after watching Minato Namikaze and others set off, he also set off with Kai and Aoba who had taken a good rest. Haori, what should we do next? Akai, who had gotten a good rest and recovered his body, was particularly excited now. Not only him, Yamashiro Aoba also seemed a little excited. Although Minato Namikaze didn't say it clearly, he also acquiesced in Haori's statement of ending the war mission. This is an unimaginable honor for the two young men. We pass carefully and then observe the situation. Iwagakure will not let it go. Haori is very calm. Although Iwagakure is stretched thin, there will definitely be no shortage of search teams. Even the appearance of some powerful ninjas would definitely not come as a surprise. Iwagakure is really going to make a desperate move. But after this mission, will I also become a Sharingan hero? At this moment, Yuji suddenly had such an idea in his mind. However, King Yi suddenly stopped and raised his hand. Upon seeing this, Akai hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" "There is someone in front of us," King Yi said immediately. Boom, boom, boom. But before he finished speaking, a series of violent explosions suddenly erupted around him. The flames generated by the explosion engulfed the three of them instantly. Chapter 17. The sudden attack really made the three of them unable to react for a while. But the three of them are all qualified ninjas. Almost as soon as the explosion spread, the three of them immediately jumped and dispersed in different directions. Just being affected by the explosion, they were forced to scatter, and all of a sudden, the distance between them was widened. The continuous explosions filled the surrounding area with mist, and Haori had to dodge back and forth in the forest to avoid the explosions. Damn it, ambushed! Haori cursed secretly in his heart. Even though he had already guessed that Iwagakure would move, he didn't expect that Iwagakure would move so fast. And he also noticed one thing. The explosion just now was all caused by the detonating talisman. This means that Iwagakure has realized where we are going to attack. No one is a fool, especially those who are in charge of the village and on the battlefield. It is conceivable that the situation on Namikaze Minato's side may not go well either. It just had nothing to do with Haori. His eyes had turned scarlet at this moment, and 3 megatamas slowly rotated in his eyes. Through the smoke, he could see a figure coming towards him quickly, and not long after, the figure had already stopped in front of him. I didn't expect it to be an Uchiha. When the visitor saw Yuji's eyes, he immediately turned his head slightly away and never looked at her. You are? Yuji frowned slightly. The slightly thin figure in front of him gave him a slightly familiar feeling. But who this guy was, he really didn't remember for a while. I'm the Union Explosive Force, Hunt. This thin guy looked cold, but his behavior was very decent, but his name also made Yuji feel confused. At this moment, Haori remembered who this guy was. He was the guy who was good at explosive escape and would be reincarnated by Yakushi Kabuto in the future with Yekang. So it's you. Yuji nodded slightly. What, are you surprised? Xiao's expression remained indifferent. The fact that you can run here and make such a big noise is what surprises us the most. Actually, we should be grateful to Kumagakure. Haori knew that the battle was inevitable, and he didn't mind playing with his mentality. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have gotten such a good opportunity. As expected, Yuji's words immediately made Carrie, who originally looked a little cold, look even more gloomy. What is your purpose and how many people are there? Xiao said calmly while suppressing his anger. Have you already guessed it? Otherwise you wouldn't have set up an ambush here. As for how many people there are, Haori shook his head, and he noticed movement in the distance. There is no doubt that Akai and the others also encountered enemies and each fell into a battle. Do you still have the heart to care about others at this time? Carrie seemed to notice that Yuji was a little absent-minded, and he said disdainfully. Forget it, it looks like you won't tell me, but no matter how many of you there are, you will all meet in the Pure Land. Before you said this, did you think about something? Yuji looked away, but at this time he also showed a trace of disdain. Do you really have the courage to face me directly, or are you afraid of my Sharingan? As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath Yuji's feet broke open instantly, and a figure quickly sprang out from the ground. He was extremely fast, and through his Sharingan, Haori could see chakra flowing in his fists. Obviously, this is an explosive escape. Although he was attacked by a sneak attack, Yuji did not panic at all. He could clearly see the trajectory of Kari's attack. The moment the fist was about to hit him, his body deflected slightly, looking extremely smooth and freehand, and he easily avoided Kari's fist. And when his body stiffened when Kari's attack failed, he quickly took out a kunao. The kunao went straight towards Kari's chest and sank directly into Kari's chest in the blink of an eye. But Yuji raised his eyebrows slightly, because he clearly saw that Kari had already run away. Those who stayed in the same place were just the same earth clones as before. Is this your Iwagakure style? Yuji spoke sarcastically, but he was still extra vigilant in his heart. Once the people of Iwagakure enter the underground, it is naturally difficult to detect them. Even if Haori has Sharingan, it will be difficult to lock them in the first place. Moreover, this hunter has a standard ninja mentality. If he misses a hit, he will immediately use his own advantages to lurk. This is completely different from the way he let himself go after he was reincarnated by the dirt. What a turtle! It seems like your such a kid should be able to live for a long time. After all, are they all born in the year of turtle? Yuji saw that Kari was still motionless. While searching for the location, he did not forget to continue talking. Unfortunately, he overestimated his ability to mock. Perhaps his ability to pour chicken soup can barely compete with Naruto, but his ability to taunt is obviously not as good as Sasuke. Maybe as long as Sasuke stands here and says nothing, others will be tempted to come out and beat him. Since you have no desire to fight, let's not waste each other's time. I'll take my leave now. Yuji thought for a while and said casually, and then he really walked straight ahead. However, just as he took a step forward, he instantly noticed something moving behind him. He quickly turned around, his eyes instantly locked on the position behind him, and the three Megatama were spinning rapidly. His face was stunned for a moment, and then a smile appeared on his face. Caught you! He rushed forward quickly, with one hand behind his back, while the other hand took the kunao and stabbed it hard towards the ground. The kunao pierced into the ground instantly, but Haori's expression changed slightly. Because there was no blood on the ground as he thought, and the feel of the kunao after it penetrated the ground was completely different. I caught you, you little Uchiha brat! Almost at this moment, the ground behind Haori suddenly cracked, and Kari's figure really appeared at this moment. He punched hard with his right hand, and the fist with chakra halo hit Yuri's body. He has been patient for so long and is waiting for now. However, when he saw Yuji staying in place without moving, it seemed that he had not even thought about dodge. He suddenly became a little alert, but he did not withdraw his fist, but controlled the strength a little. Boom! The moment his fist touched Yuji's body, a violent explosion broke out on him. However, such an explosion did not break his body. Instead, it instantly melted and turned into a surging electric current. Thunder Clone, win! Kari's face looked a little ugly, but fortunately he had withdrawn some of his strength before, which gave him a chance to turn around. He kicked the ground hard at the first moment, relying on the ground and the huge explosion caused by his punch, and quickly moved to the spot before the electric current spread to his body. Not long after he left, a huge fireball penetrated the smoke screen and hit the ground hard. The surrounding grass was quickly ignited, and the fire began to spread. In the shadow of the fire, Haori's figure quietly appeared. It's so stupid and ignorant. Several kunao appeared in Haori's hand. He calmly looked at Kari who was hiding not far away, with a trace of ridicule on his face. Those scarlet eyes looked particularly cold against the firelight. It is true that hiding underground can avoid the Sharingan's insight to a certain extent. But don't forget, as long as you make any rash moves, you can't avoid the lock of these eyes. You have nothing to hide in front of these eyes. Chapter 18. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Haori finished speaking, the kunao in his hand was quickly ejected. These kunao seemed to be thrown randomly, and even kept colliding in the air due to their flight paths. But Kari didn't dare to be careless at all. He had already been tricked by Haori, and he would never believe what this little brat would do that was meaningless. However, in his heart, he didn't call Yuji sinister. Ninjas should use their own advantages and do whatever they can to defeat their enemies. But in his heart, he was cursing those people in Uegakure who allowed him to be here. I don't even know who my opponent is, and I don't know what the configuration is. This is simply fatal. Ding, ding, ding. After the kunao in the sky collided, their flight trajectory instantly opened up, completely surrounding Kari without any blind spots. Seeing this scene, Kari's expression changed, and he quickly drew out a ninja sword. After all, he is a jounin. Even though he prefers to use the power of blood successor boundary, it does not mean that he is not good at swordsmanship. Looking at the kunao coming from the sky, Kari danced out a series of gorgeous sword flowers, accompanied by the harsh sound of metal collision, and he blocked the kunao one by one. Art fire escape ho fireball. Haori didn't stop either. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and a huge fireball roared towards Kari. Snort! Kari snorted, and while blocking the kunao, he raised his left hand forward, and chakra suddenly concentrated on his hand. Explosive escape thunder fist. Violent chakra surged around him, and the invisible shock wave spread instantly and hit Haori's fireball. In an instant, fire exploded, and he destroyed the fireball halfway. But Kari was not happy at all, because he felt that his weakness might have been caught by this Uchiha brat. There are many ways to use explosive escape, whether it is long-range blasting or melee blasting, it all evolves based on personal combat habits. Kari is a person who prefers close combat, so his explosive escape can only take advantage of closer distances. However, the embarrassing problem he encountered now was that he could only use his advantage in close proximity, but the opponent was an Uchiha with 3 Megatama. And the opponent seemed to be aware of his fighting method and consciously kept a distance to fight, but he didn't dare to get close to him. That sucks, those bastards. For a while, he was in a dilemma. There seemed to be nothing he could do except curse those who let him come over without giving him information. But his mentality is okay. This is their territory after all, and it won't be long before someone comes to support him. And Haori is just a brat, his chakra can never support such a style of play. But unfortunately, his idea was obviously going to come to nothing. Haori has indeed seen his problem, and although the tactics Haori used at this time are costly, they are definitely sustainable. After all, he is an Uchiha, and his strong spiritual power means that he has a lot of chakra, so he will not be able to hold on with a few ninjutsu. And Haori also has his own ideas. He can't waste time with Carrie here. He wants to find an opportunity to get rid of this guy as soon as possible. For a time, both of them fell into frequent pulls. While Carrie was consuming Haori, he kept trying to get close to resolve the battle, while Haori kept fighting back with shurikens, kunao and ninjutsu. Roar! Just as they were fighting fiercely, a roar like a wild beast suddenly sounded in the forest. At the same time, a strange chakra instantly spread throughout the forest. Feeling this chakra, Haori and Carrie couldn't help but pause, and then their expressions were different. Is that the tailed beast's chakra? Haori murmured, even though he had never seen the tailed beast's power explode, this chakra seemed to be deeply rooted in people's hearts, and people instantly understood what it was. The Jinhyuriki are here to guard the rear. This is a change. At this moment, Haori seemed to realize firsthand what kind of changes everything he did behind enemy lines brought to the entire war. Before this, his physical sensation was actually not deep. Although Namikaze Minato was forced to be late and Kakashi faced more enemies, everything was resolved smoothly. After that, he also received the protection of Namikaze Minato, which made his life relatively easy and did not feel like he was in danger. But now the Jinchuriki suddenly appeared and told him that their situation was worse than imagined. Explosive escape Thunder Fist. Almost at the moment when Haori was distracted, Carrie suddenly had a sinister smile on his face. He rushed over in an instant, and his fists with a halo of chakra blasted straight at Haori. Haori looked a little dazed, but his attention was still focused on the battle. It can even be said that this trace of his trance was just for hunting. The Jinhyuriki have appeared, he must end the battle faster. Almost the moment Carrie made his move, Haori's body moved quickly laterally, and at the same time he reached out his hand and grabbed Kari's wrist. Carrie lowered his head slightly, not giving him a chance to look at him, which made Haori unable to use the Sharingan illusion. But this also limits Xiao's movements, allowing him to face all this more calmly. The intimidating power of the Sharingan is evident. Snort! Carrie was not a novice, he immediately discovered Haori's intention, and the chakra in his fist began to expand and explode instantly. Seeing that this guy was about to detonate the explosive escape, Haori immediately slapped his wrist, then he quickly turned around and kicked Carrie in the stomach. Boom! A roar instantly sounded in the air, and Kari's body flew out. Although there was severe pain in his stomach, he quickly regained his balance. Kid, you have no chance. Watching Haori standing there without moving warily, Carrie suddenly spoke in a cold voice. Although I don't know how many of you there are specifically, but in our rear area, do you think you can still escape? I don't know about this kind of thing, but I can be sure of one thing. Haori looked directly at Carrie, and when he noticed that the guy tilted his head again, he couldn't help but chuckle. You can't see the final outcome. As soon as he finished speaking, Haori suddenly raised his hand. Almost instantly, Carrie suddenly felt his body tense up unconsciously. This is... Kari's face changed drastically. Under the reflection of the surrounding firelight, he realized at this moment that his body had been entangled with tiny wires without knowing it. These steel wires are difficult to see with the naked eye. They were brought here by the previous kunao and shurikens. You. Kari's expression changed greatly. He now understood why Haori immediately used ninjutsu to drive him away after throwing the kunao, just to prevent him from noticing the wires. It can be said that he was calculated from the beginning. You're dreaming of trapping me like this. Carrie roared, chakra surged crazily in his body, and a halo of chakra appeared in his fist. However, Haori controlled the steel wire, causing him to raise his head involuntarily. No need to struggle, your fate is already determined when you face the Sharingan. Almost instantly, San Magadama's Sharingan appeared in front of his eyes, and a strange power was forcibly inserted into his mind. In his consciousness, the world has changed drastically. At this moment, the sun in the sky turned into a scarlet, slowly rotating 3 Magadama Sharingan. At this moment, Yuji also quickly formed a seal, and the flames turned into a fire dragon along the steel wire and rushed towards the hunter who had fallen into a state of confusion. When the fire dragons gathered together, the hot flames instantly swallowed him up. Ah! The severe pain caused Carrie to withdraw from the illusion, and the shrill scream seemed to come from hell, resounding throughout the wilderness. Chapter 19. The shrill screams were particularly penetrating. Due to the locking and binding of the steel wires, Kari's body was constantly burning as he stood there with his hands raised. Even Yuji, who had been in the kingdom of Whirlpool for so many years, couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. But his expression was still relatively calm. He had seen worse things than this in the kingdom of Whirlpool. If you can't adapt to this world, you will be eliminated by it. Haori thought to himself, then he took out a kunai and shot it directly at Kari's heart. The scream stopped abruptly. After Yuji took a look and determined that the person was completely dead, he quickly returned to the original route. What he has to do now is to quickly find Akai and King Yi. Roar! At this moment, a deafening roar suddenly echoed through the forest. Immediately afterwards, a powerful storm swept through a large area of the forest, countless trees were cut in half, and the earth continued to tremble at this moment. Haori, who was traveling so fast, almost lost his balance, but when he looked up, he saw a scene that shocked him. I saw a huge pure white beast that looked like a fusion of a dolphin and a horse, roaring up to the sky, and opposite it was a giant toad holding a short knife and hanging a pipe. Have we reached this point? Looking at these two behemoths, Yuji couldn't help but feel a little fluttering in his heart. Even just looking at them from a distance, he could feel the powerful power contained in these two monster-like guys. Such violent force can definitely tear him into pieces easily. Boom! At the moment when Haori sighed, these two huge creatures started to move. Just a simple movement has the illusion that the earth is shaking, and their actions make the surrounding wind howl. The shock wave formed by the violent chakra and power is even more like the end of the world, making people feel desperate. This is the tailed beast, does it still have the power of Namikaze Minato? Yuji immediately changed his direction and never approached that direction, but his eyes could not help but stare at the two monsters. The joy of killing the hunter just now has been hidden by him. The hunter is very strong, but compared with the two monsters now, it is far from enough. I still need to keep working hard. Looking at the two monsters who were constantly fighting, Yuji took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his mentality. He knows his current situation, so he doesn't feel too frustrated. Strength is accumulated step by step, not achieved overnight. What's more, his own growth was already a bit simpler than others, so he didn't need to feel frustrated at all. But at this time, a fire was ignited in his heart, and he knew exactly what he wanted to do. He still needs to continue to work hard to get out of the audience and onto his own stage. Haori! At this moment, he suddenly heard someone calling him. He couldn't help but immediately turned his head and saw King Yi and Akai coming towards him quickly. Although both of them looked a little embarrassed, Haori breathed a sigh of relief. Are you two okay? No problem. When those rock ninjas saw the monster coming out, they immediately went over there. Hearing this answer, Haori nodded. With such a big movement, Iwagakure had only two choices. One was the Jinchuriki who rushed to support them immediately. One is to run away immediately, just like Haori, but now it seems that those Iwagakure chose the first one. But soon Yuri frowned slightly, and he suddenly thought of something. Although the Jinchuriki is very strong, Namikaze Minato, who is both good at flying thunder gods and mastering the sealing technique, should be able to prevent the situation from getting to this point. So, his purpose for doing this. Can you still move? An idea suddenly flashed in Yuji's mind, and he immediately asked. I'm okay. Akai was the first to say with a smile, but his smile hurt the wound, while Ai simply nodded to express that he was fine. Since there is no problem, let's continue setting off. Upon seeing this, Haori immediately ran forward. Kai and Ai looked at each other, they were still a little confused. However, when they saw Yuji in action, they immediately rushed out together regardless of their injuries. I know you are confused, so I'll make it short. I think you should know what the ultimate goal of the mission is. Haori maintained his speed, and then whispered to the two people around him. Kanabi Bridge. Aoba spoke directly, but he looked at Yuri with a somewhat complicated look. In fact, he also thought about this problem yesterday, but he has never been sure, but now it seems that his guess is absolutely correct. It's just that Haori's initial actions and subsequent escape direction fit all of this. Could it be that Haori already knew it from the moment he received the mission? That's right, it's the Konobe Bridge. Yuji nodded slightly, and his expression became serious. I'm sorry, actually I already guessed what our mission was from the beginning. But I also said that the key to this mission is Minato Jonin and the others. So in order to avoid information disclosure, I did not explain it. I understand, Haori. Aoba nodded to show that he understood, but in his heart he sighed, you really deserve to be Haori. Akai didn't say anything, but he had already firmly believed in Yuji, and he would definitely do whatever Yuji said. The situation has changed now. Even though we are facing a Jinchuriki, I don't think Minato Jounin will make such a big fuss with such a secret mission. Haori continued to speak. Although they had a long way to go, they kept approaching the bridge. And along the way, they also noticed many IWA ninjas rushing towards the bridge. So, I guess, deliberately attracting enemies so that Kakashi, or even us, can complete the mission successfully. Before Haori finished speaking, AI reacted instantly. Yes, the IWA ninja went to support the tailed beasts when you were fighting just now. This should be a proof. Yuji nodded and looked ahead. Although the ground was roaring, he could still hear some sounds of fighting. And when we came here, we also saw a lot of IWA ninja rushing towards the bridge, so our mission should also be adjusted. When necessary, we need to blow up the bridge ourselves. Are you ready? Blow up the bridge yourself? Hearing Haori's words, Akai and AI couldn't help but look at each other, and then they all looked at Haori. Neither of them spoke, but there was no fear in their eyes, and they were completely filled with determination. I think I understand. Haori couldn't help but smile and nodded when he saw the expressions of the two, and then his expression turned serious. We're here, get ready to fight. They rushed out of the forest in one step, and a bridge appeared in front of them. In front of the bridge, dozens of IWA ninjas gathered there. The thunder in Kakashi's hand kept shining and they were fighting fiercely. Nohara Lin stood behind him and remained vigilant. They could not break through at all. Haori, you guys. And when the three of them arrived, everyone stopped involuntarily. Kakashi quickly retreated, while Nohara Lin looked at the three of them in surprise. Three brats are here again. Are you left in Konoha? IWA ninja saw that although there was some commotion among the three people in Haori, they soon stabilized, and one IWA ninja even spoke coldly. Haori nodded slightly to Lin, and then looked at the IWA ninja in front of him. After a while, he suddenly showed a smile. I don't know if there is no one, but the IWA ninja I met before was much more humble than you. His name seems to be Carry. How is it possible for Carry? What happened to him? Hearing the name Carry, there was a commotion involuntarily on the IWA ninja side, and one IWA ninja couldn't help but ask. Since I'm here, haven't I already explained everything? Yuji's eyes turned scarlet, and he took a slight step forward. He is dead now. Chapter 20. Died? After hearing what Yuri said, all the IWA ninja present were unwilling to believe it. They all knew the name of Carry. He was an elite member of the explosive force. How could he die in the hands of a kid? But what left them speechless was that Carry did indeed participate in this interception mission, and the brats in front of them did indeed break through. More importantly, they all noticed Haori's scarlet eyes, which seemed to silently enhance his persuasiveness. No one dares to question the power of the Sharingan, even on a kid. Are you timid? Haori continued to walk slowly towards the group of rock ninjas. He made a gesture quietly as he walked, and at the same time he kept adjusting his breathing. Kakashi and others behind him, who originally wanted to persuade him to stop, paused and did not act rashly. It seems you are really scared. Haori continued to walk forward, his aura getting stronger and stronger, and his chakra was already boiling in his body. And the three megatama in his eyes also began to rotate rapidly, and at this moment his vision became particularly clear. If you want to reach the ultimate level of Sharingan, the best way is to forcibly improve it through mental stimulation. But mental stimulation may not be very effective for Haori. Maybe he hasn't encountered any unbearable pain yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had 2 megatama in the country of Whirlpool for so many years. In addition to mental stimulation, it is to practice yin escape to enhance one's mental strength, read books and materials to supplement it, and polish it through battles. Haori got some simple yin escape training from King Yi, but he didn't have the time to do it on the battlefield. So for him currently, the best way is only the last one. I must calm down and practice hard after I go back. Also, I don't know what that Uchiha's ultimate weapon can bring to me. Yuji thought silently in his heart, and his power reached its peak at this moment. Boom! In the distance, Namikaze Minato's toad was still fighting madly with the five tails. The earth continued to tremble during the fight between the two monsters, and the roar was endless. Along with such a roar, Yuji began to slowly speed up his pace, and his scarlet eyes seemed to bloom with a strange color. The oppressive atmosphere began to spread among the rock ninjas, and the roar and the glance of the scarlet eyes gave them a feeling of palpitations. Just watching Yuji get closer and closer, the taunting words from before seemed to start to echo in his ears. Come on, let's kill him. Finally, one of the IWA ninjas seemed unable to bear it any longer, and he suddenly roared angrily. And with this roar, all the rock ninjas erupted. They all took out their weapons and rushed towards Yuji with roars. Akai, you and King Yi act quickly. When Kakashi saw this scene, he immediately took out a scroll and said, I will cooperate with Yuji, and the task of blowing up the bridge will be left to you. This. Akai and Aoba didn't expect Kakashi to be so decisive, but they quickly took the scroll and nodded. No problem, leave it to us. Yuji's gesture just now was to tell them to attract their attention and let them cooperate at any time. The two of them took a deep breath, and immediately found the right moment to move. Attracted by Yuji, there are not many people they need to face. As long as Yuji and the others can contain them, they are confident to complete the mission. So, upon seeing this, Kakashi formed a seal with his hands, and the Chidori's thunder appeared in his hands again. In fact, he was also a little anxious in his heart. Although Haori's way of attracting enemies with himself was good, it also put himself in danger. And Kakashi doesn't think how far one person can achieve it. Although the strength of these rock ninjas in front of them are all average, because most of the elites are on the front line, they can't stand up to the large number of others. We must cooperate with Yuji as soon as possible, otherwise. Kakashi thought silently, but when his Chidori was just ready, he saw a scene that he would never forget. This feeling. Seeing the IWA ninja rushing towards him quickly, he felt a strange feeling for some reason. His eyes can clearly see the movements of most of the IWA ninjas present. Although I can't see everything, I can't instantly understand all the intentions of these rock ninjas. But he can roughly guess the direction of these people's attacks and can figure out the possible trajectory of these people's attacks. This is enough for him. Ah! Figures intertwined, and a rock ninja screamed, and his chest was pierced by a kunai at some point. And such screams were just the beginning. When Yuri completely rushed into the crowd, such screams continued one after another. Facing the large number of IWA ninja, Haori was like a dragon swimming among the crowd. His movements were simple to the extreme, and he was able to strike continuously while moving around. From a distance, he looked as graceful as a dance. However, every rock ninja who came into contact with him was knocked down. Moreover, Yuji also saw Akai and the others passing by, and he knew that he had to act more ruthlessly. Among the crowd, he easily dodged the attack of an IWA ninja in front of him, but the kunai in his hand had already penetrated into the body of the IWA ninja next to him. Immediately, he grabbed the body of the IWA ninja and blocked it behind him, and at the same time took the kunai from the IWA ninja's hand with one hand. Ding! With a metallic clang, his kunai blocked the attack of an IWA nin in front of him, and the IWA nin behind him had already been nailed to several kunai. His knees hit forward quickly, and the IWA ninja in front of him suddenly felt a cramp in his abdomen, and the next second, the IWA ninja felt a coolness on his neck. Go to hell! This IWA ninja was dealt with, and another IWA ninja had already come to his side, raising his ninja sword high and slashing at him fiercely. Haori frowned slightly, but his expression remained calm. Although his blind spots are still behind him and on his flanks, his reaction speed is fast enough, and his own speed can make up for this shortcoming. With a quick turn, Yuji instantly avoided the knife. At the same time, he lowered his body and dodged the knife from the top of his head again. He quickly slid to the front of an IWA ninja, and without waiting for the IWA ninja to react, he stabbed upwards with the kunai in his hand. Puff! With a muffled sound, the kunai penetrated directly through the guy's chin. Forming a seal with one hand, Haori's scarlet eyes turned slightly, and the substitution technique and illusion technique were activated instantly. An IWA ninja who had just rushed in front of him was stunned on the spot, and then he had changed positions with Haori. "I'll lend you the sword." Without any explanation, Haori took the ninja sword out of the IWA nin's hand, and the IWA nin had already been killed by his teammates. Wandering among the dozens of IWA ninjas, Haori performed with ease. Even though there were times when he looked in danger, he was absolutely dominant from beginning to end. And these IWA ninjas were seriously injured and killed by Haori's attacks, and their morale plummeted. They couldn't understand why so many of them could be so helpless in front of one person. Roar! The five tails in the distance were still roaring, and the earth was still trembling. But at this moment, it was not just the earth that was trembling, but also their hearts. "Is that all you have?" Knocking down an IWA ninja to the ground again, Haori also stopped as he looked at the IWA ninja who didn't seem to dare to rush forward again. In fact, he was already feeling tired, his concentration was high, and using the Sharingan with all his strength also made him a little dizzy. However, he still did not maintain a calm posture, calmly allowing himself to calm down a little. Boom, boom, boom. But at this moment, a series of explosions suddenly sounded. The explosion stirred up a cloud of dust that filled the surrounding area, and the bridge behind them slowly collapsed as flames hit them. The ground trembled even more fiercely at this moment, and everyone present understood what this meant. Surrounded by smoke and firelight, Haori dropped his ninja sword casually, crossed his hands across his chest, and stared at the ashen-faced IWA nin with his scarlet eyes. "It seems that everything is over. You Uegaku really have no one left." Chapter 21. Is this all true? Late at night, inside the Konoha camp. After Jiraiya listened to the details of the mission, he looked at Namikaze Minato in front of him in stunned silence. When Uchiha saw his disciple nodding seriously, he couldn't hold himself tight for a while. That Uchiha Haori is too capable of causing trouble, right? This time the mission was successful, and it can be said to be very successful. Especially Team Haori and Kakashi were brought back by Minato. It can be said that Konoha really won. Although, there are losses. Except for these two teams, the other teams that entered behind enemy lines can basically be judged to have been destroyed. But how could there be no losses in the war, and compared with Konoha's gains, this loss is really nothing. It's just that the details of this operation were so outrageous, especially the extraordinary performance of Haori's team, which left Jiraiya speechless. "Jiraiya-sensei, I know you are surprised, but I am actually more surprised than you." Namikaze Minato looked at Jiraiya who was in a daze, he shook his head and spoke with a smile. "However, Haori's ability has indeed been underestimated by us. I have communicated with him, and I can conclude that he knew the purpose of our mission from the moment he received it. So, he will speed up and directly raid a large supply point, and that supply point happens to have a large number of detonating symbols." Jiraiya rubbed his head and said helplessly. "Yes." Namikaze Minato nodded. He had already asked Kai and Aoba, and the answers he got were extremely consistent. Haori really just wanted to raid the stronghold to attract Uegaku, but he didn't expect that there were so many detonating charms in that place. If they hadn't been lucky, they would have been blown up there. And the impact of this big explosion can be said to have really accelerated the process of the war. It clearly tells all the rock ninjas on the front lines that your hinterland has been penetrated by us, and we can cause huge damage at will. Although it is undeniable that this explosion also brought bad luck to other teams, and even Kakashi's team was affected. But for the front line, the impact of this incident is entirely positive. Because it greatly boosted the morale of the front line, it also deeply affected the morale of Uegaku, and even gave Konoha a great victory. Although the flaws are not concealed, they may have considered me during the escape process, so they brought many enemies to Kakashi. Looking at Jiraiya who was still deep in thought, Namikaze Minato hesitated for a moment, and finally continued simply and straightforwardly. But it is undeniable that what they did also saved Kakashi and the others. And in the subsequent actions, he even killed Kari, arrived at the Konobe bridge in time and killed more than 10 ninjas stationed there, and finally completed the mission. That guy Kari is also dead, and he killed so many people. Jiraiya could understand what Namikaze Minato meant, but at this moment, he was still reviewing everything Haori had done in his mind. "Jiraiya, the guy like Kari, naturally knew that this elite of Iwagakure had brought a lot of casualties to Konoha. Now he was actually killed by Haori, and Haori also eliminated more than 10 stationed IWA nin at one time. It can even be said that without Haori, the mission of blowing up the bridge would not have been so smooth, which made Jiraiya really emotional. It's normal for him to go find you. Although he was feeling sad, Jiraiya also knew that he had other things to deal with, especially what his disciple had said before. He raised his head and glanced at Minato before continuing with a smile. He has already guessed the details of the mission, and it's not a big deal to rely on you when he encounters big trouble. But there is no need to write this conjecture into the report, just say that he accidentally met Kakashi while avoiding Iwagakure's pursuit. I understand, sensei. Namikaze Minato couldn't help laughing when he heard this. You kid, you are playing tricks on me. Jiraiya glanced at his disciple angrily, then laughed and cursed. Okay, let's pass on all the achievements of the mission and make everyone happy. Haori is so great and has done so many things, we can't bury others. Uchiha is also our ninja of Konoha. All we have to do is be responsible for the affairs on the battlefield. As for other headaches, leave them to the people who deserve them. Is teacher. The smile on Namikaze Minato's face became even brighter. He had always known that his teacher seemed unreliable sometimes. But when it comes to serious matters, the most trustworthy person is your teacher. The early morning sun had just fallen on the earth. In a camp in the grass country forest, Haori sat up from the simple wooden bed. Looking at the simple but obviously man-made environment around him, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Suddenly, a feeling of relaxation filled his body. It is finally over. Although it was only a few days, and he had to admit that these few days were not that dangerous to him. But in such an environment where you can encounter enemies at any time, life is really not easy. And at this time, he couldn't help but think of yesterday's battle. That kind of fighting experience was indeed extremely enjoyable, and the feeling of being in control of everything made him have endless aftertaste. He seems to understand now why Uchiha Madara's fighting is as stunning as art. Putting aside Madara's living environment during the Warring States period, in addition to allowing him to hone his incredible body skills, the power of the Sharingan is really indispensable. The power of the Sharingan is really unimaginable. Uchiha Madara can dance among tens of thousands of people with just 3 Megatama. However, it had only been a few days since Haori had raised his eyes to 3 Megatama, and he could move freely among dozens of ninjas while activating these eyes with all his strength. Such power is truly unimaginable. Haori is now even more looking forward to what kind of effect these eyes can achieve after he continues to improve them. In addition, he is also longing for the power of kaleidoscope. After all, for the future, the power of kaleidoscope is the basic self-protection ability. But yesterday was a bit adventurous. Although she was very excited inside, Haori was still relatively calm. Thinking back to yesterday's battle, he was breaking out in a cold sweat. Although he didn't have to worry about what those IWA ninjas would do to him, Namikaze Minato was actually fighting the 5 tails. Fortunately, Namikaze Minato was able to contain them well and the 5 tails did not hit them with a tailed beast Dama. And he took them away before Wuvai had any idea, otherwise he would really have to kick his legs and live in peace with the world. You still need to be more careful in the future. Yuji stood up. He felt full of energy after getting enough rest, and he didn't want to lie here all the time. Haori, are you awake? But he had just stood up when a voice suddenly sounded behind him. Is it you, Lin, and Kakashi? Yuji turned around and glanced, then smiled and nodded. Don't you want to take a little more rest? Lin asked with some concern, while Kakashi nodded quietly. Haori's performance yesterday was really deeply imprinted in his heart. That elegant and art-like fighting style was unforgettable. And it was because of Haori's timely support and strong attack that this mission could be successfully completed. I'm in good spirits now, but I don't want to lie down all the time. Haori wanted to say, why do you have to sleep for a long time in life? You will sleep forever after death, but after thinking about it, he still didn't say it. After all, in this world, there is such a thing as reincarnation, and you may not sleep forever after death. But it's okay to go out for a walk, but Yuri, you have to be prepared. After Lin heard Yuji's words, she thought about it for a while before speaking with a smile. Now, everyone knows about you. Yuji looked at Lin and was stunned for a moment. Ah! Chapter 22. Are you Haori-kun? Thank you very much for everything. That damn hunter killed my teammate. It's really amazing. If it weren't for you, maybe this war wouldn't last long. Thanks. In the Konoha camp, almost all the Konoha ninjas who stayed here took the initiative to say hello to him after seeing him. Such enthusiasm, and such clearly visible kindness, even though Lin had warned him, still caught him by surprise. However, he still kept smiling and responded to everyone who was kind to you. This is the basic quality of life. And soon Haori basically got used to it and understood what was going on. Although the mission they performed was classified, as the war situation became clearer now, such results could boost morale. Even if there is a huge deviation in the development of this mission, we will still vigorously publicize it on the front line. As a war hero, Haori would have a great scholar to defend me even if he didn't say anything. Not only him, but others too. Kai and King Yi seemed to be unable to bear such enthusiasm and had already gone into hiding. But this is normal. After all, the commander of the battlefield in Grass Country is Jiraiya. In fact, Haori has always been very self-aware. Even if he wants to progress, he still needs to consider under whom he can progress. Although Jiraiya is really outrageous sometimes, he is also an idealist, and many times his ideas are too beautiful. But it is undeniable that when it comes to serious matters like this, he can really withstand it and he can really get through it. The most important thing is that Jiraiya himself has no ill intentions towards Uchiha. Everyone is a Konoha ninja, so he will naturally treat everyone equally. Of course, this is also in the camp. It's hard to say what it will be like when we return to Konoha. Haori, how do you feel? Nohara Lin waited for Haori to greet the ninjas one by one, then she asked with a smile on her face. This is the treatment only heroes receive. A hero? Haori smiled and shook his head, aren't you guys the same? No, if it weren't for you I'd be dead. Kakashi, who was walking behind Haori and Lin, shook his head. You saved me twice on the battlefield. If you hadn't come here, the mission would have been difficult to complete. But speaking of it, Haori, you have changed so much and your strength has become so strong. I remember when you were in school, you didn't seem to be a top student. You guy. Hearing Kakashi's words, Haori almost collapsed. His grades in the ninja school were indeed not ideal. That's just in school. No matter how bad I am, I won't fall to the bottom. Yes, I was the last one at the beginning. Nohara Lin suddenly chuckled at this time, but she paused before she finished speaking. Not only him, but Kakashi on the side also became silent at this time, obviously they all thought of Obito. Seeing the situation of the two of them, Haori couldn't help but shook his head. Although he drank the chicken soup in time, it seems that the chicken soup is not enough now. If this guy Obito really dies, then he will really be a hero for life. Even if they are not heroes of Konoha, they are still heroes belonging to Kakashi and Lin. But unfortunately, Obito's selfish character is doomed to tragedy, and he may only care about these two people in his heart. And after he met Uchiha Madara, once the dark emotions were released, no one could wash them away unless he encountered the mouth escape like another god. Sorry, I lost my temper. Just when Haori was wondering what to say, Lin suddenly shook her head and said. Obito's situation is sad, but he is also a hero who made sacrifices for a better future for us. It's not just him, there are other people too. Without their contribution, naturally nothing would be possible today. Haori, you said that we must carry their will and live well. I think I understand what you mean. Oh, yes. Kakashi also came to his senses at this moment. He reached out his hand and touched his eyes, sighing softly. They are the heroes, and there are many heroes like Obito. We really shouldn't wallow in sadness, we should remember them and work hard to create a better future. Just like what you said, Haori, when we go to the Pure Land, if Obito asks us about the changes in the world and the splendor of each of us, can't we just say that we have spent this life in guilt and sadness? This would be a huge disservice to Obito and all of them. Is this a self-guided strategy? When Yuji saw this scene, he was stunned for a moment. He thought the chicken soup was not effective. Now it seems that chicken soup is not only effective, but also very effective. Haori, thank you. Just when Yuji was thinking wildly, Lin suddenly turned around and said sincerely to Yuji. You thank me too much. Haori shook his head, and he suddenly reached out and put his hands on Lin and Kakashi's shoulders at the same time, and then he said with a smile. You two have been saying thank you constantly since the mission was launched until now. Have you forgotten, we are friends? Friends? Kakashi and Lin were stunned for a moment when they heard this, and then they both smiled. Yes, we are friends. The country of grass, in the underground laboratory. Madara looked at Obito, who had been injected with white Zetsu cells and was covered in bandages, and his thoughts were complicated for a moment. Haori's performance was better than he expected, especially seeing that kid use his wisdom and tactics to solve a difficult enemy. Later, with his superb strength, he defeated more than 10 enemies in one fell swoop, which is enough to show Haori's comprehensiveness. Especially when he was dancing alone among the enemies, Uchiha Madara himself was in a trance at that time. Because, he seemed to see himself. This is Uchiha. Even as proud as he was, he couldn't help but sigh at this moment. On the other hand, Obito, apart from being able to reach the second Megatama level with his eyes open, this kid's performance in the land of grass is really not worth mentioning. It's just, why do you have to be so smart? Madara sighed slightly. After his continuous observation, he was completely sure of Haori's intelligence. Not to mention the previous performance, in the end, just by relying on the duel between Namikaze Minato and the five-tailed Jinchuriki, he guessed its purpose and decisively sent reinforcements. This point is definitely not comparable to Obito. And this kind of intelligence is what Uchiha Madara least wants to see. Forget it, although it's a pity, there are some things that you can't force, but you can still make use of them. Madara calmed down a little, and he was too lazy to think about it anymore. He had already injected white Zetsu cells into Obito, which was considered his determination. And compared to Haori's uncertainty, Obito has better control, and Madara can more clearly determine the direction in which Obito opens his eyes. That's no Hara-rin. Although he didn't understand why Obito was so obsessed with this girl. But as an Uchiha, it was hard for him to comment. Every Uchiha has their own love in their heart, maybe Obito's love is in this girl. But unfortunately, this girl obviously has a better relationship and closer relationship with that Yuri. As long as it is done properly, Obito will never, ever go back, and it is impossible to go back. Lin. While Madara was thinking, suddenly he heard a slight sound. Turning his head, he saw that Obito, who was lying on the bed and fell unconscious, was calling this name continuously. This suddenly made Madara's somewhat calm emotions become complicated again, and it took him a while before he shook his head. Is it that profound? But this is fine. Chapter 23. After staying in the camp for a few days, Yuji's team finally received a new transfer order, and he can now return to the village. Yuji has been living well in the camp these days, but the enthusiasm of these ninjas in the camp makes Yuji and others a little unbearable. Regardless of whether Haori killed Carry of the demolition force, this guy had no idea how much blood of Konoha ninja was stained on his hands. Still, he helped complete the task of blowing up the bridge, which made the situation of the war extremely clear, and the dawn of victory was right in front of him. These are exciting things, and these are the reasons why they respect Haori particularly. Therefore, their excitement and enthusiasm are perfectly normal. Even if they know that Haori can leave the battlefield and return to the village, they don't think there is any problem. Haori and the others have already done so much behind enemy lines, and it can even be said that they have laid the foundation for victory. The rest can be left to them. I have to say that ordinary ninjas are indeed very cute, and I have to say that the publicity given by Jiraiya is really strong. However, when Haori knew that she could return to the village and that Kakashi and Lin were also on the list, she was still stunned. No, are you leaving now? What about Obito? However, after Yuji thought about it for a while, he realized that all this did not seem to conflict. Obito has only been injured for a long time, almost half of his body was amputated. Even if he has white Zetsu cells, he needs to recover from such an injury. In Haori's mind, he recalled the time when Obito was recovering from his injuries, which showed that Lin's death did not happen after the war in the land of grass. After all, Obito can't move, and no matter how exquisite the design is, he can't make this happen. And I remember, it seems that Konoha and Uegakure are still negotiating, and this time it is Konoha's unilateral concession. Although he had traveled a long time and his memory was not so clear, he still remembered the negotiation to some extent. Konoha admitted all of Uegakure's actions and gave up the right to demand compensation. Such conditions seemed extremely outrageous. Because of this condition, Danzo even yelled angrily at Sarutobi Hiruzen, which finally led to an extremely important matter. The third Hokage assumes the responsibility for the war and chooses to abdicate. The content of the negotiation is from the 569th episode of the anime, I did not write it randomly. It's not surprising that Haori can think of these things, after all, he himself is deeply involved in the war. Now it seems that a lot of things happened during this negotiation. For example, the secret of Orochimaru's first human experiment was exposed, causing him to lose his qualifications as a candidate. In addition, Madara may have caused Kirigakure to take action under the pretense of sabotaging the negotiation, and finally completed Obito's transformation. And Uegakure had to sit at the negotiation table because of Namikaze Minato's deterrence and his own current dilemma, which ultimately made Namikaze Minato famous. It seems I still have time to do a lot of things. Yuji thought silently in his heart that he had not forgotten his main mission, and at the same time he had not forgotten that he still had a side mission that he had not completed. Haori will never stop trying to defeat Fugaku Uchiha. After all, this is related to his main mission and his own life. He will not allow this guy to continue no matter what. But to defeat him, Yuji must be fully prepared. It's hard to say that this guy also has the Mangekyo Sharingan, and he is also the nominal leader of the clan. It's really not an easy thing to deal with him. And what Yuji wants to do is not just as simple as replacing him. You have become the clan leader, why don't you make the whole family obey? It's not that simple to do this. After all, there are two major factions in the Uchiha clan. Power. Haori sighed softly, and at the same time he couldn't help but secretly scold Uchiha Fugaku for being a waste. Having the power to deal with these things but not doing anything is really unreasonable for this family to remain immortal. Haori, what's wrong with you? Just as Yuji was thinking, Lin's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Everyone is ready, how are you doing here? Well, I'm ready, I'm just thinking about something else. Although his mind was filled with random thoughts, Yuji quickly got rid of such emotions. Turning his head, he saw Kakashi, Kai and Aoba standing outside the door, waiting for him. Let's go. Haori stood up, then smiled and said to Lin. By the way, where is Minato Jonin? Doesn't he plan to go back? The teacher said he needs to stay for a few days to determine the situation here, and then he will go back. Lin shook her head, then she seemed to think of something and smiled. But the teacher asked me to convey that if Haori is in a hurry, she can just contact Kushina-sensei directly. After the teacher returns, he will also visit us. Is that so? Thank you very much. When Yuji heard this, he nodded happily. He had always been thinking about the Uzumaki clan's ancestral home, and wanted to see if there was anything worth digging in there. Namikaze Minato always remembers this incident, which makes Haori very grateful, and he is also a truly good person. Completed the side mission, assist Minato team in blowing up the Konobe Bridge. Get rewards, Mount Miyamu Sage Mode and practice methods. Madara-sama, they have returned to Konoha. In the basement of the Land of Grass, Madara was still thinking about how Obito would open his eyes in the future, but now White Zetsu appeared again. Although Madara already has a very clear idea, which is to use Obito's love to transform him. In the end, Obito was completely corrupted and could never escape his control. But there are many details that need to be thought about carefully in order to build a perfect plan. When it comes to things like opening his eyes, Madara knows that he must not be careless. If he doesn't handle it well, the whole game will be lost. Have you returned to Konoha? That's fine. Obito, the brat, still needs to recover. Although Madara was a little dissatisfied with Baizetsu's sudden appearance, he just nodded. If nothing else, Konoha and Uegakure should start negotiations, and this war will be over. Why are they negotiating? Baizetsu blinked, his intelligence didn't quite understand what Madara said. Don't think so much, just do your own thing. I need to be quiet. Madara glanced at Baizetsu, then closed his eyes and ignored this guy. Baiju's IQ has always been very low, which he has long been accustomed to, and he is not surprised that Baiju can be so stupid. After all, it was conceived with Senju Hashirama's cells, so it's not surprising that his IQ is almost the same as that of his old friend. Lin. Madara just wanted to be quiet, but he was always interrupted by some accidents. After finally getting Baizetsu to shut up, he turned around to Obito who was still unconscious and started again. Stop yelling, no one will care about you. Madara frowned, and finally spoke impatiently. His words seemed to have some effect. Obito paused and indeed stopped calling Lin. But the silence didn't last long before he spoke again. And when he spoke this time, Madara really couldn't hold himself tight. Kakashi. Chapter 24. Namikaze Minato is indeed a good man. Immortal mode is probably the best ability he has achieved so far. Although Hayori received Obito's space talent from Kakashi, this thing has not yet been realized. He himself doesn't know how this ability works and what kind of effect it will show. Perhaps this talent will not be revealed until his kaleidoscope is turned on. But the immortal mode is different. This is instant combat power. And it is a power that can be used from the early stage all the way to the later stage. It's just that Namikaze Minato's Sage mode has some stability issues. Namikaze Minato said in the original work that he was not very good at Sage mode, and Hayori thought it was because of his self-effacement. After all, as soon as this guy finished speaking, he activated the Sage mode and the Nine Tails Chakram mode at the same time, which almost made Hayori stunned. But after gaining his ability, Yuji seemed to understand what was going on. To put it simply, Namikaze Minato's efficiency in fusing natural chakra is not very high. This resulted in him being limited in how long he could maintain it during combat, so it made sense for him to say that he was not good at it and had never used it in actual combat during his lifetime. But the reincarnation of the Dirty Land is different, not to mention the infinite chakra that allows him to condense all the time, and the immortal body gives him unlimited room for trial and error. This is why he let himself go so freely and used the Flying Thunder God crazily. But fortunately, there is a way to practice it. I can just slowly think of a way in the future. Walking on the road back to Konoha, Hayori watched Akai dragging Kakashi in front of him to compete. Aoba helplessly judged them on the side, while Lin followed him with a smile on her face, and he no longer thought about this problem. It's good if he can use it at this stage, and the immortal mode is the power he needs to obtain in the future. Now getting it directly is basically equivalent to overtaking in a corner. After all, Hayori has a very good teacher, and he can completely improve his own strength by referring to Madara's power structure. I'm finally back. Standing at the edge of the forest, looking at the distant Konoha leaves and the towering Hokage rock, Lin couldn't help but sigh. Kakashi and Akai also stopped playing and looked at Konoha in the distance quietly. Although this mission didn't last long, even when they were behind enemy lines, they didn't encounter many enemies. But the memories these days brought to them were very profound, especially for Akai and King Yi. They all knew that the reason why all this made them feel relaxed was entirely because of Yuri. If it wasn't for Hayori, how could they have come back so easily and even gotten the title of Konoha hero? Not only them, but Kakashi and Lin also feel this way. It's just that this time they didn't say thank you anymore. Just as Yuri said, they had already thanked them too much. There are some things that you just have to keep in mind forever. Let's have a game. Suddenly, Kakashi, who had been tortured by Akai, suddenly smiled and said, "How about we compete to see who reaches Konoha first?" Why? Kakashi's words instantly made others feel a little baffled, which was not something Kakashi could say. But Akai became excited instantly and shouted loudly. "Okay, come on, but what about the last one? There is no punishment, you can compete if you want, start now." Unexpectedly, Kakashi spoke directly, and then he ran out. "Damn it, wait for me." Upon seeing this, Akai followed immediately. Yamashiro Ai glanced at Hayori and Nohara Rin, and he suddenly laughed too. "You two, slow down and wait for me. These guys." Seeing the people scattered like birds and beasts, Yuji suddenly felt dumbfounded. Turning his head, Yuji looked at Lin, who had lowered her head. For some reason, he thought of Obito. Kakashi creates opportunities, and Lin is shy on the side. In this situation, I'm afraid Obito is really dead, and can he get up in anger? It actually turned into this. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage rubbed his eyes and then put down the documents in his hands. This document was sent by Jiraiya, and the content is self-evident. To be honest, the third Hokage is very happy now because the war is finally over. But at the same time, he was a little shocked inside because this was not the way he imagined it would end. If it weren't for Jiraiya's signature on this document, he would have doubted whether it was a fake. Did that Yuji grow up so fast? Regarding Hayori, the third Hokage still knew. This kid's parents were killed in the war, and although his performance in school was average, he turned on his Sharingan on the battlefield. At the same time, he also started a counterattack, and gradually transformed from the former poor student to the Uchiha genius. It's just that no matter how talented Hayori is, the Sandome doesn't think he is more powerful than Kakashi. But now it seems that Kakashi can still surprise people endlessly, but he seems a lot more ordinary in front of this kid. 3 Megatama Sharingan. Through intelligence, the Sandame already knew that Haori's eyes had been improved. Such progress is indeed impressive, and not to mention Haori's achievements, his existence is also a reflection of Konoha's strength. But the problem is that Haori's background is a little complicated, and the person behind him is that guy Setsuna Uchiha. Uchiha Setsuna is too extreme. Thinking of that guy gave the third Hokage a headache, and even his teacher threw the guy into prison. If the teacher hadn't left, he would also need Uchiha's power, otherwise this guy would never get out of prison. Haori is his person, and it is really difficult for the third generation not to have a headache. And apart from Haori, he had something even more troublesome, and that was Kakashi's eyes. Uchiha people are really crazy. When he thought about this, the third Hokage couldn't help but burst into laughter. Obito died in battle to save Kakashi, which is indeed a touching thing. But you will die when you die, why should you give your eyes to Kakashi? As Kakashi's gift for becoming a Jonin? Is it because Uchiha's tutoring is bad, or are you really hopelessly stupid? This guy has not considered the consequences of doing this at all, or does he have no idea what kind of consequences this will bring? The ninja world has always peaked at the Sharingan, but has never succeeded. On the one hand, it is difficult to obtain these eyes, and on the other hand, it is too difficult to fuse. As a result, you directly created a mobile experimental body for reference by the entire ninja world, right? And when you do this, have you considered that your family will tolerate it and let it go? I hope Uchiha won't cause any problems at this time. Although he was full of anger and had a lot of problems, Sandai could only bite the bullet and solve them. At the same time, he could only think of some happy things to relieve his inner restlessness. Fortunately, as long as Uegakure can't hold on and agrees to negotiate, the war will be over. However, it is also time to consider a new Hokage, Orochimaru. The Sandame had already expected that he would be responsible for the war losses, so now he was already thinking about the fourth Hokage. But when he thought of Orochimaru, he suddenly became depressed again. After Orochimaru returned to Konoha, he entered the laboratory directly and seemed to be at peace. But he knew that his disciple had participated in the wood release research project led by Danzo and had been stopped by him. And recently, he also got some information from the Anbu. Orochimaru quietly took away some prisoners of war, and the last person did not know where they went. This incident made him a little uneasy, because as Hokage, there can be no stain. For a moment, the Sandame had an even greater headache. He really didn't expect that there would be so many troubles after the war. Chapter 25. You're here, Yuri. Master Elder. In a house belonging to the Uchiha clan, Haori looked at the old man in front of him and bowed slightly, even though he was somewhat unhappy inside. He had just returned to the village and said goodbye to Kakashi and others. He was brought here directly before he even returned to his home. The reason is also very simple. Setsuna Uchiha, the great elder, wants to see him. This situation reminded him of the time he met Uchiha Fugaku a few days ago. But last time, he got a brand new main quest. Sit down, you don't have to be so polite. At this moment, Uchiha was holding a teapot and making tea, and there was a bird cage hanging on the tree next to him. A beautiful little bird is hopping around in the cage, which makes him look like an ordinary old man. When he saw Yuji come in, he nodded slightly to signal Yuji to sit down, and then he asked. Haori, do you want tea? Thank you, elder. No need. Yuji shook his head. He didn't know what the elder's purpose was for coming to see him at this time. And he didn't like this elder either. After all, he had not forgotten that he was forcibly bound and publicized by this elder. Young people may not be used to drinking tea now, but believe me, you will like it after you reach a certain age. Uchiha shook his head slightly for a moment, then he took a sip of tea and then looked at Haori. You performed very well this time, and now your story is spread everywhere in the village. Sharingan Hero is such a beautiful title. Thank you, elder. Haori was actually a little surprised when he heard these words. He really didn't expect that his deeds on the front line had spread in Konoha. But if you think about it carefully, it seems understandable that Konoha was caught in the middle of the map and beaten, and suffered heavy losses. At this time, no matter who completes that task, I'm afraid it will be vigorously publicized to boost morale. What's more, when the ninjas on the front line come back, this matter will spread sooner or later. Konoha might as well promote it directly and openly. And Yuji seemed to have guessed what the elder was looking for now. Unfortunately, you are not the only one who is the Sharingan hero. Uchiha put down the cup and looked at Haori quietly. And one of them is a dead person, and one is not from the Uchiha clan. Sure enough, just as Haori thought, after his deeds spread in Konoha, another incident will inevitably arise. That was Kakashi and Obito. By passing on the blood of one family to others, what Obito did could no longer be described as stupid. The Sharingan has always been looked at, but due to adaptation issues and Uchiha's strength, few people dare to do it. But now that there is a successful case like Kakashi, I am afraid that more people will be eager to become the next Kakashi. For example, Danzo Shimura, he probably got the inspiration after seeing Kakashi's success. My lord, I'm sorry. Haori thought for a moment, and took on the attitude of playing charades with Namikaze Minato behind enemy lines, and then slowly spoke. But I am only a Chunin, and Minato Jounin was also present at the time. He said he would visit Uchiha on another day. Is that so? Setsuna Uchiha still looked at Haori calmly, and it took him a while before he nodded. Then what do you think Konoha's attitude will be when Namikaze Minato visits Uchiha, and what will be the clan leader's attitude? Sir Elder, I am just a Chunin. Haori frowned and emphasized again. In fact, Konoha's attitude is already somewhat obvious, otherwise he would not publicize it like this. Make this matter a reality and then talk about it slowly, so that no matter what the final result is, Konoha will not fall into the disadvantage of public opinion. Retaining the Sharingan means following the will of the deceased and does not give people the feeling of taking away the secrets of the blood family. Losing the Sharingan means that Uchiha completely disregards a hero's dying will, and at the same time Konoha respects the family's choice. Occupying the high ground of morality and public opinion, no matter what the outcome, the loser will only be Uchiha. Haori would never drain such a pool of muddy water. If there was any problem, it would definitely be Uchiha Fugaku's problem. After all, Uchiha Fugaku is a lunatic who seeks wealth, and sent Haori to the battlefield without understanding the mission. With this kind of filial piety approach, don't blame Haori for triggering a new main quest. For a moment, the two of them were silent, except for the chirping of the bird. It seems that Haori you don't want to talk too much about this issue. After a while, Setsuna Uchiha shook his head in disappointment. He picked up a cup of tea and took a sip, then spoke quietly. I heard that you showed extraordinary intelligence behind enemy lines, but it doesn't matter if you don't want to say more. As you said, you are just a Chunin. Having said this, Uchiha paused slightly for a moment, and then his eyes became a little serious. But I need to tell you something, no matter what you think, you belong to Uchiha. Your strength, your bloodline, and even everything you have now are all given to you by your family. I hope you can think more from the perspective of your family in the future and put family honor as your top priority. You are a smart man, I think you understand what I mean. After saying these words, Uchiha Setsuna picked up the teacup again, while Haori frowned slightly. This old man seemed to be much more sensitive than he thought. However, Yuji quickly smiled. Even though he was sensitive, he seemed to be sensitive in the wrong direction. I understand what the elder means. I have always been proud of Uchiha. Yuji nodded slightly, indicating that he agreed with the elder's words. Just understand. I said you are a smart person. I hope you really understand. Yuji also showed a smile for a moment, and he said seriously. Perhaps the family has treated you badly in the past, whether it was your previous life or this mission. But as a member of Uchiha, you need to stay hungry, only in this way can you keep moving forward. And now you can have everything you want, because the 3 Megatama Sharingan is your gain this time. And you can get more, and you will have a place in the family clan association. But I hope you will always remember my words. Everything you have is given by your family. The honor of the family and the interests of the family should be above all else in your heart. I will remember. Yuji thought for a moment, and finally nodded. Emotional Setsuna Uchiha is here to beat herself up today, and at the same time, she is here to give herself sweet dates. But he also has a deeper purpose in doing this, which is to completely brand himself as a hawk, right? Go ahead, you need some rest before you get back, our family's hero. Uchiha Setsuna's smile remained unchanged, and he spoke slowly to Haori, but the last sentence was slightly aggravated. Sir Elder, I will take my leave now. Yuji also stood up with a smile, but his eyes glanced at the birdcage still hanging on the tree nearby. Looking at the full-winged bird inside, which was locked in a cage and could only laugh and laugh but could not fly freely, he paused slightly. But he quickly retracted his gaze. Although there was still a smile on his face, his eyes became a little colder. Chapter 26. The next day, the scorching sun shone all over Konoha. Haori got up early and left home after briefly washing up. Looking at this vibrant Konoha, he also had mixed feelings in his heart. That old man is really disgusting. Walking on the streets of Konoha, Haori couldn't help but shake her head. Thinking back on everything yesterday, this left a deep impression on him, and it also made him understand Uchiha Setsuna better. This old man looks gentle, but behind the gentleness is a kind of coldness and sharpness. Haori really hates dealing with this kind of people. It's not that he's not good at it, but it's just that it's really tiring to do so. He had to carefully figure out what the other person meant. At the same time, he also needs to carefully consider what he says and try to ensure that he does not make mistakes. So he likes to be with his friends and superficial brothers in Konoha. If he has nothing to do, he can give him chicken soup and talk to them as much as he wants. You don't need to think so much at all, and you don't need to worry about what you said wrong. This is the most comfortable thing. Moreover, this old man also has a strong desire for control, and as I know, he is thinking about his family. Although I had contact with Uchiha Setsuna several times, yesterday's contact was a truly in-depth contact. And this kind of contact also allowed Haori to see Uchiha Setsuna clearly, and also made him aware of some serious problems. Can I really convince this person who thinks about his family to support him in overthrowing Uchiha Fugaku? After I really convince him and succeed, will I become the second Uchiha Fugaku? Whether I will become Uchiha Fugaku may even be a question. Uchiha Setsuna had been putting a stamp of thought on himself yesterday that everything is about family. This made Haori feel how firm Uchiha Setsuna's will and belief were. And for such a person who is so determined that he is almost paranoid, I am afraid that he will only continue to follow his own ideas. There is no denying that he loves this family, but he may only think that his own ideas and actions are right. With this discovery, Yuji couldn't help but become more anxious. He almost doesn't need to count on this person, and he doesn't even need to think about the Dove faction, so he has to find a way on his own. And power is undoubtedly what he needs most, which makes him couldn't help but focus on the Uchiha's ultimate weapon. I didn't expect you to be so energetic, Yuri. Kakashi took Haori and walked all the way towards Namikaze Minato's home. They just returned to Konoha yesterday. Kakashi originally wanted to take a good rest, but he didn't expect to be woken up by Haori early in the morning. But he didn't have any dissatisfaction. His good friend needed help, so he naturally obliged. No way, who made me interested in sealing technology? Haori shrugged at Kakashi and said jokingly. Minato Jounin asked Rin to tell me to visit Kushina Jounin if necessary. It's a pity that Kushina Jounin and I are not familiar with each other. I hope I won't disturb your rest. Please, I'm a qualified ninja. Kakashi Lu's eyes instantly turned into dead fish eyes, but he soon became a little curious. Speaking of which, why didn't you ask Lin? I'm afraid she would be happy to help you with this. Because you live closer to my home. When Haori heard this, he couldn't help but groan in his heart, and at the same time, he couldn't help but mourn Obito again. In the original book, although Lin is friendly to Obito, the person she likes is Kakashi. But Kakashi was traumatized and rejected Lin without hesitation. But now, although Lin and Obito are still friendly, it's hard to say whether the person they like is Kakashi. And Kakashi seemed to have changed a lot after he drank a lot of chicken soup. But that's not a bad thing, he can't see it anyway. There is a high probability that I am also dreaming now, and the names of Kakashi and Rin are constantly repeated in the dream. By the way, if there are any rumors recently about your Sharingan, you'd better pay attention. Shaking his head and no longer thinking about Obito, Haori suddenly spoke in a low voice. If someone is looking for trouble, try to avoid it if you can. We'll wait until Minato Jounin comes back. Sharingan. Kakashi touched his eyes, and in an instant he understood what was going on. His Sharingan is definitely an extremely sensitive topic. After all, as a foreigner who has obtained the power of someone else's blood, the Uchiha clan will never give up. Suddenly, Kakashi turned his head and looked at Haori, and he realized a problem. Haori never mentioned the problem with his eyes on the battlefield, nor did he take any action. On the second day after returning to Konoha, he cautiously mentioned this topic when he found him. Could it be that Yuji was under pressure in the family? Yeah, that must be the case, after all, he didn't do anything at the time. At this moment, Kakashi seemed to know something. Nothing has been done, which is the biggest problem for a blood-step family. Presumably, Haori was punished for this, right? But even though he was punished, he still reminded himself to pay attention. Thinking of this, Kakashi seemed to understand why Haori did not go to see Kushina-sensei with Lin, but instead came to see him. This moved him even more. Maybe this is a good friend. I understand, Haori. Kakashi took a deep breath and said extremely seriously. I won't quarrel with anyone and embarrass you. Also, if you want to learn the sealing technique from Kushina-sensei, I will definitely help you, I swear. Haori looked at Kakashi inexplicably. He didn't know what was going on with this guy. He was looking for Kakashi partly because Kakashi lived nearby, and partly because he hoped to get closer to Kushina through Kakashi. His ultimate goal is the ancestral home of the Uzumaki clan, and he wants to go inside to explore what he wants. But Kakashi's attitude is quite good, although I don't know how it became like this. But with Kakashi helping like this, he can make some reasonable requests, right? Then it's up to you. The two chatted all the way, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the door of Namikaze Minato's house. However, what they didn't expect was that they happened to bump into Uzumaki Kyuyuna and 2ANBU going out. Minato's request? Sealing technique. Although Kushina was surprised to meet Kakashi, she was even more surprised that Haori actually wanted to learn the sealing technique. She had no impression of Haori, but she could naturally tell that Haori was an Uchiha. It's just that Uchiha is learning sealing techniques, which makes her feel a little inconsistent. But she had great trust in Kakashi, and Kakashi had already stated that Minato had asked him to do this. Then she doesn't need to think too much, she has 100% trust in Minato. Since it's Minato who asked me, there's no problem, but I have other things to deal with now. Kushina thought for a moment, then spread her hands and said, but soon she showed a sly smile. How about this, Kakashi, take your friends to my house to wait for me. There is relatively more information there. It just so happens that I haven't been there for a long time. How about you two help me clean up? Just like what Minato did when he led you. Hearing Kushina's words, Haori almost collapsed. He had been thinking about how to get to Kushina's ancestral home, and he also thought of a lot of ways for this. As a result, he turned around and solved the problem, which made him realize that he seemed to have misunderstood something. Chapter 27. Empiricism can really hurt people sometimes. At Kushina Uzumaki's house, Haori complained to herself while wiping the dust around her. Because he finally knew what he had done wrong. This may be regarded as the ancestral home of the Uzumaki clan, but this is even more the home of Uzumaki Kyuyuna. He knew that Uzumaki Kushina was already living with Minato, but he didn't dare to come over because he was worried about getting into trouble. The sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan is something that the entire ninja world covets. Although it is outrageous, Kushina was kidnapped by Kumigakure when she was a child. If it weren't for Namikaze Minato, he would have been paying attention to Kushina, and immediately ran to save people when he realized something was wrong. Otherwise, Kushina might go to Kumigakure. In addition to Kushina's incident, Kirigakure really destroyed the country of Uzumaki during the Second Ninja War. Due to their intensive cultivation, the population of the Uzumaki clan is now probably empty. And their purpose is also very pure, that is, for the sealing technique. Even if you can't get it, no one else wants it, so just wipe out the entire Uzumaki clan. There are Uzumaki Mitos in Konoha, so they naturally don't lack the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. It's just that Haori had a misunderstanding before, that is, whether the sealing technique would be placed here. After all, the death masks were left here. But thinking about it carefully, he suddenly realized that he was quite outrageous. No one seems to know about the death mask except Orochimaru. Moreover, Uzumaki Mito married Senju Hashirama and had already lived in Senju's house. Kushina is also already living with Namikaze Minato, and if nothing else happens, they will probably get married after the war. There is no one here anymore, how could those treasures belonging to the Uzumaki clan be placed here? So, what else is here? Haori felt helpless for a moment, if Konoha took away all the good things here. So, what the hell is he looking for? What's wrong, Yuri? Kakashi on the side saw that Haori was in a trance, and couldn't help but asked curiously. Are you worried about when Kushina-sensei will come? That's not true. I was just wondering what Kushina-jounin would teach me. Haori quickly adjusted his mood and replied with a smile. In fact, it didn't matter what he was taught. What he was more worried about now was what he could find. If he remembered correctly, Kushina should have gone to strengthen the seal. As a Jinhyuriki, Kushina's life was actually not particularly good. Haori seemed to remember that in the Watergate he saw before traveling through time, Kushina couldn't even leave the realm. But later she broke free and helped Namikaze Minato complete the training of the Raise Nan. It may be that she can travel freely since then. It's just that the sealing matter cannot be taken lightly. After all, no village can withstand the outbreak of tailed beasts. Is cleaning too boring? Kakashi asked a little funny, and then he simply spoke. There aren't many things left, so just leave it to me. Kushina-sensei also has a lot of books here, so you can relieve your boredom when you rest. Oh. Yuri blinked and he asked seemingly casually. What's there? It seems that there are only some simple sealing techniques information. Kakashi thought for a moment before speaking. He had come here to help with cleaning before, so he was familiar with it. And there was indeed nothing important here, so he spoke with confidence. Of course, there are also some history books, that's about it. History books? Hearing this, Haori was stunned for a moment, but soon his eyes lit up slightly. The sealing technique cannot stay here, after all, it can determine a village's control over the tailed beast. But there is a high probability that Konoha will not take away those family history books. Because these books only record the history of the Uzumaki clan and their former heroes. With the destruction of the Uzumaki clan, these things can only leave some thoughts for the remaining people in this family. Besides, they have taken away the most important things, so there should be something left behind, right? History books are great things. Thinking of this, Yuji's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Although he didn't know how many years the history books stored here could go back, Haori knew the approximate time of that unknown Uchiha. Whirlpool and Senju have always been allies. All he needs to do is find the corresponding time period and see what they probably did. Then, maybe I can find the location of the unknown Uchiha. It's just that, wouldn't it be good for us to look through Kushina's Jounin books like this? Although Yuji was excited inside, he still tried to keep himself calm as much as possible. Historical files are generally important family items. Wouldn't it be rude if we read them like this? You can watch it if you want. Before Yuji finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. Turning around to look, I saw Kushina had returned. Kushina Jounin. Kushina-sensei. Haori and Kakashi immediately bowed slightly. Although Kushina was very easygoing, some etiquette still had to be maintained. Okay, no need to be so polite. Kushina waved her hand indifferently, and then looked at Haori. But Yuji keenly noticed that her eyes seemed a little lonely. You can watch it if you want, it's not a big deal, after all, the Uzumaki clan is basically gone. It's actually a good thing that some people are willing to remember its history. In the underground base of the grass country, Madara looked at Obito who was gradually waking up, and he couldn't help but nodded slightly. Finally woke up, and he no longer had to listen to this kid repeating Kakashi and Lin in his sleep. Although he was extremely annoyed by this boy, at the same time because of the words Kakashi, Madara had to modify his plan. But overall, he has figured out what he needs to think clearly. One more person means one more bond, which is not a bad thing. And when Haori returned to Konoha, he asked Baizetsu to follow him, just to see what their current situation was like. Now that Baizetsu is back, he gets the results he wants. Whether it's Kakashi or Nohara Linlin, they seem to have emerged from the shadow of Obito's death in battle. And all of this is inseparable from that guy Haori. What a great kid, but this is better. Madara silently thought to himself, what if Obito found out that the two people he cherished had their feelings for him replaced by someone else? And that person is Obito's very prejudiced Haori, so everything is easy. After all, no one will remember you, no one will care about you. Even the people you cherish the most are like this. Would you still like such a world? Madara looked at Obito calmly, with a smile on his face. Where is this? While Uchiha Madara was thinking, Obito finally opened his remaining right eye weakly. Am I dead? Obito murmured softly, as his memory still lingered on the moment when he was buried by the boulder. Ah! Suddenly, he let out a scream, as if a heartbreaking pain came from the right side of his body. He wanted to struggle, but found that the right half of his body was wrapped without any gaps, and he could not move at all. You're awake. Just when he was most confused and in pain, suddenly a voice with a hint of old man's unique hoarseness but also a special rhythm sounded in his ears. This is the gap between the underworld and reality. It seems that you have risen from death, a member of the Uchiha tribe. Chapter 28. As expected, Grandpa saved me, thank you. In the dark basement, Obito finally figured out the situation after some communication with Uchiha Madara. Obito originally thought he was dead, but he didn't expect that he was still alive, which made him feel excited. As long as he is alive, only alive can he be with Lin and Kakashi again. To him, being with the two of them was all that mattered. Although the old man in front of him spoke strangely, Obito was still filled with gratitude. It's too early to say thank you. However, Madara shook his head slightly when he heard this sentence, and he looked at Obito calmly. Don't worry, you will repay me in the future. Later. Obito was stunned for a moment, and he suddenly asked worriedly. Is it possible that Grandpa is going to let me stay as a servant to take care of you? Okay. Madara nodded calmly, he wanted to see Obito's reaction. No, I can't stay here forever. Obito was a little discouraged when he heard this, but he still spoke. The war is still going on in Konoha, and my companions are still waiting for me. I finally opened the Sharingan, and this time I can finally protect my companions better. Better protect your companions. Madara shook his head slightly and sighed quietly. With your current body, I'm afraid I won't be able to continue being a ninja. Moreover, why do you feel that your companion needs your protection? What? Faced with Madara's questioning, Obito's face was clearly unconvinced. How can this be done? I will definitely recover. I finally opened the Sharingan, and I believe I can have better coordination with Kakashi. Look at the reality. There are unsatisfactory things everywhere in this world. But Madara remained calm, seeming to have a little disdain for Obito's words. The longer I live, the more I feel that reality is filled with only depression, pain, loneliness, and betrayal. What do you want to say in the end? Obito was a little irritated by Madara's chatter. He really didn't understand what this old man who looked like a psycho meant. What I want to say is very simple. Madara didn't care about Obito's emotions, his voice remained low. Everything in this world is the same. Where there is light, there must be darkness. As long as there are winners, there must be losers. Likewise, where there is love, there will be hatred, and where there is trust, there will be betrayal. It is precisely because of your serious injury that someone will be rescued, but will your efforts really pay off? Will the people you save really remember you in their hearts? You. Obito was silenced by Madara's question, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. But Obito quickly snorted, stared at Madara and shouted loudly. I don't care what you want to say, no matter what, I have to get out of here. I'm grateful you saved me, and if the war ends, I will come back. Let's talk about things that took so long later. Madara interrupted Obito, and he slowly turned around and walked aside. If you want to leave, that's up to you, but I hope you remember. You and I are both betrayed and forgotten. I never expected that the Uzumaki clan was once so glorious. As the sun set, Kakashi and Hayori left Kushina's house together. It's just that Kakashi was still a little emotional along the way. Perhaps because he was still young, he didn't know much about the Uzumaki clan. He had only seen some in textbooks, and learned some from his father when he was a child, and later from his teacher. But today, he could be considered as accompanying Yuji to learn about the Uzumaki clan. Yes, the Uzumaki clan was indeed very glorious in the past, but the ending was a bit regretful. Yuji nodded. Although he said he was sorry, he was very excited inside. This time when they visited Kushina Uzumaki's home, in the end they didn't discuss too much about sealing techniques. Because with Kushina's agreement, Hayori began to carefully read the history books of the Uzumaki clan. He looked at it in detail and seriously, and his approach also aroused Kakashi's interest. Although Kushina found it a little strange that an Uchiha like Hayori would be interested in her family's history. After all, Uchiha and Uzumaki have not dealt with each other historically, and the two sides have fought against each other many times. But just as she said, it's not a bad thing if someone is willing to remember the history of the whirlpool, even if it's a former enemy. So an afternoon passed like this, and Yuji also found the information he wanted in that seemingly random browsing. Although it was more than 100 years ago and the records are very vague, the contents of the records are very interesting. According to the records, the Thousand Hands clan led other families to find the Uzumaki clan, and eventually they all set off together. Who their target was not written, and the amount of losses was not clearly stated, but in the end there was one sentence that caught Haori's attention. Operation Akizuki Valley was finally successful and dealt a heavy blow to the arrogance of the Uchiha clan. In terms of time, this is relatively close to the record in the Uchiha clan's file, and there is also an interesting supporting evidence. Before this, neither Senjin nor Uzumaki had any significant results against Uchiha, but this time it is written like this. It's hard not to arouse Haori's strange associations. Yet, it's such a shame, no wonder Kushina-sensei would say that. While Haori was thinking, Kakashi sighed, and then he asked curiously. Haori, do you like reading history? I quite like it. Haori shrugged. As a time traveler, history was a subject he had to learn. Understanding history allows us to understand the development and changes of the world, and thus understand why we are where we are today. Just like the Uzumaki clan this time, we know its past glory through history, and we also know how lonely it is now. This also allows us to learn a lot of historical experience and continuously improve ourselves. Of course, it also allows us to remember some people or things that have disappeared in the long river of history, right? Haori's words were based on the fact that when he was studying history in his previous life, almost everyone had heard similar words. But for Kakashi, these words were somewhat thought-provoking, especially the last sentence that made him fall into silence. Maybe he was thinking of his father, or maybe he was thinking of Obito. And Haori's eyes also flickered, as if the remnants of the previous dynasty in the history he had learned in his previous life had a bad end. And since I want to be a rebel in the family, why don't I do it more thoroughly? Uchiha-cha and those who formed the Hawk faction with him obviously ignored Haori, and even controlled Haori. And the influence they can have is so great that people have to worry about it. In Haori's previous life, the reason why the old beauty on the other side of the ocean wanted to kill the person who shouted "I have a dream" couldn't be simpler. Because under his call, those black men can put on suits and protest peacefully, but what if under his call, those black men can be made to pick up guns? It seems that a good understanding of history is indeed an important thing. Kakashi suddenly took a deep breath, and then he spoke seriously. Haori, I think I understand. Yeah, I think I understand that too. Yuji nodded slightly, and his eyes became particularly firm at this moment. Although this is extremely excessive, it is also the best choice for him as a rebel. At this moment, new information also appeared in his system. Acquired a new side mission. The groundwork has finally been laid and it's time to start moving, and it's time to recruit people. Chapter 29. Acquired a new side mission. 1. Split Uchiha and build your own family. 2. Remove all high-level leaders of Uchiha's existing factions, leaving Uchiha with only one voice. Task reward unknown. Looking at his task list, Yuji was in a daze for a moment. He felt that his idea was already extreme and excessive, but he didn't expect that the task given to him by this system would be even more extreme than him. From the time he blew up the Konobe bridge to now, he has done too many excessive things. For example, if he caused a big wave when he entered behind enemy lines, it is very likely that other teams that entered behind enemy lines were deceived by him. Moreover, he also took a lot of credit for this bridge bombing mission, which made Konoha's top management hold their noses and promote him even if they were unhappy. Even now, he has made up his mind to kill those elders. But compared to the system, he seems to be a little conservative. Whether it was another option for the two-way mission, or his main mission was not only to kill Uchiha Fugaku, but also to keep other people's wives. These are all very excessive, and now an even heavier one is coming. One is to ask me to remember to wear a helmet when fishing in the future, and the other is to ask me to kill all the elders in both hands. His original intention was to kill extremists like Uchiha Setsuna, but now the system's mission is to make him become more extreme. However, Haori didn't have any idea to reject it. He would do it with one of them, and he would do it with both of them. He didn't have a good impression of the doves who had trained 2 or 5 sons, especially because they had probably done something against the patriarch. Uchiha Madara originally wanted to follow Uchiha Izuna's legacy and protect the family, so he hoped to take the family away from Konoha. But the final result was that most people in Uchiha chose to stay. And this group of people, including Setsuna Uchiha who wanted to leave at the beginning, have all become elders now. Although I knew that this main plot was difficult to do, I didn't expect it to be so difficult. Yuji murmured, and then he directly chose the second option. Fortunately, there is no time limit for his tasks, otherwise he might really have a headache. After parting ways with Kakashi, Haori returned directly to the family. Although he really wanted to set off immediately to explore the Kyoya Valley. After all, this Kyoya Valley is within the Kingdom of Fire, but he also knows that he cannot act so impatient. The front foot just browsed the information about the Uzumaki clan, and the back foot left Konoha immediately. It was difficult not to attract attention. I need a good excuse to get out. It is not easy for a ninja to leave the village, especially now it is still a war period. Therefore, no matter how impatient Haori is, he must be patient and wait for a while. Therefore, in the next week, in addition to visiting Kushina at regular intervals to discuss the sealing technique, he practiced well and also studied the sage mode. In fact, he didn't expect to understand one thing. He already had the sage mode of Miyamu Mountain, which could be activated by collecting natural chakra and fusing it. Then why give him a way to practice? He doesn't need to use toad oil to practice from scratch. But after looking it up carefully, he seemed to understand. This system is quite considerate. He does possess the magic of Miyamu Mountain, but there is a problem. He is not the contract partner of the toads in Miyamu Mountain. If you consider using it without leaving anyone alive and no one watching, then naturally it won't be a problem. But obviously this is impossible, not to mention that Namikaze Minato is still alive and Jiraiya is also alive and kicking. If he uses it and is seen by these two people, then he will be exposed in an instant. The practice method given to him by the system can transform the power of Miyamu Mountain. This kind of transformation can naturally also block the characteristics of Miyamu Mountain's magic. As for why she didn't give him this method directly, Yuji suddenly turned dark after thinking seriously for a moment. Not to mention that he is not a contractor, the second point is. Does this system think it's difficult for me to practice with my own abilities? The difficulty of getting started in Sage mode is indeed extremely high, otherwise there wouldn't be only a few people in the entire ninja world who can do it, and each one of them is a famous person in the ninja world. Directly possess and master the magic of Miyamu Mountain, thereby skipping the most difficult beginning, and then modify it through other training methods. Haori now understands why he received 2 rewards after completing the bridge bombing mission. Although I've gotten it before. After figuring out these things and trying to simply transform and practice the magic chakra, he felt that it was time for him to take action. In a week, he had asked Kushina many questions about sealing techniques, which would give him a reason to digest for a while. In addition, although there are basically no large-scale battles in Konoha, there are still many small-scale conflicts. Even though Konoha is relieved now, ninjas are still needed to maintain the mission system. You want to do a mission? In Setsuna Uchiha's villa, the old man looked a little surprised at Haori in front of him. I thought you were going to continue to visit that woman from the Uzumaki clan and continue to learn some sealing technique. It's just to expand my abilities. After all, my eyes have reached the level of 3 Megatama. When Haori approached Kushina, he was very arrogant, but he didn't worry too much. He had already thought of his words. Indeed, you have 3 Megatama, it would be good to expand it with other powers, and you have some connection with Namikaze Minato. Uchiha nodded momentarily, then he asked with a smile. It's a good idea to go on a mission, but can I ask the reason? Of course, go out and complete the mission and see if you can get the power to kill these people directly. Haori complained in his mind, but he still said calmly, Elder, I am still a Chunin. Although Haori's strength is not weak and he has proven himself behind enemy lines, his ninja level is still Chunin. Among the students of their generation, only Kakashi has become a Jonin. Although the war has greatly eased the difficulty of ninja leveling, the requirements for becoming a Jounin are still very high. After all, the Jonin had already touched the edge of the core power of the village. Indeed, you are still a Chunin. Uchiha understood what Haori meant in an instant, and the expression on his face became somewhat satisfied. It seems that you do understand what I mean, and I also think it is inappropriate for you to continue to be a Chunin now. It's really not appropriate, Elder. For the sake of the family, I want to make progress. Haori also nodded. If you want to make progress, of course you need to become a Jounin. And if you want to become a Jonin, in addition to merit, it is the number of tasks, so this excuse is perfect. Very good, I like your hungry look and your motivated approach. Uchiha instantly became more and more satisfied. He thought about it and said directly. No problem, but since we are still at war, the scope of your mission should be limited to the land of fire. Yuji nodded, but he was complaining in his heart. Although it is in line with my own ideas, Do you really not want to ask yourself for any reference advice? Also, I heard that Uchiha Shisui is also performing some tasks. Just as Hayori was complaining, Setsuna Uchiha spoke again, but this time his voice was lowered. He is a genius in our family. Although he is only 10 years old, he has already shown extraordinary talent. If you can meet him, as a tribesman and his senior, I hope you will have the opportunity to take care of him. Of course, it would be great if you could try his level. Uchiha Shisui? Yuji looked a little weird when he heard this, but he didn't think about it too much. Because at this time he only had one thought in his mind. Set off, dig their graves, and find a way to bury them all. Chapter 30. The sun shines through the dense branches and leaves of the towering trees, leaving mottled tree shadows underground. In the shadow of the trees, Hayori's figure passed quickly. At this time, he had already left Konoha. That old man's work efficiency is really not bad. Hayori, who was on his way, couldn't help but secretly think about it. He mentioned this matter to Setsuna Uchiha yesterday. As a result, he ordered someone to discuss with the Hokage that afternoon and got the mission, so Hayori was able to go out today. Although there is actually no need to bother the Hokage with things like missions, Konoha's resource management is actually pretty good. The existence of the mission department is to handle the allocation of various missions, but Sarutobi Hiruzen is a person who prefers to take matters into his own hands. What's more, Uchiha Setsuna had his own ideas for this mission, and that was Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui is now also a super genius of the Uchiha clan, but this is the person next door. Although he is several years younger than Hayori, he already possesses the Sharingan of the three Megatama. It was impossible for Setsuna Uchiha not to be curious about such a talent and someone who was his rival. It's just that if you ask me to go, I will give up my own affairs and go immediately. For Hayori, it was not unacceptable to come into contact with Uchiha Shisui. For Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi, one is selfish to the extreme, the other is arrogant to the extreme, and neither of them has any logic at all. Yuji's only sense of them was BNQ's three words: can't be saved, wait to die, and say goodbye. As for Uchiha Shisui, although this guy is also a 25-year-old, he is not a thorough 25-year-old. In his magnificent and fruitless life, if there is any characteristic that is most memorable to him, I'm afraid that when I should be tough, I'm very weak, and when I should be soft, I'm not very tough. At the same time, apart from the fact that his brain is not very easy to use at critical moments, this guy still thinks about his family. Instead of being like Uchiha Itachi, with a single stroke of his heart and a sharp knife, except for his beloved younger brother, all of you, old and young, no matter whether they were at fault or not, were wiped out. So, although this guy is a young kid and has a cowardly personality, he is still a human being. I thought so in my heart, but I still have to meet him to tell him what kind of person he is. But now he doesn't have the time. After all, the most important thing for him now is to dig graves in Kyoya Valley. In Konoha village, the Hokage's office. The smoke lingered, and the third-generation Sarutobi Hiruzen was hanging his pipe and looking at the documents in his hand. This was a peace agreement he had just drafted, and he hadn't shown it to anyone yet. However, he also knew in his heart that once this document was released, it would definitely cause a big shock. Because just like the original work, he planned to admit that Iwagakure's military actions were to safeguard his own interests, and gave up asking for compensation for the Iwagakure war. In his opinion, Konoha really couldn't bear it anymore. Although Kumigakure in the north has suspended their large-scale offensive, they have no intention of negotiating peace with Konoha. Although Iwagakure was defeated and had to guard against Kumigakure, he did not dare to underestimate the opponent's war potential. Konoha's own losses were also very large. Even though there was still a lot of war potential that could be tapped, he was more eager to exit peacefully. And it would be a better choice to let Iwagakure and Kumigakure face off. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, his purpose of giving up these things that a winner should have was actually very clear. Preserve Iwagakure's vitality so that he can continue to fight with Kumigakure. But unfortunately, these things cannot be explained clearly. He is already ready to bear the accountability after the peace negotiation. The most important thing right now is to reach peace with Iwagakure. Looking at the document in his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen made up his mind completely. Anyway, the people at the top of the queue are all our own, as long as the policy remains unchanged. Knock, knock, knock. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was making up his mind, there was suddenly a knock on the office door. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, and he calmly put the document away before speaking. Hiruzen. Soon the door was pushed open and Danzo walked in with a sullen face. He didn't waste any time and asked straight to the point. That Uchiha brat, why did you let him leave Konoha? Hayori. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. He instantly understood what Danzo meant, but he said it in a evasive way. Konoha is under a lot of manpower pressure right now. He is willing to do some simple tasks. This is naturally a good thing. Hiruzen, you know that's not what I'm talking about. When Danzo saw Sarutobi Hiruzen mixing with the mud, his expression suddenly became extremely dissatisfied. Don't say you don't know about the contact between that brat and Kushina. Of course I know about his contact with Kushina, and I have also learned about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo's performance, and although he was somewhat dissatisfied, he also knew that Danzo was doing it for Konoha. They have all experienced Uchiha Madara's rebellion, but they can't forget that the ferocious Kyuubi was easily controlled by the Sharingan. However, in his opinion, there is no comparison between Hayori and Madara, but he will not blame Danzo for this. Kushina told me that Hayori came here about the sealing technique, and this was Minato's request. Also, Uchiha Obito and Kushina also have a good relationship. Kushina has always regarded Obito as her younger brother, don't forget this. Don't be so whimsical, Hiruzen. Danzo snorted, and his tone became a little tougher. It's simply a fantasy that an Uchiha would be interested in the sealing arts. Even if he is really interested, don't forget that the brat is from Setsuna Uchiha. Uchiha Obito certainly had potential, but no one had discovered it before, and he had not developed it. The most important thing is that he is dead, and there is no Uchiha Setsuna behind him. Hiruzen, you can't be careless in the matter of the Kyuubi. The current Danzo has not been severely beaten in all aspects, and his attitude is still very tough. I'm afraid it was only after being beaten to the point of rebuilding by Nagato at the root, being stabbed in the back by Kakashi after assassinating the third generation, and finally being surrounded by Anbu and forcibly taking away A. Only then would he show respect for Sarutobi Hiruzen, instead of completely treating him as a competitor like he does now. He always thought that he was just slow to speak, which is why his old friend became the third Hokage. Danzo, I know your good intentions, and I also know your worries. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo. After he took a puff of cigarette, even though his inner dissatisfaction was rising, he still said patiently. But Hayori has Minato's trust, and there's no problem with his performance. Konoha is now in a critical period, and we need to unite everything to be consistent with the outside world. Besides, don't forget, that child is Konoha's hero. Isn't that because you praise him so highly? Danzo didn't buy it, he knew Sarutobi Hiruzen was right, but he didn't think he was wrong either. Even though he had some merit, this time he crossed the line. I stood by my opinion that he must be brought back for observation. We also need to investigate where necessary. If the internal problems cannot be solved, how can we deal with the outside world with peace of mind? That's enough Danzo, you've gone too far now. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't hold himself any longer at this time, he didn't want to continue arguing with Danzo. He knew very well that their personalities were actually very similar. They all believe that they are right, and only they can lead Konoha to success. It's just that although Danzo is tough, Sarutobi Hiruzen is still the famous ninja hero in the ninja world. Konoha is short of people. The war is not over yet. We need to stay united. Just like before, you can go back. You. Danzo was choked by Hiruzen Sarutobi's words. Just seeing his old friend's unquestionable expression, he knew that his old friend had made up his mind. Humph, Hiruzen, you will regret it sooner or later. That's a thing for another day. The top priority is to end the war. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo coldly, and after taking a puff of his cigarette, he spoke calmly. Don't forget, I am the Hokage. Chapter 31. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse, and the bright moonlight shines on the earth. In a deep valley, Hayori was walking slowly forward, carrying tools such as hoes and shovels. The vegetation here is very lush, and the dense trees block the moonlight. But the dim environment did not affect him. His scarlet eyes were constantly looking at everything around him. This ghost place is really big. At this time, Hayori was ready to dig the grave and came to Kaya Valley. It's just that this place is much larger than he imagined, so he has to spend more time searching here. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared. After all, The Uzumaki clan's document did not give a specific location. All he can do is to observe continuously through Sharingan, to observe as many traces left here as possible. Fortunately, I have the Sharingan, otherwise I would just be disappointed. More than 100 years have passed, and there are really very few traces left. If you just use human eyes to search, then Haori can really choose to give up. The changes in nature have already caused huge changes in everything around him. And don't forget that the century-old war between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama decades ago had a huge impact on the entire Fire Nation. Although this Akizuki Valley is relatively far away from Konoha, the damage it suffered was not as severe as the final formation of the Valley of the End. But under the impact of such power, it is not surprising that some changes have occurred here. So it is still very difficult to find something here. The Sharingan can use its super insight to find some traces of the past here. Besides, my Sharingan is not weak. Haori's Sharingan's strength is still pretty good, even though it hasn't been long since he opened it. And because of his yin escape cultivation method, his eyesight improvement speed is not too slow. But he still felt that this speed was far from meeting his requirements. After all, he was going to be a rebel. How could he be able to relax without strong support? What's more, Uchiha Fugaku is a man with a kaleidoscope, especially this old silver coin who has hardly shown what his pupil technique is. Intelligence is very critical. With information, you can make some necessary preparations, making victory easier. However, it seems that he used a technique similar to Tsukuyomi on his great son to show the future after Uchiha seizes power. Haori seemed to remember such a scene, but he didn't know whether it was a pupil technique or not. But he knows very well that no matter what other people's power is, he can only do it if he has the corresponding power. Look at the rewards this time. Shaking his head, Yuji no longer thought about it. He tightened the hoe tightly and then continued to search seriously. This kind of search is boring. In the dark forest, there is only the sound of the breeze blowing the branches. And the intermittent chirping of the birds perched on the branches. Such a quiet environment seemed peaceful, but Yuji always felt a little uneasy. Although he is not sure why this is the case, he has experienced the test of a cruel battlefield and has become extremely strong in his heart. Even if this ghost place has experienced many wars, I don't know how many people died here. But I really don't believe that you can still get up and bite me without being reincarnated in the dirt. Thinking secretly in his heart, Haori continued to explore the surroundings, his scarlet eyes glowing faintly in the dark night. Suddenly, when Yuji walked out of the forest, he suddenly froze on the spot. There is a huge open space in front of you, and the bright moonlight falls on the ground from the sky, making the place look particularly gorgeous. Standing here, as long as you look up, you can see the full moon, as if it is above your head and within your reach. Under the illumination of the silver moon, Haori's vision became wider, and he unexpectedly discovered that there were traces of chakra here. Are those traces of the sealing technique? Although Yuji was full of doubts when he saw this scene, there was also a hint of surprise on his face. He had been searching for so long and found nothing, but now he finally saw some clues, whether it was worth making him happy or not. But he was also very confused, if this sealing technique was really the target he was looking for. So what kind of deep hatred is this to seal a person after death and never let him appear again? 100 years ago, it seems that there was no reincarnation of dirt, right? Haori couldn't help but start complaining in her heart, but in any case, she had discovered something, so she wouldn't miss it. Walking over quickly, Haori's eyes began to scan these sealing techniques. The sealing technique here is very ancient, and such a design has never been seen by Haori before. However, Haori can tell that this sealing technique has been here for at least 100 years. Whether it is or not, let's open it first and then talk about it. To confirm, only open it first. Fortunately, the seal in front of me has withstood the weather for a long time, even if it can still last for who knows how many years. But as long as the node of the seal is damaged slightly, the seal will be completely ineffective. Fortunately, I received the sealing technique reward before, and I still have the Sharingan. Thinking in his mind, Haori stretched out his fingers, and blue chakra lingered on his fingertips. His eyes kept scanning the seal in front of him, and soon his finger pointed at a location of the seal. In an instant, the seal began to stagnate, and then began to break. The brilliance of the broken seal was scattered in all directions. After a while, the brilliance merged into the moonlight and completely dissipated before his eyes. Looking at the scene in front of him, Yuji nodded slightly, just as he thought. Then what's next? Dig a grave. He separated his shadow clone, picked up a hoe and shovel, and began to quickly dig up the soil in this place. He is definitely very motivated now. If he digs the right grave, he can complete his mission. Although he is a person from 100 years ago, he is defined as the ultimate weapon of Uchiha. No matter how you look at it, he is extremely powerful. Maybe even someone who has activated the Manjiki Sharingan. I wonder what the reward is this time. It won't let me get his eyes, right? Yuji thought to himself. Of course he knew that such a thing was unlikely. And he doesn't need other people's eyes, he can enhance his own power through excellence. If you can get this person's pupil power, or his ability with eyes, then it will be enough for Haori. It's best to use some of the power of Yin escape. This can speed up the growth of my eyes. Yuji thought to himself, and the speed in his hands began to become faster. As he dug deeper and deeper, he finally uncovered something resembling a coffin. Moreover, he clearly noticed traces of the sealing technique on this coffin, which was obviously connected to the sealing technique on the ground. It seems that it should be here. Looking at the coffin in front of him, Yuji held back his excitement, and then stretched out his hand to open it. He would like to see how terrifying this man whose unparalleled magnificence 100 years ago forced the Thousand Hands to join forces with other families to launch a sneak attack. Besides, I also want to see what else you left behind. Thinking in his mind, Yuji opened the coffin. However, when the coffin was completely opened, he froze. This is this. Yuji looked at everything in front of him blankly, because there were no bones in the coffin as he imagined. There was just a girl wearing traditional Uchiha robes, her eyes closed tightly, and she looked about his age. Is this Uchiha's ultimate weapon? Yuji really couldn't stand it at this moment. This was completely different from what he imagined. However, just as he was looking at the girl in a daze, the girl suddenly opened her eyes. That scarlet color looked even more weird under the silver moonlight, and her eyes also looked at Yuji at this moment. Chapter 32. Their eyes met, and Haori noticed that her eyes had changed almost instantly. The kind of strong hatred that penetrated into the bones that he often saw on the battlefield was brewing in her eyes. Such a look made Haori shudder, and now he felt like he had been hit by a boomerang. Before, he was still thinking that there was no reincarnation of dirt during the Warring States period, and he didn't believe that these people who had been dead for hundreds of years could get up and bite him. As a result, someone really faked the corpse. Wait a minute, she's breathing and has a heartbeat. Is she still alive? Suddenly, Yuji discovered something even more incredible, which made him even more confused. Those seals were definitely from 100 years ago, so why is this man still alive? Uchiha. However, while he was still shocked, the girl suddenly murmured and the chakra in her body began to surge crazily. Go to hell. She suddenly pulled out a kunai and stabbed towards Haori as fast as lightning. Ding! The sound of metal clashing sounded under the moonlight. Haori's reaction speed was also extremely fast. Even though he was shocked and lost his mind, years of training on the battlefield made him never ignore his enemies. But he is still confused now. Isn't this a weapon of the Uchiha clan? Why did she attack it directly when she saw the clan members? Is there any misunderstanding between us? Haori held the girl's kunai and asked quickly. Why is this happening to me only? However, this girl didn't pay attention to Haori at all, she was still talking as if talking to herself. This world, these ninjas, and this so-called Uchiha hate me the most. As her voice suddenly increased, Yuji clearly felt that her power was further enhanced. Suddenly, she kicked Yuji hard. Seeing this, Yuji jumped up without hesitation, and the moment he jumped up, he saw that the girl had begun to form seals. Art fire escape ho fireball. Art fire escape ho fireball. A huge flame was instantly sprayed out by her. Yuji had no way to avoid it in mid-air, so he could only form seals quickly. The two fireballs collided fiercely in mid-air, and dots of fire fell on the grass, which was soon ignited. The roar of the fireball impact startled a flock of birds, breaking the original tranquility of Kyoya Valley. Yuri fell to the ground, and the girl quickly jumped out of the hole. Why? Her eyes were still fixed on Yuri, and her voice seemed particularly excited. Why me? Why only me? What are you saying? Yuji was really confused. He felt that the woman in front of him was really a lunatic. I dug her out with good intentions, but she did it without saying a word, and we were all of the same race. Although Haori does have the intention of becoming an Uchiha rebel, someone who has been buried for hundreds of years should not know it, right? Forget it, let's think about how to deal with this crazy woman. Yuji thought secretly in his heart, he could already feel this woman's aura getting stronger and stronger. Although I don't know why she is Uchiha's ultimate weapon, she is so young and she probably hasn't turned on the kaleidoscope yet. Haori analyzed quickly, but the next moment he used the firelight to see a scene that made his blood run cold. Why? Following the girl's slightly hysterical questioning, the three megatama in her eyes quickly fused together. A pair of Manjiki Sharingan quietly appeared in her eyes. For a moment, Yuji felt that her breathing was not smooth. He is now sure that this girl can indeed be used as the ultimate weapon. It's just that when I dug a grave, what kind of ghost did I dig up? However, if I want to solve it this way, am I taking it too seriously? Haori also started to get angry. He did not have a kaleidoscope, but he did not have other abilities. In an instant, the power of nature began to explode on his body, and strange eye shadow appeared on his face. Immortal mode is definitely his strongest power now and the power he relies on most. Even if it doesn't last long, he doesn't have any choice now. Why? However, when the girl spoke again, her voice suddenly became weaker, and she seemed to be shaky at this time. The next moment, she suddenly slowly knelt down on the ground, and then she lay on the ground and passed out. Yuji looked at the scene in front of him blankly. He didn't know what was going on for a while. I have turned on the immortal mode and am ready to fight, but the other party falls on my own? I'm really in a coma. Standing there without daring to move, Yuji relied on the sage mode to sense it carefully. The improvement brought by the immortal mode is all round, even the perception ability will be enhanced. After confirming the girl's condition again and again, Yuji couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, this was his first time using sage mode, and he wasn't very confident in actually using it to resist Mangekyo. Is it too much consumption? Looking at the unconscious girl, Yuji slowly walked over. How this girl survived, Haori didn't know. But after being buried and sealed for hundreds of years, her physical condition could never get any better. As soon as she woke up, she started attacking like crazy, and even opened the kaleidoscope later. Under such consumption, she did not tire herself to death, but just passed out. She was extremely lucky. But why does she hate Uchiha so much? Looking at the unconscious girl lying on the ground, Haori couldn't help but become curious. She had been asking questions like why only her, but Haori only thought about how to defeat her and had no intention of thinking about it in detail. But now that the battle is over, combined with what this girl did before, especially after seeing her Sharingan, she completely lost control of her emotions. Could it be? For a moment, Yuji had a bad idea. She did not become the so-called Uchiha's ultimate weapon voluntarily. As soon as this idea came out, Yuji couldn't help but start thinking in this direction. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that after she was attacked, the other Uchiha people ran away, making her feel betrayed. But at this moment, Haori suddenly thought of Uchiha Setsuna, the old man who also wanted to use family honor to bind him and even control him. He couldn't stand the guy himself and was determined to get rid of him. If this girl had a similar experience, then it seems understandable that she would be so excited when she saw the Uchiha clan. It's just that this woman has a kaleidoscope after all, so it shouldn't be the case. With the power of the kaleidoscope, even if the Uchiha clan was not a human being, she should still have a certain ability to resist, right? Did the Uchiha clan have any way to control her back then, or was Haori really thinking wrong? For a moment, Yuji couldn't help but frown, and his thoughts became complicated. Looking at the girl lying on the ground, he hesitated for a moment and finally made a decision. Let's ask and see the situation first, and then we'll talk about it after we figure it all out. Haori wants to be a rebel, but to be a rebel he needs help. If this girl had a similar experience to myself, then maybe they could help each other. Even if it doesn't work, what can she do in her current state? Moreover, Haori also planned to seal her chakra, so that he wouldn't have to worry about her doing anything cruel to him. You should be grateful that I don't have any thoughts about your eyes, otherwise. After Yuji thought clearly, he simply squatted down to seal the girl, but at this moment, a message appeared in his mind. Completed side mission, find the place where Uchiha's final weapon is sealed alone. Get the reward, eye transplantation technique. Chapter 33. Haori knows that the Sharingan is a hot swap for many people. Eye transplants are nothing new in the world of Naruto. But the pupil transplantation technique is somewhat unbelievable. The eyes are still entities after all, but the pupil technique is an invisible power. Can this thing be transplanted? Although the transfer seal seems to be able to seal one's own pupil power on other people, it is not enough to directly let other people have their own pupil power. Sitting by a bonfire in the forest, Yuji was roasting some food and couldn't help but think about it. Beside him, the Uchiha girl lay sleeping. This girl has been sealed by him. Although she is not tied up or wearing a blindfold, Yuji is not so worried anymore. He was really interested in transplanting the pupil technique. If he could really open his kaleidoscope, he could permanently obtain other people's pupil technique through transplantation. Then this is an unimaginable temptation for any Uchiha. After some careful exploration, Haori discovered that this transplant was actually achieved through sealing. It's just that the technique is more complicated and the recipient will suffer more pain. So, is she the one who mastered the transplant technique, or is she the one who was transplanted? Yuji couldn't help but look at the girl beside him. But at this moment, he suddenly noticed that the girl's eyebrows seemed to move. You were born to continue the prosperity of your family. Go and destroy your enemies with the awareness of death. Weapons don't need weak names, and they don't need feelings. You just need to live as a nameless weapon until the end. Endure the pain for the sake of our family. Don't cry, there's no point in crying. In the dream, the ferocious faces and cold voices of a group of Uchiha tribesmen with scarlet Sharingan echoed in her mind. She didn't understand why things turned out like this, let alone why such pain always surrounded her and became her nightmare forever. She is nameless Uchiha, catch up. The scene changed, and she returned to the moment when she was besieged by the Thousand Hands clan and many people from other families. That time, she was defeated and sealed underground. She kept screaming in her heart for someone to save her, but no one responded, as if she had been abandoned by the world. Why? Just me. At that moment, her heart was wrapped in strong hatred, and she was also full of hatred for this world that could not see the light. Why always me? Inspired by such strong emotions, in an instant, the dream began to break. Slowly opening his eyes, what caught his eyes was the silver moon hanging in the sky. The girl was stunned. She thought she would never see such a scene again after being sealed and buried underground. You're awake. Just when she was stunned, a voice suddenly came from the side. This made the girl instantly recall something, which made her eyes instantly become a little alert. But soon, she discovered that her body seemed to be unimaginably weak, and she was unable to mobilize any chakra herself. Sure enough, are you being controlled again? The girl sighed inwardly. She seemed to be used to such things, but this time she couldn't help but clenched her fists. Eat something, your body is very weak. But at this moment, the voice came again. But as I said before, you can't open your Sharingan, and I don't know why you seem to misunderstand me. But I have no ill intentions towards you, otherwise I wouldn't dig you out of the ground, right? There is no malice, so you still seal my chakra? The girl ignored it, but her weak body made her somewhat unexpected. She was also a little curious, how long had she been sealed before she became so weak? Silently, she forced herself to sit up. She turned her head and looked to the side, only to find that there was only a boy about the same age as her sitting there. The young man handed over the just-cooked porridge. Eat it, you probably haven't eaten for a long time, so it's best to eat some liquid food first. The girl's body stiffened slightly. Is this concern or something else? But she was indeed hungry, so she pursed her lips, and finally reluctantly reached out and took the bowl of porridge. I'm not good at making food, so just make do with it. Yuji saw that the girl did not open her Sharingan, and he was relieved, but now he had to understand the situation. By the way, my name is Yuji. Who are you and why are you sealed here? And we should be clansmen, and I rescued you, but why do you still attack me? Naturally, he had to be honest if he wanted to find out information, so even though Haori guessed whether the girl had any ill intentions towards Uchiha, he still gave a brief explanation. The girl took a sip of the porridge and immediately frowned. She didn't know whether it was because the porridge really tasted bad or because Haori's words caught her attention. She stopped what she was doing. Even though she didn't open her Sharingan, the feeling of hatred emerged again. Don't you know why I was sealed here? She raised her head, looked directly at Yuji, and asked loudly. Why is it always me? Why do you never let me go? Why? Seeing that the girl in front of him seemed to be losing control of her emotions again, Haori instantly became wary. Sure enough, Uchiha people are all crazy. Especially for people who have a kaleidoscope, their spirits have already been destroyed once. Although it is said that those who can survive are strong-willed people, it is difficult to say whether they will have any psychological problems. Ever since my parents passed away, you have never let me go. Not just you, but them too. These ninjas. This world. Why? Seeing the girl who was getting more and more out of control, Yuji swallowed involuntarily. With such resentment, he would believe that this girl wanted to destroy the world. He suddenly felt that he had really dug up a bomb. If she was sent to Nagato, maybe she would directly join the Akatsuki organization, right? No, Yahiko is not dead yet. Although she had a headache, Yuji also figured out a lot of things through the girl's words. Judging from the current situation, she must have been treated unfairly by Uchiha. It is possible that he saw her potential and then ignored her will and forcibly turned her into the so-called ultimate weapon. At that time, Uchiha, Senju and many families were still at war, and her appearance gave Uchiha a huge advantage. But this also made her the target of public criticism, so she was besieged. And those family members would not listen to her explanation, and finally buried her directly. Is that why she has such strong feelings of hatred? Yuji got an answer in his heart, and the next second he knew that he had guessed it right. So, I want to destroy all of this. Although the girl did not open her Sharingan, her gaze seemed to become firmer. Whether it's a family or a ninja, I hate them to the extreme. Regardless of whether you convey these words back, as long as I have the chance, I will destroy them. This is too extreme. Sure enough, her destination should be the Akatsuki organization. Yuji felt a little bit grumpy in his heart, but after knowing what this girl was thinking, he was completely relieved. Although there is some conflict, at least they have a similar goal. Looking at the still angry girl, Yuji thought for a moment and then smiled. Let's get to know each other again, my name is Yuri. Suddenly, Yuji stretched out a hand and said with a smile. I think I understand what you mean, then. Let us burn the Uchiha to ashes. The originally angry girl was also stunned when she saw Yuri's movements, and then her expression became a little confused. Well. Chapter 34. I didn't expect that the world has become like this. Standing on a tree, Uchiha Wuming looked at Hayori who was searching for the corpses of ninjas from the so-called other villages. She was also in a trance for a moment. After a few days of cultivation, she did find that Hayori was very different from other Uchiha. And through understanding, she also learned about some of the current situation. She herself couldn't believe that she had been sealed away for hundreds of years. During this period of time, the ninja world no longer existed in a family model, but in a ninja village model. What made her feel most confused and incredible was that Uchiha actually reconciled with the original Senju and built a village together. Then what was the meaning of my existence in the first place? This question confused her, but it would not affect her idea of destroying the Uchiha clan. Because this family has never changed. She was also extremely surprised that Hayori would actually say something like, let's burn Uchiha to ashes together. But when she learned about Yuji's past, she realized that Yuji and himself had similar experiences. They were all valued by their families after showing their abilities, and they were all forcibly tied up by the family honor. It's just that Yuji was luckier than her and didn't suffer that inhuman torture. They share the same disease, plus Hayori saved her, and they also have the same purpose. So even if she still doesn't completely trust Hayori, he is an Uchiha after all, they can still cooperate, as long as she is careful. Who are they here for? Hayori didn't know what the girl behind him was thinking. After he searched the corpses of these Kumo ninjas, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. These cloud ninjas were originally on his mission this time. According to the intelligence, they seem to be monitoring and collecting intelligence. And they are very tough, even if they die, they won't say anything. But it's not a big deal, as long as he completes his mission. But completing the task did not make him happy, because he now had other things to worry about. And the person who gave him a headache was Uchiha Wuming. Although this girl's idea is a bit extreme, on the big stage of Uchiha, what kind of madness has not appeared? What bothers him now is not her extreme ideas, but how to bring her into Konoha. After all, before he set off, he never considered that he would bring a living person back. What's wrong? I see your frown on your face. What's the problem? Just when Hayori had a headache, nameless Uchiha came over. She looked at Hayori expressionlessly and asked. Or are you regretting it? Repent. Yuji almost stopped when he heard this. How could he go back on his word for the sake of the mission? I was just thinking about how to bring you back to the village. After all, during the war, the village management was very strict. Humph, this is your business. Uchiha Wuming snorted lightly when he heard this sentence. Sure enough, ninjas are still like this. The war never stops, as long as there are ninjas. Okay, now is not the time to discuss this. Haori doesn't want to discuss this with her. Her current mental state is a bit like Sasuke after the genocide in the future. Of course, compared to Sasuke, she was more rational and easier to deal with. Let's think about how to enter the village, otherwise we won't be able to enter the family, and then we won't be able to do what we want to do. Uchiha Wuming glanced at Haori, but this time she didn't refute. Her original idea was to burn Uchiha directly, but Haori rejected her idea directly. Moreover, the reasons given by Haori made it impossible for her to refute it for a while. Maybe you have the ability to do this, but if you do it in a village, do you think others won't rush to help? No matter how powerful you are only one person. When the rescue team arrives, you will only die. At that point, you won't have any chance anymore. This reason was considered quite sufficient. After some thinking, she finally agreed with Haori's idea and took her time to find an opportunity before taking action. I don't understand this era, you can think about it yourself. Uchiha Wuming turned her head and looked to the side. Also, someone is coming. Hearing this, Yuji originally wanted to ask her if she could use illusions to deal with the guards, but it was obviously inappropriate now. The war is not over, and even now in the land of fire we must always pay attention. Not long after, a figure suddenly appeared on the branch in front of him, and this person couldn't help laughing after seeing Yuji. I said, who is fighting here? Isn't this our hero Haori? Jiraiya-sama has given you too much praise. Haori also smiled when he saw the visitor, who was none other than Jiraiya. Is it just that Yuji also has some doubts in his heart? Why does Jiraiya appear here? Although the frontline war in the country of grass has stabilized, the two sides may have to start negotiations. But even so, as a frontline commander, he shouldn't appear in the country of fire, right? However, Haori didn't ask, which would only make him look rude. The troublesome matter is about to be solved. Naturally I want to be lazy, and there is also a funeral in Konoha. Jiraiya seemed to see Yori's doubts, and he said directly with a smile. So, I came back with the rotation troops, and there are Shikaku and the others on the front line, so there won't be any problem. While talking, many Konoha ninjas came out from all around, obviously they came with Jiraiya. Hello, Haori-kun. I didn't expect to see Haori-kun here. Long time no see, Yori. After seeing Haori, these Konoha ninjas immediately greeted Haori kindly with smiles on their faces. Wuming frowned slightly when she saw this scene. She could feel the kindness of these people. It's just that she was very uncomfortable with such a situation, and these people came for Yuji. In the end, she just stood silently in the corner and watched. Okay, you guys, I told you to just come over and take a look. Jiraiya waved his hand and interrupted them with a smile. Go back, you've made Yuji feel embarrassed. Yes, Lord Jiraiya. This group of Konoha ninjas stopped entangled after hearing this, and they also wanted to go home quickly. But when they left, they all smiled and nodded to Haori one by one. Are you on a mission? After they left, Jiraiya looked at the body of the Kumo ninja on the ground. Well, they are here to monitor and collect intelligence. Besides, I should have the answer. Haori nodded, looking at Jiraiya. It seems that Union is not so peaceful, and their people have penetrated quite deeply. Jiraiya understood instantly, and then sighed. Take the corpse seal back, and do you want to go back with us? This. Haori instinctively wanted to refuse, but the next moment he suddenly thought of something, and immediately nodded with a smile. Thank you very much, Jiraiya-sama. Thank you for nothing. Everyone wants to see you as a hero. Jiraiya laughed proudly, then turned around to join the main force. Looking at Jiraiya's leaving figure, Haori couldn't help but smile. I'm afraid he was worried about his own safety, so he let him go back with him. I have to say that Jiraiya is indeed a good person. And if you follow his troops back, the village won't be so strict in their investigation. Are we going to follow them? After Jiraiya left, nameless Uchiha came over. Well, going back with them will save you a lot of trouble. Yuji glanced at Wu Ming behind him. He thought for a moment and simply took off his forehead protector, then handed it over. Bring it on, at least pretend to be a little bit like it. Wu Ming looked at the forehead protector and hesitated for a moment, but still took it. How about you? It doesn't matter to me. There are still quite a few people who know me in the village. There is one more thing. Looking at the girl who put down her hairband and was tying her forehead protector, Haori touched her chin before speaking. What? Wu Ming looked at Yuji in confusion. Nameless means without a name, but you are no longer Uchiha's weapon. Yuji looked at the girl in front of him and said slowly. You were originally in darkness, just like you were sealed underground. But you now have your own will and ideas, which are following the footsteps of the light. I think you can change the name. What do you think of the name Uchiha Hikaru? Uchiha Hikaru. Chapter 35. Finally back. In Konoha, within the Uchiha clan, Haori could not help but feel slightly relieved while sitting at his home. Just as he thought, coming back with Jiraiya's troops would indeed avoid a lot of things. Although Konoha's inspections are very strict, many things will be handled quickly when they see that Jiraiya is leading the team. What's more, Haori has a certain reputation in Konoha, and the incident of bombing the bridge brought him a lot of hidden wealth. It seems that you are very popular in this village. Just when Haori sighed that he was lucky and met Jiraiya halfway, Uchiha Hikaru's voice sounded behind him. And from what they said, you're still a hero. It seems like you've done a lot. Yes, people have to adapt to the environment and not have a hard time surviving. Haori turned his head and glanced at Hikaru, shrugged and said. Wu Ming has now changed her name, although her expression was very subtle after hearing the name Uchiha Hikaru. You could tell she seemed to like the name, but in the end she accepted it reluctantly. And she seems a little out of place. When they came back, Haori and the ninjas who were traveling with him were talking and laughing, as if they were brothers everywhere. But she kept following Yuji with her head lowered and never said a word, which made Yuji a little curious. Don't you like communicating with other people? Now is not the time to discuss this. It's time for you to express your specific thoughts. There was a slight twinkle in Guang's eyes, but she quickly calmed down and said coldly. How to destroy this family requires a plan after all. If you don't let me do it directly, I think you should have an idea. My thoughts are wrong with yours again. Yuji complained in his heart, but he also knew what to say. In fact, he does have a plan in mind, and no matter whether he is strong or not, he is already prepared. Yes, I have some ideas. Yuji nodded, quickly formed a soundproof barrier with his hands, and then continued. Actually, my purpose is very simple. After all, water leaks in a boat often start from the top. Don't the leaks in the boat start from below? Before Yuji could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Guang. Also, speak more directly. Not educated. Yuji complained in his heart, and then said helplessly. The upper echelons of the family are not monolithic. Once the upper echelons are settled, the Uchiha ship will soon sink. Then why don't I just do it? Guang asked, looking at Haori strangely. I said they are not monolithic, so why not make their conflicts more intense? Yuji sighed helplessly. He really didn't want to talk about this kind of thing so clearly. When the time comes, if we take action, everyone will think it is an internal fight. Only then can we be safer and prepare for other things. Is that so? Guang thought for a while, then simply nodded. How long do we have to wait before we start? Rather than start in a hurry, I think you should become more familiar with the current environment. Yuri sighed, and he spoke helplessly. Only by understanding the current environment can you know better what you should do, or understand why I do what I do. Guang didn't speak, just nodded slightly. She knows very little about everything in this era, and knowing a little about it may make it easier for her to complete her inner thoughts. Also, I'm sorry that my living environment is not good. I'm afraid I have to wrong you. Yuji saw that Guang had taken in what he said, and then he breathed a sigh of relief and continued to speak. After all, I am considered an orphan in the family, so it's okay. It's much better than I was before. At least you are not locked in a cave with seals all around. Hikari didn't care. Although Haori's home was indeed small, it only had a bookshelf, a wardrobe, and a bed. However, there is also a separate bathroom and a place for simple cooking, and it is also cleaned cleanly. It can be said that although the sparrow here is small, it has all the internal organs, which is much better than the place where Guang was once imprisoned. That's good, just stay here with peace of mind. Yuji nodded, then stood up, and he showed a smile. Don't worry, no one will force you to do something you don't want to do anymore. Guang was silent for a while when she heard Yuji's words. After a while, she nodded, thank you. You're welcome, after all we have the same goal. Yuji smiled nonchalantly, then turned and walked towards the door. You should rest first. I want to report. If you are hungry, there are ingredients at home. You can make some by yourself. Although he didn't want to, he really needed to report his situation to Setsuna Uchiha. Especially since he let the old man go and didn't go to Uchiha Shisui at all. These matters still need to be dealt with after all. Yet. Guang nodded slightly without saying much. Seeing this, Yuji turned around and walked out. After closing the door, he suddenly looked back at his house, and for a moment he thought of a strange question. But, does this count as living together? After thinking about it, he felt like he didn't have any answer, and now he thought of a more important question. It's broken. I forgot to buy an extra bed. Is that so? It seems that you really can't be blamed for this. In Setsuna Uchiha's villa, Hayori and the old man were sitting opposite each other by the pond. After listening to Yuji's story, I don't know how long it took for the old man to speak slowly. The village is going to hold a large-scale funeral to commemorate, but I didn't expect Jiraiya to come back as well. What a surprise! It's really surprising. I still want to see the level of that genius. Hayori spoke in a calm voice. If he wasn't worried that alerting the enemy would affect his subsequent plans, he really wanted Uchiha Hikaru to kill the old man. Pretending to be serious all day long, opening his mouth and keeping silent all day is the glory of Uchiha, but in the end he committed such a thing as rebellion, as if he was afraid that others would not know about it. In the end, the family was wiped out without causing any trouble. Forget it, although it's a bit regretful, there is always a chance next time. Uchiha took a sip of tea in an instant, and then he said expressionlessly. By the way, what do you think will be the outcome of Namikaze Minato's visit to our clan leader this time? Hayori already knew the news of Namikaze Minato's return on their way back with Jiraiya. And he knew that he couldn't avoid the topic of Chiyunin this time. He deliberately ignored Kakashi's Sharingan at the time, originally wanting to blame Uchiha Fugaku, but now it seems that this point can be used. I think our clan leader may not take back the Sharingan. Hayori's mood was very calm, as if he was talking about irrelevant things. After all, Namikaze Minato is Jiraiya's disciple. You mean, the patriarch will give up his glory and compromise? Uchiha Setsuna looked at Hayori with curiosity, as if he was not surprised that he could say these words. Elder, I have no right to criticize, and this is just my guess. Yuji immediately shook his head, there was absolutely no way he would admit such a thing. But I think as a member of Uchiha, no one would want their power to be obtained by outsiders. Even this may make our environment better, and even allow the patriarch to try to win the position of Hokage in the future. However, it was obtained in exchange for this. At this point, Yuji stopped decisively. He knows how to measure things, and even some topics are particularly vague. After all, people speak softly, and there is no benefit in talking too much. But seeing Uchiha's frown, Yuri knew that his purpose might have been achieved. For a moment, the two fell into silence again. I understand, you go back first. After a while, Uchiha Setsuna spoke. Also, prepare to attend the funeral with us tomorrow. Yes, elder. Yuji nodded, and then he stood up. By the way, isn't Kakashi your friend? Just when Hayori was about to leave, Setsuna Uchiha spoke again. Kakashi is my friend. Yuji paused for a moment, and then he said seriously. But I'm an Uchiha. Chapter 36. Yuji grasped this point very well. Facing the old guy Uchiha Setsuna, Hayori could just be conciliatory. His mission required that he must get rid of this old guy, and at the same time, he also needed to attack the clan leader. So, why don't you think of a way to make them dog eat dog, and finally find an opportunity to bury them one by one? Some things require patience, and I also need to have my own kaleidoscope to be able to take charge. Although Uchiha Hikaru has a kaleidoscope, this girl is too extreme. God knows one day her mental illness attacks, and she may be in trouble. As the saying goes, tall buildings rise from the ground, and the ups and downs depend on one's own efforts. Naturally, Hayori is more willing to rely on his own efforts. However, there are some gains today. Today he planted a seed in Uchiha Setsuna's heart in advance, but he was not sure of the effect yet. In fact, why the incident in the original story passed so easily is probably due to the rumors of the change of Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku wanted to run for office himself, so he suppressed those voices. Although it was Namikaze Minato who came to the position accidentally in the end, he was Kakashi's teacher. I'm afraid there has been some rumors now. If I say this in advance, I don't know what the effect will be. Hayori hasn't been in Konoha recently, so he doesn't know much about Konoha's situation. But there may be some answers at tomorrow's funeral. After all, in his memory, it seemed that the first time that Uchiha Fugaku had thoughts about Hokage was at a funeral. Thinking in his mind, Yuji had already walked to his home. However, when he entered the door, he found Hikari Uchiha sitting on the ground in a daze. However, Guang was very alert, so she immediately raised her head. When she saw that the person coming was Yuji, her alertness dissipated a lot. Come back so soon? She steeled herself and sat up straight, then asked. Yuji nodded, closed the door and then spoke. Just rest if you are tired. Uchiha Hikari has not participated in the battle these days, but her nerves have always been tense, and any disturbance can wake her up. In addition, she had just been dug out, and the conditions in the wild were not so good for her to fully recover. It can be said that her condition has been very bad. Don't talk about her. Yuji himself was on guard against her sudden illness and didn't dare to take a good rest at all. But these days, he is certain that although this girl is quite extreme and crazy, fortunately she has not reached the point of being unreasonable. But what did the Uchiha do to her 100 years ago? Yuji has always had such curiosity in her heart, and she also talked about some of her past, but she basically ignored it in an understatement. This made Hayori a little helpless, but he didn't ask. It was not a good thing to forcefully expose the scar. Maybe in the future, she will say it herself when she wants to. I'm fine. Uchiha Hikari shook his head, this situation is fine for me. I said, if you're tired, just rest. But before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Yuji. What can you do in this state? I'm afraid you can't do anything. Yuji's words made her purse her lips. She didn't speak, but raised her head and looked at Yuji. Her appearance made Yuji feel dumbfounded for a while, and finally Yuji could only speak with a serious expression. I know that you probably don't trust me, let alone the current environment. But I said that you are no longer in darkness, and I also said that you can just settle down and live here. You are following the footsteps of light, why not let yourself truly feel the light? At this point, Hayori stopped. The eyes that looked at Guang seemed to be flickering, and he knew that his words had been heard. But he was also a little helpless, why did he act like he was coaxing a child? Fortunately, his mouth escape has always been good, otherwise he wouldn't have so many friends, or some superficial brothers. So, don't worry, you can feel at ease with me here. Yuji knelt down, thought for a while, and tentatively put his hand on Hikaru's shoulder. When he saw Hikaru didn't resist, he continued to speak. I know that trust is not easy to build, and it is even harder to become a companion. But why don't we try to get to know each other a little bit so we can at least start as friends, right? Listening to Yuji's words, Hikaru's eyes became more complicated for a while, and it took her a while before she murmured in a low voice. Friends. Early the next morning, Hayori walked out of the Uchiha clan wearing black clothes. You must make necessary preparations to attend a funeral, and wearing black clothes will make you look more solemn. He raised his head and glanced at the sky. The sky was now grey and it might rain soon. However, this weather is very suitable for holding some funeral ceremonies. Fortunately, Hayori was not in a bad mood, even though he was forced to sleep on the floor last night. I didn't expect that after returning home, I would be the same as when I was on the battlefield and outside. My performance of mouth escape yesterday was pretty good, maybe a certain sentence just hit Uchiha Hikari's heart. She did let down some of her defenses after that, but this also caused her to fall into a deep sleep very quickly. Looking at the sleeping girl, Yuji could only put her on the bed and go to make a bed on the floor. Forget it, just be patient for now, and then I'll buy a bed. Although the space in his home is limited, he might be able to try to fit in another bed. Thinking in his heart, he slowly walked towards the cemetery. Along the way, he also met many ninjas dressed in black. After they saw Yuji, some nodded politely, but some just glanced at him and left in a hurry. Yuji didn't pay attention to these things, and soon he saw his acquaintance. Hey Ori, this way, this way. Akai saw Yuji from a distance and waved to him. His voice also made Kakashi, Aoba, Nohara Rin, and others look over. You are here too. Yuji walked over and greeted them with a smile. We were all classmates, so we would naturally relax a lot when we were together. I didn't expect that you, a guy who wasn't very good at school before, changed so much on the battlefield. Asuma looked at Haori curiously, and there seemed to be some disbelief on his face. Although he has a different personality because he is the middle child in the family, as the son of the Hokage, he is also an excellent student. He had a good relationship with Haori at school, but he could also be considered Haori's superficial brother. Haori is very strong. If it weren't for Iori's rescue, I'm afraid it would be difficult for us to come back. Lin walked to Haori's side and said with a smile, and Kakashi nodded beside him. Kurane and Anko also gathered around at this time, and they looked at Haori curiously. It's just good luck. If Minato Jonin hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid. It was very satisfying to be praised by these future people of Konoha, but Haori still maintained the necessary humility. Being too low-key will make people look down on you, but being too proud will make people hate you even more. Haori, I don't seem to have seen you these days. What are you doing? Akai asked curiously. He hadn't seen Iori for a while. He's out on a mission. Before Iori could speak, Anko beside her spoke first. She is also very familiar with Haori, and they had teamed up to perform missions together before in the country of Whirlpool. And he also met Lord Jiraiya, and they came back together. Asuma was obviously well informed, he also shrugged and said. Really, why don't you call me? When Akai heard this, he couldn't help it for a moment, and King Yi, who didn't speak, also looked over. Please, he went on a mission with a girl from his tribe. How could he go with you? Asuma said with a nonchalant smile, but as soon as he finished speaking, he realized that everyone seemed to be silent. Because Akai, Kakashi, Aoba, and Lin all looked at Haori. After a while, Lin asked with a smile. Haori, who is she? Didn't she come today? It's time to prepare Madara and Obito, and at the same time, the protagonist has to open his eyes. It's just that I have a bit of a headache as to what the protagonist's kaleidoscope ability is. Chapter 37. The next morning. The eyelashes of the girl lying on the bed trembled slightly, and then she opened her eyes. Are you actually sleeping like that? The girl looked around and then sat up. Only then did she realize that she was lying on the bed, and there were sheets and quilts on the ground not far away. Are you sleeping on the ground? She seemed to have understood all this, and she found that she seemed to have slept peacefully last night. Even though it was still the same as before, once she fell asleep, the nightmares from the past would still appear again and again. The ferocious faces of those Uchiha clan members still appeared in her dreams. But this time there was no such intense fear in her heart. She seemed to be able to face it all calmly, which she had never expected. Shaking her head, she stood up and looked for Iori's figure. But strangely, the room seemed extremely quiet, which made her frown. But when she came to the table, she suddenly found that there was breakfast prepared long ago, and there was a note on it. She was a little confused, then picked up the note and read it. Sorry, I saw you were sleeping too deeply, so I didn't bother you. I have to attend a funeral in the village today and have to get up early. But I prepared some breakfast for you, remember to eat it. Your body is still relatively weak, and I hope you can recover soon. Your friend, Haori. Friends. Putting down the note, she couldn't help but murmured in a low voice. Raising her head, she looked out the window. Although the weather today is not good, the sky is grey and rain is falling. But the drizzle seemed to be washing her soul, making her feel a different kind of peace. There are really some unfamiliar words. Ah, it's so boring. Every time I wake up, I wish it was a dream. In the dark underground base of the Kingdom of Grass, Obito sighed helplessly. He couldn't even remember how many times this happened. However, he still held some expectations in his heart. Since he was not dead, he must return to Kakashi and Lin. So now, although he has almost lost half of his body, he has been working hard to exercise his body balance and coordination. He believed that he would be able to recover. Hey, Obito-kun, good morning. At this time, the Uzumaki-faced figure appeared on time, waving and greeting Obito. Are you going to wake up so early and start exercising again? Hello Uzumaki face. Obito said listlessly, and then he stood up. Well, I have to get out of here early, I can't stand this place. Obito-kun, who are Rin and Kakashi? At this moment, another Baiju appeared beside him and asked curiously. Could it be that you want to go outside and touch the bell? Oh, there are also a lot of idiots, 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 idiots. The Uzumaki-faced Baizetsu also touched his chin at this time and said with a look of reminiscence. Occasionally, it will be mixed with idiot Kakashi and the like. By the way, what is idiot Kakashi? I remember it being repeated from the time you got here. Do they owe you a lot of money? Why would I talk like this in my sleep? It's so embarrassing. Obito was embarrassed, but when he wanted to change the topic, Uzumaki-face spoke again. By the way, you seem to be just talking about them. Do you have no other friends? Forward. This question stunned Obito for a moment. He seemed to be thinking of Namikaze Minato and Kushina, who took good care of him. But he quickly shook his head and spoke quickly before Uzumaki-face wanted to say anything else. How come I only saw you two today, where are the others? During this period of time, he also met a lot of Baiju. Those people looked exactly the same, and many of them would also chat with me. Even though they are all like idiots, Obito and them can be considered to have a good conversation. They went out to investigate information. Another Baiju replied casually. What? Can they go out? Obito had a look of surprise on his face. He really didn't know about this. Hey, didn't I mention it to you? Baiju scratched his head, thought for a while and then explained. We've been able to travel inside the dirt, so we're able to get out, and we've been sent out everywhere to gather intelligence for a long time. In fact, we can see what you are fighting, but we are not involved in it. Really, why are you telling me such an important thing now? Obito clenched his fists, and then he asked quickly. Then, do you know about Kakashi and the others? They are my teammates. You should have seen it when you rescued me. You mean, the guy with white hair, and the girl with brown hair? The Uzumaki face looked at Obito with curiosity, and then he touched his chin as if he was lost in memories. If it's them, then I really know something about it. After all, they had been following Hayori before, and Kakashi and Lin were right next to Hayori. It was difficult to understand this kind of thing. Uzumaki face's words immediately made Obito excited. Although he couldn't get out, it would be good for Obito to learn their information. Tell me how they are now, they are my best friends. Obito asked excitedly, he couldn't wait to know all this now. I'm afraid they are feeling very sad now, after all, they have lost their best friend. Well, it's okay, I will definitely speed up the recovery process so that I can return to them as soon as possible. Well, I don't want to interrupt your fantasy, but... Uzumaki face saw that Obito seemed to be trapped in his own world, he scratched his face, and finally said a little helplessly. They're all fine now, is it sad? It's true, it's sad after you've just been buried. However, they recovered quickly. After all, a very gentle and strong person arrived in time and rescued them. And then he went on missions with them and continued to enlighten them. Hearing Uzumaki face's words, Obito's body could not help but stiffen slightly. Kakashi and Lin have recovered? This? What on earth is this? Is the teacher here, Minato Namikaze? Obito pursed his lips and asked with a forced smile. If it's a teacher, he is indeed gentle and very strong. It's not him, it's a guy who is an Uchiha just like you. Beside Uzumaki's face, Baizetsu poked his head out. He looked at Obito and shrugged with a smile. That guy is much better looking than you. He is indeed very gentle and powerful. He saved your former teammate. And it wasn't just saved in one go, and their relationship seems to be very good, even better than you did at the time. Oh, by the way, that guy's name seems to be Hayori? Hayori. Why is it you again? Obito really couldn't stand it at this moment. Why was this guy the one who saved Kakashi and the others? Why was it him? Suddenly, he suddenly remembered what Madara had said to him before. You and I are both betrayed and forgotten. Obito's fists clenched tighter and tighter, and these words kept echoing in his mind. After a while, he suddenly raised his head, and his eyes turned extremely scarlet at this moment. I don't believe it. I must go out and ask them. Chapter 38. The sky was grey and rain slowly fell from the sky. In the cemetery of Konoha, Hayori stood in black clothes in the formation of the Uchiha clan. He lowered his head, and like everyone else, they were all silent at this time, paying their last moment of silence. Halfway through the funeral, it started to rain, as if God was crying for those who died on the battlefield. Akai and others, who were noisy with Yuji before, have become particularly sad at this time. After all, on the battlefield, everyone has witnessed the departure of their companions and even their closest relatives. Fortunately, everything has to stop for the time being. Yuji lowered his head and muttered silently in his heart. He knew very well that the war was only temporarily over. It is impossible to truly end all fights unless the entire ninja world is unified and then the necessary strict management is carried out. In this way, conflicts can be minimized and any issues can be negotiated internally. Or, everyone is gone, so there won't be any conflicts of interest. After all, as the saying goes, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Hayori thought silently in his heart that he really didn't understand why Senju Hashirama rejected Uchiha Madara's idea. Obviously all the villages were just built at that time, and he could knock them all down if he wanted to. But he chose to stay in a corner and showed that this was the ultimate peace. He didn't seem to have thought at all that the reason why the ninja world was peaceful was entirely because he was strong enough and no one dared to provoke him. And he also did something that is even more incomprehensible, the split-tailed beast. It can be said that the biggest rebel in Konoha is actually him. The reason why the current ninja world is like this is, to put it bluntly, because of him. But if you think about it carefully, you can see from the original work that he is indeed not very smart. Pursing his lips, Yuji stopped thinking about these problems. It's not good to complain about the stupidity of the first Hokage, not to mention that he also got some necessary information during the funeral just now. It seemed that while he was out digging graves, there was indeed talk of nominating the fourth Hokage in Konoha. Even though he was standing far away, Yuri could hear some clan members discussing this matter with Uchiha Fugaku in low voices. Now we have to see what kind of response the old man Uchiha Setsuna will have. Standing quietly among the crowd, Yuji waited quietly for the end of the funeral. In fact, such funerals have been held several times in Konoha. Whether it is to truly commemorate the fallen heroes, or it is a political show to show the recognition of the heroes' efforts by Konoha's top brass. This is very necessary, after all, it can unite people to a greater extent. With the Sandame's final speech in the rain, this time the funeral and memorial ceremony ended successfully. Yuji didn't stay too long. Although it wouldn't affect him due to the continuous rain, it also made him feel uncomfortable. What's more, Asuma just said something about Uchiha Hikaru, even if he knew that Konoha would not investigate Uchiha's question in detail, let alone ask. But he couldn't stand other people asking, especially the look in Nohara-Lin's eyes, even though he explained that they were just companions on the mission together. Hayori-kun. But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard someone calling him. Turning around to look, it turned out that Namikaze Minato was walking towards him with Kakashi and Rin. "Hello Minato Jounin." Hayori nodded to Namikaze Minato very politely. "I heard that Minato Jounin has returned. I would like to thank Minato Jounin for his help, otherwise I would not be able to learn such a sophisticated sealing technique." Hayori-kun is humbled. "Kushina told me that your talent for sealing is very good." Namikaze Minato shook his head, he was still sunny and magnanimous. "Also, thank you for everything Hayori-kun has done. I have already heard Kakashi talk about some things." Yuji was stunned for a moment when he heard this sentence, and then he reacted. It seems that Kakashi told him what he reminded him at that time, that Uchiha might come to him. "It doesn't have to be like this, Minato Jounin, Kakashi and I are friends." Yuji felt funny in his heart, but he said seriously. "There is no need to talk about this matter anymore, Minato Jounin, I think it is better to talk about the things on the front line. After all, we are all waiting for the war to end. Kakashi has a true friend, that's something to be happy about." When Namikaze Minato heard what Yuri said, he nodded and then patted Kakashi on the shoulder. Kakashi also nodded. Although Obito has left, he has a real friend again. Things on the front line are still a little complicated, but I think it will be over soon. Namikaze Minato then looked a little more serious, and he lowered his voice and said. Iwagakure accepted the negotiation, Shikaku is in charge of this matter, but we have received some news recently. It seems that there is some movement on Kirigakure's side, and they have sent some elite troops over. Having said this, Namikaze Minato stopped. There were some things that he couldn't reveal too much. However, Hayori understood that this was Uchiha Madara's plan, and he was preparing for Obito to finally open his eyes. It seems that the ninja world cannot be peaceful for the time being. Hayori murmured in a low voice, and these words also resonated with Namikaze Minato. Yes, the ninja world is still not at peace. I said, if you want to leave, leave, as long as you can do it. In the underground base of the land of grass, Madara looked at Obito, who had a stubborn face, and spoke calmly. He naturally knew the conversation between the two Baizetsu and Obito. After all, this was his intention. Obito is so emotionally intense that he is naturally satisfied in his heart. The more he cares about it, the greater the negative effect will be if he loses it. After all, Obito's character has a strong selfish attribute. Ever since he came here, this guy has only been thinking about Kakashi and Lin. As for his clan members, his teacher, and the nine-tailed Jinchuriki who took good care of him, he never mentioned it. How long are you going to keep me in jail? Can't you just send me out? Obito gritted his teeth and asked loudly. He really wanted to go out and see what happened to Lin and Kakashi. And, have you already known about the two of them? So be it. After all, I have been observing the changes in the ninja world. Madara nodded slightly, he had nothing to argue with. Didn't I tell you a long time ago? We are all betrayed and forgotten. Nonsense, how could I be forgotten? Obito couldn't help but become even more irritated after hearing this. Especially Kakashi and Lin, they will never and absolutely cannot forget me, it's impossible. People are always immersed in their own world, thinking about the beauty in their own hearts, but they can't extricate themselves. Madara looked at Obito, who was a little hysterical, and he said in a deep voice with meaning. Reality is sad, whether you accept it or not, that's the way it is. You are no match for him, you are already dead, so it is not strange for you to be forgotten and betrayed. Even everything they did was probably not a betrayal in their eyes. It may be immoral to forget the past, but isn't it a virtue to smooth the world's changes? Stop talking nonsense and shut up. Obito became increasingly confused. Hayori had a good relationship with Lin, and Lin even quarreled with him about it. And now that Yuri seems to have completely replaced him, but he can't do anything. This is something he cannot accept. It seems you are still unconvinced, but let's make a bet. Seeing Obito's hysterical look, Madara thought for a moment before speaking quietly. What bet? Obito forced himself to calm down. I can mobilize some Kirigakure troops, and I will also find a way to bring them to the front line. Madara spoke slowly, and that deep voice seemed to have a special rhythm. When the time comes, you can see how they perform and even get in touch with them. However, you must disguise yourself, at least cover your face. Having said this, Madara paused for a moment before speaking meaningfully. Didn't you say that they won't forget you, that you are the most important person to them? So, for the most important person, even if you can't see the face clearly, you can still find out the identity through some details. If you can't even do this, I think the result is self-evident. Are you willing to take this bet, Obito? Chapter 39. After the funeral, Yuji's life temporarily returned to peace. Although he knew that Madara had already started to make some moves, he knew better that the most important actor had not yet appeared on stage, so the scene would naturally not go on. Hayori has actually been thinking about how to deal with this huge change for a long time. For Obito, his senses are the same as for Itachi Uchiha, and he has no plot to help others at all. What's more, he could feel that Nohara Rin seemed to have some affection for him, which in Obito's eyes was probably his original sin. Even if he was rescued, he would be troubled by himself, and he only had Kakashi and Lin in his heart. He would kill anyone no matter how kind they were to him, so Yuri was afraid of avoiding them. Even Yuji was thinking about how to cheat him without leaving any trace. After all, if Lin doesn't die, I'm afraid this guy's kaleidoscope won't be able to be turned on. Although Hayori was afraid of Madara, it didn't mean that he didn't dare to do something quietly. He even dared to think about how to kill the entire family's top brass, let alone trick Obito. But these things are all things for the future, and he can't do anything without task transfer. Moreover, his top priority now is, on the one hand, strength, and on the other hand, good relations with the low-level ninjas and civilians in the family. There is no need to say much about strength. It is difficult to move forward without strength in this world. As for the second one, as a time traveler, I naturally know that the world is not about fighting and killing, but also about human relationships. Since he doesn't plan to rely on any of the existing high-level factions, then of course he has to start with those people who are already disliked by the family. What's more, he was originally from here. He has been cared for by these people since he was a child, and he still remembers this kindness in his heart. Even if he can now participate in the clan meeting. Why are you so distracted? What are you thinking about? Just as Yuji was thinking, Guang suddenly walked up behind him and asked with a calm expression. It's nothing, I'm just thinking about other things. Haori quickly retracted his thoughts, turned his head and said with a smile. After all, as a friend, since I have made a promise to you, then naturally I cannot break my promise to others. There are a lot of things that need to be planned to ensure that nothing goes wrong and that we are safe. You don't have to think so much, and you don't have to be so tired. When she heard Yuji's words, she shook her head slightly. As long as you remember your promise and keep it and complete it. Hearing these words, Yuji was stunned for a moment. He could find that Guang's attitude towards him seemed to have changed. But when he thought about it carefully, he understood that friends were really marketable in the environment of Hokage. This change also made Haori feel relieved. What he was most afraid of was the sudden onset of these Uchihas. By the way, I may have to attend the clan meeting tonight. After thinking for a while, Yuji then spoke quietly. Although I don't want to go, I can't avoid this. But this time I can confirm some things. After all, I have done something secretly. During this time, Minato Namikaze had visited Uchiha Fugaku. The final result was that Kakashi took that eye and left with Namikaze Minato. This matter has also caused a stir in the family, so there is a clan meeting tonight. Will the Uchiha clan meet? Guang frowned subconsciously when she heard Yuji's words. She was really full of disgust for this family. But in the end she nodded, indicating that she knew. Actually, you can go out for a walk instead of staying at home all day. Looking at the girl who was silent, Yuji thought for a while and then spoke. Didn't I tell you before that you are already free and no one can force you to do anything anymore? Why should you lock yourself away and stay at home all day long? What's the difference from what you and I said? Having said this, Yuji paused slightly, and then continued with a smile. Go out and take a look when you have time, just be careful and use some transformation skills. Although our eyes are all black, why don't we use them to find light? Guang seemed to be lost in thought after hearing this chicken soup, but after a moment she suddenly raised her head in confusion. But aren't we Sharingan? Master Patriarch, we need an explanation. Uchiha's power cannot fall into the hands of others casually like this. Sitting in a corner inside the shrine, Haori quietly watched the exciting performances of those present. After being choked by Guang, he decisively left home and came here. It was his first time to attend the clan meeting. He had no idea of speaking at all, and he himself basically didn't know the people who could attend the meeting. It would be hard for people to believe that within a family, the relationship between family members could be so unfamiliar. But that is the fact. After all, the hierarchy within the Uchiha clan is so strict that it is unimaginable. Moreover, due to factional issues, there may even be conflicts between old age and death, and Haori himself has suffered greatly from this. Everyone, I know you have doubts about my choice, but I do this for the family. Uchiha Fugaku actually knew from the moment he made the decision that he would definitely face a large-scale crusade this time. In fact, when he first heard the news, he was shocked by Obito's actions. But as he calmed down, he suddenly realized that this was a huge opportunity. Whether it is to use this eye to further close the distance with Namikaze Minato, or to use it as a bargaining chip to run for Hokage. These are very good choices, so when he met Namikaze Minato, he made it clear that he would let Kakashi continue to have this eye. What's more, it's not like he can't see Konoha's moves, so even if he is facing the crusade from his tribe, he still seems relatively calm. If I forcibly recycle this eye, the voice in the village will become that we do not respect the will of the deceased. Especially right after the funeral, and now that there was talk of a new Hokage in Konoha, we couldn't take any chances. Does the Patriarch mean to run for Hokage? Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, Uchiha Setsuna, who had been silent until now, suddenly raised his head and looked at him. I do have this idea. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, indicating an attitude. If he could become Hokage, many of the problems in the family would disappear, and Uchiha Fugaku knew this. He didn't have a chance before, but now he can see hope. He has to fight for it no matter what. Hokage, it's indeed our turn. I fully support the Patriarch's idea. Uchiha suddenly spoke calmly, but his peripheral vision involuntarily glanced at Haori sitting in the back row. because he discovered that this boy really understood Uchiha Fugaku's thoughts. And these days, he has been thinking about one thing: is it worth using Sharingan to exchange for the chance of being a Hokage? Rationally it's worth it, it's an excellent opportunity after all. But Uchiha Setsuna also agreed on one thing. Is it worth it to sell the power of his blood successor in exchange for Hokage? Moreover, the Hokage should belong to the Uchiha, and they were the ones who established Konoha with the Senju back then. But Uchiha's face suddenly became serious. He stared at Uchiha Fugaku and said, "Lord Patriarch, can the honor of the family and the power of the family's blood be traded?" Uchiha Setsuna's words made Uchiha Fugaku's face immediately turn ugly. Almost at this moment, the atmosphere in the entire venue became solemn. Hayori sat in the back row and lowered his head slightly, because he couldn't help but smile. This damn old man uses family honor to bind and brainwash himself all day long, but now it seems that this thing is still somewhat useful. Chapter 40. The result of this clan meeting was naturally that it broke up unhappy. Uchiha Setsuna would never compromise, but Uchiha Fugaku had his own plans in his heart. The most interesting thing is that those doves sided with Uchiha Fugaku without exception. This gave Uchiha Fugaku the confidence to push this matter, and you can imagine how ugly Uchiha Setsuna's face would be. However, Yuji is really not surprised by the choice of those from the Dove faction. In fact, they, like the Hawks, all want to find a future for their family in their own way. It's just that their logical thinking is not to use violent means, but to use peaceful and negotiation methods to advance. When necessary, some trade-offs can be made to speed up the process, such as Kakashi's Sharingan this time. Although they don't want their power to leak out, if this eye can be used as a bargaining chip, Uchiha can get a good reputation. And finally putting more effort into Uchiha Fugaku becoming Hokage, so that's not a bad thing. To be honest, their idea was right, but how could Uchiha Fugaku have a chance? The current political system of Konoha can basically be regarded as the big alliance of the Nidaime Hokage system. All the 5 giants of Konoha are his disciples. Although they dare not directly appoint the next generation Hokage like the second generation Hokage, do they have the ability to provide talents? After all, if the people in the queue are all your own, what difference does it make who you appoint? And doves are obsessed with non-violent methods, but how can we achieve real peace without struggle? Yuji couldn't help but shook his head in his heart, but he was also more determined to clean up all the upper echelons of the family. Regardless of whether they are hawks or doves, they only believe that they are the best, and Yuji has seen it today. However, this clan meeting has really gained a lot. It will be a good show if everyone comes to an end. A good show needs to be brewed, especially now is not the time, not to mention that Hayori himself is not ready to take the role. After all, his strength is not eye-catching yet, but fortunately, Uchiha Fugaku always seems to be able to provide assists to everyone at critical moments. Perhaps because he really couldn't stand the current environment within the clan, or perhaps because he wanted to gain some merit, this guy took his eldest son directly to the country of grass. The war in the country of grass is over, and the two sides have slowly begun negotiations, but this does not mean that the conflict will stop. In other words, both parties are not stupid. Everyone knows that if they want to get more things at the negotiation table, they must show their strength. But this has nothing to do with Yuji for the time being. After the clan meeting is over, he has been living a relatively smooth life without anything for the time being. Every day he would either try to understand Uchiha Hikari's emotions, or try to take her out for a walk, and practice with Akai and Kakashi. Akai and Kakashi are relatively free now, and their relationship is very good, so they will come to Hayori if nothing happens. Light, on the other hand, prefers to watch them compete with each other, but she always hides it. On the one hand, I don't want to reveal my secret, and on the other hand, I don't want to communicate with other people. Bang, bang, bang. In a mountain forest not far from the Uchiha clan, 2 figures quickly intersected and collided. But the next moment, a figure slowed down a bit and was kicked hard, and then he fell to the ground. I lost. Kakashi rubbed his belly and looked at Hayori, who stopped in front of him, and he couldn't help but said helplessly. He is really helpless now. He has never won against Yuji during this period. Although he already knew how exaggerated Hayori was when he was in the country of grass. That kind of dance-like physical skill was something he couldn't learn at all, but he couldn't say how powerful that kind of physical skill was. During this time, he felt it, and that feeling was really despairing. No matter how hard you try, no matter how hard you fight, you can't defeat someone, but the other party can instantly grasp your weakness and give you a fatal blow. In such a situation, anyone would be confused. It's okay, Kakashi. Haori walked over with a smile, he stretched out his hand to Kakashi and then smiled. Fine. Kakashi stood up again with the help of Haori's hand, but he soon sighed. You are really powerful, I feel like you can see through all my moves here. Although I can see some, it's not clear. This feeling is really bad. What do you mean? I was taught a harsher lesson by Uchiha Hikari. Hearing Kakashi's words, Haori couldn't help but complain in her heart. Haori knew that Hikari's eyes were kaleidoscopes, so he was naturally curious about the power of kaleidoscopes. Of course, he didn't foolishly ask what other people's eyes were capable of. Not to mention that it was someone else's secret, just the pupil transplant he got last time made him guess whether this girl had been forcibly transplanted with the pupil technique. And according to the inhuman torture she once said, this is not a good memory after all. Haori will naturally not open other people's scars. What's more, the power of the Mangekyo is not just a reflection of the pupil technique. As far as he knows, these eyes are stronger than the Sharingan in all aspects. Haori was naturally curious about its strength, so he specially held Hikaru for a spar, and the result is needless to say. You're just not used to this eye yet. Things will get better when you get used to it. Although he was complaining in his heart, he still comforted Kakashi on the surface. It's true that I'm still not used to it, especially since this eye consumes so much chakra. Kakashi sighed helplessly, the consumption of Sharingan was really beyond his expectation. In fact, his chakra was not lacking, but after possessing this eye, he found that his chakra could not withstand it at all. After all, you are a foreigner, so it's not surprising. Yuji touched his chin. Suddenly he thought of something and asked curiously. Speaking of which, I remember you used to use a knife. Why don't you see it now? Knife. Kakashi couldn't help but be stunned for a moment when he heard Haori's question, and then shrugged. It's being repaired. It will take a few days. I think I can make it in time. Hearing Kakashi's words, this time it was Haori's turn to be stunned. He thought Kakashi would say something like not planning to use a knife. After all, Kakashi's fighting style in the original book was really Uchiha. Perhaps in Kakashi's consciousness, Obito died because of him, and he was burdened with Obito's eyes. Therefore, he was eager to maximize the value of Obito's eyes in order to comfort Obito. As a result, this guy's fighting style became to first use ninjutsu to test the enemy, and then use the insight of Sharingan to cooperate with Chidori to kill the enemy. But now, he seems to be taking the initiative to use the knife. This change makes Haori feel particularly interesting. I just don't know if Obito knows, what will he think? Hey, did you just talk about missions? Suddenly, Haori realized what he was doing, and he looked at Kakashi curiously. Well, I'm going to the land of grass in a few days. It's said that someone from Kirigakura is wandering around and may want to sabotage the negotiations. Kakashi nodded, and then he looked at Haori in surprise. Don't you know, your name is also on the list for this mission. Yet. Yuji frowned. He really didn't know about this because no one had informed him yet. But listening to Kakashi's story, he knew that Madara's big drama was about to take place. At this moment, the system in his mind suddenly moved. Acquired a new side mission. 1. Kill Kakashi and Lin with your own hands and help Obito open the kaleidoscope. 2. Save Lin and let Obito fall into endless pain. Task reward unknown. Chapter 41. Seeing the mission on his panel, Yuji was a little silent for a while. This system was still doing some cruel things to me as always, and it actually allowed me to kill Lin with my own hands? He didn't have a good relationship with Obito to begin with, but what if he sent Lin away with his own hands? I'm afraid what Obito wants to create is not a world with Lin, but a world where he can't exist in either the real world or the virtual world. Haori is still quite wary of Obito, especially after his kaleidoscope is turned on. He is definitely not an easy character to deal with. Of course, Haori felt that it was a problem whether Obito could open his eyes when he was around. But Haori was also thinking that if Obito had his own kaleidoscope when he opened his eyes, then can I try to get his powers back? Since Yuji completed the task of digging a grave, he has obtained the ability of a pupil transplantation technique, but he has not tried it until now. The main reason is that he has no suitable candidate, and secondly, his own eyes have not yet reached the level of kaleidoscope. He had no intention of questioning Guang's eyes yet. He wanted to get the girl to tell him about her past. Only then will he ask, instead of exposing people's scars now. But Obito's situation is different. If he can really get Obito's ability, it will definitely not be a bad thing for him. Besides, I have already obtained part of his talent. After I complete it, it will be easier to face him. With complete Kamui, then he really is not afraid of Obito. After all, I can find you even if you hide, so what are you going to use to fight me? Standing in the forest, watching Kakashi's leaving figure, Haori couldn't help but think silently in her heart. Are you still thinking about the mission he mentioned? At this moment, the voice of Light sounded behind him. She had actually been watching the battle between Haori and Kakashi, but she didn't want to expose herself. At the same time, she had no interest in contacting these ninjas, so she never showed up until Kakashi left. Well, this mission is not normal. Haori touched his chin, although he was just thinking about how to get Obito's ability. But his thoughts changed very quickly, and he directly followed Guang's thoughts and spoke. Because the village does not send out tasks, especially such important tasks, without notifying me. We will even confirm it, because we need to ensure the success rate of the task. Now it seems that the family wants me to perform this mission, which is probably the same as the last time I went to the country of grass. It seemed like the clan leader was asking for my opinion, but actually he had already signed me up. After all, in order to be honest, Haori told Hikari about becoming a hero of Konoha. Yuji himself is not sure what the situation will be this time. But this didn't stop him from thinking about the last time, not to mention that this was also a matter of following someone's preference. Hikaru's prejudice against Uchiha was really deep. This family is really hopeless. As expected, Guang couldn't help but snort when he heard these words. Both this family and these so-called ninjas are hopeless. Yes, yes, so we will burn them all together when the time comes. Haori didn't bother to say that this girl was too extreme, since he was used to it anyway. In fact, if he thought about it, he quite sympathized with this girl. Although it was only a few words, Yuji also knew that her living environment at that time was not generally bad. She was almost like Kimimaro, locked in a cage and used completely as a weapon. Moreover, the war showed no mercy, and people from other families would only regard her as a monster and enemy. It is only natural for her to have resentment in her heart when such a family is treated as a slave and everyone in the world is the enemy. After all, she is not Naruto. Fortunately, after these days of contact, Yuji also knows that she is not the kind of person who is unreasonable and extremely selfish. Otherwise, nothing Haori said would be of any use. Then what are you going to do now? Hikaru didn't pay attention to Yori's words, she frowned and asked. Going to participate in this so-called mission. Of course, although I don't know the situation yet, I'm afraid I can't avoid this mission. Yuji nodded, the system tasks were released, and he naturally wanted to see what kind of rewards he could get. In addition, he also wanted to see how Obito would change if he participated and rescued Lin. Of course, the most important point is that Haori continues to strengthen his eyes so that he can successfully activate the Mangeki Sharingan. These days, he has never stopped practicing Yin escape. And often fighting against Akai and Kakashi also gave him better control over his eyes. But it wasn't enough. He could feel his eyes growing, but obviously they hadn't reached their limit yet. Haori can only work harder and fight with higher intensity to improve her eyesight. Is this so? I understand. Guang looked at Yuji's serious expression, thought for a while and said nothing more. But she was feeling in her heart that Yuji was indeed the same person as him, and they had the same problem. Don't worry, I will make preparations before leaving, and you will be fine at home. Haori smiled and spoke slowly. You also have to take care of yourself. You can go out for a walk when you have nothing to do. Just pretend to be good. Just like now, there are so many beautiful things in the world that need to be discovered with the eyes. You can't find it if you stay at home all day long, because then you can't get in touch with the light. Ever since Hikaru said, "We are not Sharingan" last time, Haori has become smarter. Although he wanted to say, "I don't open the Sharingan on weekdays," but he felt that it was better not to argue with this girl. There's no point in doing this, just go with her. And Guang didn't say anything after hearing his words, and didn't know what he was thinking. Come on, let's go back. Yuji didn't care so much. He turned around and walked towards his home. Naturally, he had to prepare before going on a mission. But on the way, he couldn't help but think about one thing, that is, what kind of ability would he have if he turned on the kaleidoscope? As we all know, the ability of a kaleidoscope depends on the inner desire of the person opening his eyes. It's just that Haori is not sure whether what he thinks when he opens his eyes can affect the final effect after opening his eyes. After all, he didn't endure that kind of extreme emotional stimulation to open his eyes. He accomplished all this through evolution. So, can he be stuck and think about this problem in his mind when raising his eyes? Furthermore, I have already obtained the space talent of Kakashi's Sharingan, so will my pupil technique also have divine power? These questions have always made Yuji curious, but he couldn't figure out a reason after thinking for several days. However, in the past few days, he had prepared everything that needed to be prepared. For example, I bought a lot of food to put at home, and also bought myself some ninja tools. Also during these days, he also received accurate news. Setsuna Uchiha told him that he was going on a mission. Although the Patriarch's actions disgust us, we will not give up, but the most important thing is for the Patriarch to become Hokage. Uchiha Setsuna said to Haori seriously. This mission is for the family, and you have enough experience in the country of grass, so I hope you can participate in this mission. I understand, I won't let the family down. Yuji already knew that he had been signed up, not to mention that he had already accepted all the system tasks, so he naturally didn't bother to refute. After all, he had no interest in arguing with a mortal man. However, when he was approaching the entrance of Konoha village, he was shocked to find that there was someone following him. What are you doing, are you crazy? Haori looked at the girl with a headache. He didn't know what was going on with this light. Didn't you let me see more of the outside world? However, Guang looked at Yuri with a calm face, and said words that he could not refute. Besides, didn't you say we were friends? Since we are friends, it should be normal for me to want to help you, right? Chapter 42. Late at night, the moonlight is like singing. Yuji stood in a forest, waiting quietly. But he was still a little troubled. After all, Uchiha Hikaru's decision really gave him a headache. There are actually many ways to bring people out. After all, leaving Konoha is not as troublesome as entering Konoha. But the problem is, she still has to return to Konoha with herself, which is really a bit troublesome. Forget it, if you want to come out, then come out. I'm afraid I won't feel comfortable leaving her alone in Konoha. Sighing slightly, Yuji thought silently in his heart. He was actually not worried about the Uchiha people discovering her, or the Konoha people noticing her. Uchiha's population base is not small. Coupled with the conflicts between factions, there is also a gap between ninjas and ordinary people. As a result, many people in the family are actually not familiar with each other, and they just need to hide it a little when they go home. And in the village, no one would pay more attention to an Uchiha. What's more, some people in the blood family will not go to ninja school. They are trained by the family themselves. Therefore, it is not unusual to not know him, as long as he can be sure of which family he belongs to. However, Hikari hated the ninja system and Uchiha, so no one knew what would happen if she were left behind. So, it doesn't matter if you come out. Although it will be troublesome to go back, it is better than uncertainty. And now that he thought about it carefully, Haori felt that letting her follow him was a good choice. After all, his action this time was quite dangerous. Iwagakure wants greater results at the negotiation table, so the conflict may not stop. And he still had to face a group of mist ninjas, especially with Madara behind these mist ninjas. He would be much safer with the kaleidoscope of light. Although, I think she shouldn't need to take action. Thinking of this, Yuji's mood suddenly improved a lot, but at this moment he suddenly noticed someone coming towards him. He immediately turned his head, and the person who came was none other than Guang. She came out with a caravan, and this was their meeting point. Is it okay? Yuji took the initiative to walk over and then asked. No problem. Those people didn't notice me. Guang nodded, but then she tilted her head and asked curiously. Did my decision cause you any trouble? It's a little troublesome, but it's not a big problem. Yuji smiled and said nonchalantly. Really? Guang's eyes were still looking at Yuji. Yes, and thinking about it carefully, my decision is also very unreliable. Haori, who had already figured it out, was very clear. He smiled and nodded. Leaving you alone in Konoha, in an environment you don't like, is there any difference from those who imprisoned you at that time? Sorry, as a friend I think I should ask you what you think next time instead of making a decision directly for you. Guang was stunned for a moment when she heard Yuri's words. She admitted that her actions were a bit willful, even if she was caring about her friends. But she also felt that Haori might not be happy, but she didn't expect to get such an answer. You really think so? Otherwise? Yuji's smile remained unchanged. Didn't you also say that we are friends? In the underground base of the Kingdom of Grass, Obito is working hard on rehabilitation training. He had accepted the bet with Madara, and he would never believe that Kakashi and Lin could not recognize him. They are friends, teammates, and even companions. He believed that even though he was wearing a mask, they were so familiar with each other that they would never be unrecognizable. Even if Kakashi doesn't wear a mask, I can still recognize him. Obito thought confidently, even though he had never seen Kakashi take off his mask. After all, Kakashi has always looked like that ghost since he was a child. But he still believes that he can do it. After all, they are friends. It's just what does that old guy want to do, and what is his purpose of keeping me here? In fact, Obito has always been curious about this matter. Even if he doesn't want to admit it, he also knows that he is just a nobody. At least as far as before, he was nothing without the Sharingan. But now that he has these eyes, he believes that he will never be worse than that bastard Haori, and he will even be better. Is it because of my eyes, that old man? Obito couldn't help but think about it, but unfortunately he didn't think about anything else except his own eyes. The old man was about to die, and he also had the Sharingan. So, normally your eyes should not be in his eyes, right? Wait a minute, does this guy have a habit of collecting Sharingan eyes? Suddenly, Obito felt a little chilly, but he quickly shook his head again. Because the old man said that he could leave at any time if he wanted to, but how to get out of this ghost place? Hey, you are training again. Your body is recovering so fast. If it were anyone else, I would still be lying in bed dying. At this moment, the Uzumaki-faced Baizetsu suddenly appeared from the wall. He looked at Obito and said jokingly, "TCH, it's you." Obito looked at the way Uzumaki's face shuttled freely, feeling envious in his heart. If he could stay here, he could leave here. Of course, he was also curious about why his body recovered so quickly, but he thought it was probably because he missed Kakashi and Lin. You just came back from inquiring about information. Do you have any information? There are some things that concern you. Uzumaki face came out of the wall, and then said slowly. Your two friends, Kakashi and Lin, have already set off. It will probably take them some time to get here. Is that so? Hearing the news, Obito immediately felt excited. This is good news. He was now even more eager to meet these two people sooner so that he could fulfill his bet with Madara. But when he thought about Madara, Obito became curious about his purpose again, and after thinking about it, Obito asked tentatively. Speaking of which, what is the old man's plan? If you want to lock me here, you have to make a bet or something. Although he will definitely lose, it is a waste of my time. After asking this question, Obito sighed helplessly. He didn't think the Uzumaki-faced man would know anything. Well, it seems I know something. However, what Obito didn't expect was that the Uzumaki-faced man actually spoke after thinking about it. Although I don't know much about it, I often hear Madara-sama say it. The ninja world is the source of chaos, and all sorrow is born in this place. And he has paid too much for this ninja world, but he is constantly betrayed. But now, he has been forgotten by everyone and has become a truly forgotten person. So he came up with a plan, which he called Infinite Tsukuyomi. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Obito was a little confused when he heard Uzumaki-face's words. He had no idea what they meant. To put it simply, it is to create a peaceful world in a dream, a world without pain, war, and betrayal. Uzumaki-face nodded, he said with a smile. In a dream. Obito frowned. He felt that this was too unreliable, right? That's right, it was just a dream. Uzumaki-face shrugged, seemingly innocently telling everything he knew. Because it's in a dream, everything can be whatever you want, everyone can create this world according to their own ideas. Whether it is your friends, relatives, or even your dreams, even the dead can be resurrected. Obito listened blankly to what this Uzumaki-faced man said, and he was speechless for a moment. It really amazed him that this old man would have such an idea. How could I be betrayed so much that I would feel so painful and think of such a way to deceive myself to realize my dream? Obito didn't know, but he suddenly felt that this old man was actually a little pitiful. Tell me, is this a very good method? Just as he was thinking, Uzumaki's face suddenly came over and asked curiously. You're so stupid. Are you just deceiving yourself? Obito immediately shook his head, thought for a while and then smiled disdainfully. Anyway, I will definitely win this bet. Who would use such an illusory way to replace reality? Then you have to work hard. Uzumaki's face put his head back, and then said leisurely. Obito. Chapter 43. Hey Ori, you're here. In the Konoha camp in the land of grass, Minato Namikaze saw Hayori smiling enthusiastically. Sorry, I'm a little late. Hayori showed an apologetic expression to Namikaze Minato. He was indeed a little late and he arrived just in time. The distance from Konoha to the country of grass was not that close, and Hayori knew some of the actual circumstances of this mission, so he was not too anxious. After all, he needs to think carefully about one thing, and that is the identity of Uchiha Hikari. It is indeed a bit troublesome if this problem is not solved, especially if Danzo has the energy to look over after the war, it will be even more troublesome. Fortunately, Hayori also had an idea. The battlefield is the most chaotic place. It is not difficult to find the right person and identity. Talking and laughing with Namikaze Minato, the two of them soon arrived at a small wooden house. Kakashi, Lin, and others have already been waiting here, and besides them, there are many ninjas who are also ready. Among them were many members of the Uchiha clan, and what surprised Hayori was that he actually saw that boy Uchiha Shisui. Is he here too? He really takes it seriously. Yuji thought to herself secretly, but it was normal if she thought about it carefully. If the clan leader wants to compete for Hokage, then everyone in the clan must cooperate with this action. In particular, Uchiha Fugaku himself brought his eldest son to the front line, so both hawks and doves would cooperate. Okay, everyone is basically here, let's get started. After Namikaze Minato glanced at everyone present, he spoke directly. This mission is very important, and the level of danger is also very high, but everyone who appears here is a conscious and capable person. However, I still want to remind everyone that you must be careful. After all, in addition to Kirigaku to search, you must also be careful of IWA ninja. Everyone present nodded, they naturally knew the danger of this mission. Just like what Namikaze Minato said, they all have their own realizations. Seeing this, Namikaze Minato finally gave a brief explanation and rearranged the team. Finally, he left a special kunao for everyone and left. He had other things to deal with. Hayori, it seems we are teaming up again. After Minato Namikaze left, Kakashi and others also gathered around, and Lin said happily. Hayori doesn't have a fixed team. Last time, she and Akai Aoba formed a temporary team. Now that the two have returned to the team and have not been drafted for this mission, Hayori can only regroup. Perhaps because of the experience of fighting together last time, he did not team up with the Uchiha people, but was separated with Kakashi. There are so many people coming to your house, I didn't expect you to not be with them. Asuma held a piece of grass in his mouth and shrugged. They have a fixed team, so I won't join them. Seeing Asuma, Hayori couldn't help but ask jokingly. That's right, I didn't expect you to come too. Aren't you worried about your safety, Hokage-sama? TCH, if the old man doesn't let me come, I won't come. Asuma didn't pay attention to Hayori's teasing, he had long been used to this kind of situation. Although his father is Hokage, he does not depend on his father with all his strength. Of course, this may be because the third generation also hopes that he will set an example, or it may be that he has now entered the rebellious period. Hayori remembered that this guy's rebellious period was very long, and his level of rebellion was also very high. By the way, Yuri. Asuma glanced at Kurane next to him, and suddenly he thought of something and spoke. I never had a chance before. Let's give it a try this time and see who can find those mist ninjas first. He had long wanted to compete with Hayori. Although Hayori was very poor before, his reputation has suddenly changed since he entered the battlefield. Especially the last mission to the land of grass made him a hero of Konoha. Many people in the village were talking about him all day long, which made Asuma feel like he was hearing a neighbor kid. The most important thing is that Hong Ye has been talking about this guy all day long. This made Asuma a little bit uncomfortable, but he also knew himself and knew that he couldn't beat him, but it shouldn't be difficult to find someone, right? Okay. Hayori shrugged and smiled indifferently, but he still reminded him. Since you are interested, let's keep an eye out. But again, the task comes first, and you must not get involved. I believe that you understand the significance of this mission to Konoha better than I do. I know. Asuma pursed his lips, but he was complaining in his heart, why do you, an Uchiha, still believe that old man's lies? There is a reason for Asuma's rebellion. Being in the Hokage's family, it is inevitable that he has heard or seen a lot of things. These things also caused him to waver in the so-called will of fire, and in the end he even became a rebel and became a daimyo guardian ninja. A few people chatted for a while, and then left the camp after they were almost ready. Although Kakashi is nominally the captain of this operation, he is actually a jonin after all. However, Kakashi obviously still remembered Hayori's horrific performance last time behind enemy lines, so he was happy to listen to Hayori's command. This was very convenient for Hayori. Hikari couldn't enter the Konoha camp now, so she was waiting outside. Hayori could completely lead Kakashi and the others in that direction, and then let Hikaru find them and follow behind. Hayori, I didn't expect to be able to form a team again and carry out missions together so soon. Three figures quickly shuttled through the forest. Lin looked at Hayori and said with a smile. I just don't know what I will encounter this time. It should be better than last time. This time we don't have to go deep behind enemy lines. The situation will naturally be much better than before. What happened last time will definitely not happen. Kakashi also nodded in agreement. The situation this time was much better than before. Please, what happened last time really happened in this mission, and it was even worse. Yuji looked at the two of them and couldn't help but complain in his heart. Don't be too optimistic. If Kirigakure wants to sabotage the negotiations, I'm afraid the people sent out are not simple people. He said a little seriously, but in the end he laughed. But don't worry, I will protect you. Don't talk nonsense, I'm a jonin, it's me who should protect you. Hayori-kun, I will protect you too. Kakashi and Lin both spoke immediately after hearing these words, and their eyes were particularly determined. As far as they were concerned, Obito's matter was in the past. Although they still feel uncomfortable inside because they failed to protect their companions. But Hayori once told them that people should look forward. And they must live with the faith and will of their companions, so that after they enter the Pure Land, they can happily tell them that their efforts were not in vain. Therefore, they all made a decision, that is, no matter what, they will never let what happened to Obito happen to them again. Hayori is not Obito and cannot replace Obito. But in their hearts, Hayori has already slightly surpassed Obito. Hayori's gentleness, delicacy, and humor, as well as his intelligence and courage when necessary, have deeply impressed them. Moreover, after losing an Uchiha, God sent another Uchiha to them, so they naturally cherished it even more. Okay, don't talk about this. No matter what happens, we will advance and retreat together. Hayori shrugged, then he said with a smile. After all, we are companions. Yes, we are companions. Kakashi and Lin also nodded at the same time. This sentence was enough. The sun was shining, and the shadows of the three of them were stretched very long. The three of them looked like a real team that trusted each other. And this scene also fell in Madara's eyes, which made Madara nod in satisfaction. Chapter 44. Very good, that's good. In the underground laboratory, Madara is observing Hayori and the others through Baizetsu's sight. Although Madara is very confident that Hayori can definitely replace Obito, or even surpass him. Because he saw Yuji's excellence, he even once had the thought of did he choose the wrong person. But he was Uchiha Madara, and once he made up his mind, there was no need to change it. In particular, the kid Yuji is too smart and difficult to control, so choosing him will inevitably lead to accidents. More importantly, in his opinion, the two men were actually the same. Now that he has made a decision, he naturally has to pay attention to the status of these actors. Hayori did meet his requirements, and it can be said that he did a very good job. But he is also thinking about one thing now. Should he take necessary measures against the two brats Kakashi and Lin in advance to avoid problems? Absolutely. After much thought, Madara finally spoke. You guide Kirigakure's people to Kakashi's side, and the most important thing is to keep them separated, do you understand? No problem, Madara-sama. Soon, a Baiju emerged from the wall, and he nodded and agreed directly. But Master Madara, there is one more thing I need to report to you. What's up? Madara was a little confused, but he still looked particularly calm. That little guy Uchiha Hayori, he brought a woman from the Uchiha clan here. Baiju shrugged and said in a relaxed tone. But I don't know what they were doing. Anyway, the woman separated from him before entering the Konoha camp. A Uchiha woman. Madara couldn't help but frown when he heard the news. He really didn't know about this matter. He told Obito that he was ensuring that actors like Hayori would be on stage, but in fact he knew that it was impossible for these people not to come. Kirigakuru's personnel suddenly appeared in the land of grass and were suspected of sabotaging the peace meeting. Faced with such a situation, Konoha naturally had to send some elites, such as Kakashi and others who had already carried out the task of blowing up the bridge. What's more, Namikaze Minato himself is on the front line. He needs to cooperate with the people of Konoha to complete the negotiations, so his team will naturally participate. As for Hayori, this guy not only fought against Kirigakure in the country of Whirlpool, but also received meritorious service in the country of grass. With such a talent, facing the current situation, no village would allow him not to come. Therefore, he didn't know much about the situation on the Uchiha side, especially when this family disappointed him deeply. Unless he is collecting necessary information, he won't pay too much attention at all. Do you know who that woman is? Madara thought for a moment before asking. I don't know, I haven't done any research. Baiju shrugged and replied casually. We only found out after they entered the country of grass. Forget it, it doesn't matter who she is. Madara thought for a while and finally shook his head. Observe more. If it's troublesome, just lead her to Iwagakure. If it's not troublesome, just let Kirigakure deal with her. Although there was an accident, Madara didn't take it too seriously. It didn't even matter to him if he didn't deal with it at all, as long as he made sure that Kakashi and Lin couldn't recognize him, and at the same time provided Obito with the necessary disguise. Then, it doesn't matter even if Namikaze Minato comes. Also, be ready to notify Obito at any time. Hasn't he already expected it? Then let him recognize the reality. Hayori, where do you think these fog ninjas are hiding? In the forest of the country of grass, Lin looked at Hayori curiously. Among the three of them, only Hayori has dealt with Kiri ninja, which is why Kakashi is willing to listen to Hayori's command. Well, actually, fog ninjas are really not that easy to find. Yuji couldn't help but pursed his lips when he heard this. Searching for traces of the mist ninja was not an easy task, even if he fought for his life against the mist ninja in the country of Whirlpool. And to be ashamed to say, Hayori was embarrassed to tell Kakashi and the others that he was the one who was attacked in the first place. The main reason why he has been joining the team everywhere since the Kingdom of Whirlpool is that all his previous teammates were killed by the Mist Ninja in a sneak attack. Speaking of which, Hayori Gen rarely talks about what happened in the country of Whirlpool. Kakashi turned his head and asked curiously. Besides, you rarely talk about your teammates. There is actually nothing to say about the war in the Kingdom of Whirlpool. Yuji pretended to be helpless and sighed. As for my teammates, they all died at the hands of the Mist Ninja. It's just that I have better luck. Yuri's moment made both Kakashi and Lin feel a little ashamed, and they even regretted why they asked such a question. Now they seem to understand why Hayori can say so many thought-provoking words. Only by experiencing and feeling it can we empathize with it. Feel sorry. Lin whispered, and Kakashi also had a look of shame in his eyes. It's okay, let's focus on the mission. When Yuji saw the look in his eyes, he immediately understood that the two of them had a misunderstanding, but he would not explain it. After all, he changed teammates 2 or 3 times before finally starting to mess around with the team. He can't even remember the names of his first teammates now. Suddenly, Hayori frowned, stopped and made a tactical gesture. At this moment, he opened his Sharingan and quickly looked around. When Kakashi saw Hayori's movements, he also raised his forehead protector, and the scarlet Sharingan slowly rotated in his eye sockets. It seems there is an enemy. Hayori said quickly. There is chakra in the air. This is the preparation for those mist ninjas to create the Kirigakure jutsu. Be careful. Kakashi and Lin nodded immediately, but at this moment, a huge water dragon suddenly roared towards them. No need to be reminded at all, Yuji and the others immediately jumped up to avoid the water dragon. As they scattered, the chakra in the air began to increase sharply, and everything around them suddenly became a little hazy. Is it the Kirigakure jutsu again? Yuji also felt a headache when he saw this scene. At that time, he was really tricked by this technique in the country of Whirlpool. In fact, he had never figured out one thing, why when Konoha asked Uchiha to deal with Kirigakuer, Uchiha Fugaku agreed. You must know that Kirigakuer is good at both water escape and Kirigakuer's art. This is really not an ordinary unfriendly thing for Uchiha. Especially when the Kirigakuer technique is at its strongest, it can even block the sight of the Rinnegan. However, the chakra injected into the Kirigakuer jutsu created by these mist ninjas is not much, so it is nothing to me. Yuji's eyes rotated rapidly, and he could clearly see the existence and location of other people through this layer of fog. Even though what he saw was very hazy and still an image of chakra flowing, it was enough for him. Buzz! The ninja sword flew across the sky, making bursts of sound, and struck directly behind Yuri. However, the next moment, Hayori suddenly turned around, his scarlet Sharingan eyes appearing even more alluring in the mist. Chapter 45. When Yuji turned around, the ninja sword had already pierced into his body. But the next moment, his body turned into a cloud of smoke, leaving only a piece of wood falling on the spot. In an instant, the real Hayori appeared behind the mist ninja, but the kunai in his hand suddenly stopped halfway through. Call out! The next moment, his kunai shot directly towards the water stain on the side, and the water stain instantly turned bright red. Then it turned into a figure and quickly jumped to the side, and the mist ninja in front of Hayori had turned into a puddle of water. Is it good to use water separately? Hayori snorted. These mist ninjas were really good at sneak attacks as always. If he hadn't fought with Kirigakuer before and had rich experience in fighting Kirigakuer, he wouldn't have reacted so quickly. His eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, and the fog prevented him from finding the location of Lin and Kakashi for a while, which made him frown secretly. He knew that Madara would do it, but he didn't expect that Madara would do it so quickly. But now he didn't have the time to think so much. He had to be extremely careful if Kirigakuer targeted him. It's really you. However, what Yuji didn't expect was that the guy who had just been injured by him was staring at him after landing. At the same time, two more mist ninjas came around him. They did not take action immediately, but surrounded him. Hayori naturally felt the gaze of the mist ninja Anbu, which made him a little confused. But after a moment, Hayori seemed to have some reaction. Because the voice just now seemed familiar to him, he asked tentatively. Are you Zabuza? Zabuza is actually about the same age as Hayori and the others, and Kirigakuer has already entered the blood mist mode under Madara's control. It's just that Madara wasn't that thorough, but Zabuza did kill everyone in the same period and graduated successfully. Yuji and he had met on the battlefield in the Kingdom of Whirlpool, and Yuji suffered a bit of a loss that time. After all, he was attacked by a sneak attack. Zabuza, who suffered a loss for Hayori, was in bad luck. At that time, Zabuza was still known as a genius. As a result, by accident, he bumped into Hayori, who had already opened his double Megatama Sharingan. If this guy hadn't been covered by someone and ran fast, I'm afraid Zabuza would have stayed in the country of Whirlpool that time. It seems you still remember me. Zabuza glanced at the wound on his shoulder, and then spoke in a low voice. You still rely on your eyes to fight as always. Otherwise, you gouged out your eyes. Hayori snorted lightly, and then he stopped paying much attention to Zabuza. Who are you? Could it be that you are also the defeated generals I met in the Kingdom of Whirlpool? What a arrogant brat! A tall Kirigakuer Anbu sneered, while the other one was equally disdainful to speak. I hope you can still maintain such confidence later. This time. Zabuza also became a little calmer at this time. He stared at Hayori and said in a deep voice. You won't stand a chance. Is it still such a cliché? Yuji tilted his head, but he still smiled and said. Remember last time, you and your teammates also made a sneak attack. If it weren't for your luck, I'm afraid you would have stayed in the Kingdom of Whirlpool. You. Zabuza gritted his teeth and wanted to retort, but at this moment his expression changed. Because Hayori appeared directly next to him with a teleportation technique, and the kunai in his hand came out of the air. Mean. Zabuza cursed secretly. He was very focused and reacted very quickly. When Hayori made a move, he quickly moved out of the way. At the same time, the other two mist ninjas reacted quickly when they saw Hayori making a move, and one of them quickly formed a seal. Water escape water chaos. The turbulent water roared towards Hayori. Seeing this, Hayori jumped up quickly and instantly avoided the rapid water. But at this moment, another mist ninja was already heading straight towards Hayori. He drew his ninja sword in midair and slashed at Haori accurately. Ding! The crisp sound of metal colliding instantly echoed in the forest. Although Haori responded to the enemy in midair, with the help of Sharingan, he could accurately see the path of this guy's attack. He only needs to block the Kunao in front of this offensive route to directly block this guy's attack. Damn Sharingan! The Mist Ninja couldn't help but curse secretly when he saw this. It was really not unusual for the Uchiha clan to be hated by others. Your offensive line can be seen by the opponent. Unless you are faster or stronger, it is really difficult to deal with one-on-one. And he must always be wary of the other party's eyes. No one knows when the other party will cast an illusion, which can be fatal. Fortunately, they were not acting alone. The moment Haori blocked the attack of the Mist Ninja, Zabuza and another person had already arrived behind Haori. Go to hell! The ninja swords in their hands were held high, emitting a terrifying cold light even in the thick fog. But before their ninja swords fell, they suddenly felt a chaotic and disorderly surge of chakra in Yuyori's body in front of them. Such a change instantly gave them a bad premonition. Boom! In an instant, Haori's body exploded directly, and the shock wave caused by this strong explosion directly broke the surrounding trees. Thick smoke and fog mixed together, making the visibility even lower, and the center of the explosion was even more chaotic. Cough cough cough! Zabuza coughed and stood up. There were scars all over his body at this time, and the tall Anbu beside him was not much better. The mask on his face has disappeared, and his shark-like face has been revealed. This guy is actually Kisame. Both of them were observing the surroundings vigilantly. There was a pool of water on the ground that was constantly condensing into a human shape. It was obvious that this was a member of the Ghost Lantern clan. This little brat! When did you do it? They were all cursing in their hearts. They really didn't notice when Haori used the shadow clone to change positions. They knew that Uchiha was powerful, but they also had their own confidence. However, now they had just fought, and they had suffered a huge loss before even forcing the opponent to use any ninjutsu, which made them feel extremely embarrassed. I really didn't expect that people from both the Ghost Lantern and Ganshi families are here, but your situation doesn't seem to be very good. At this moment, Yuji's voice suddenly sounded in the fog and smoke. The voice seemed far away, but it seemed to be echoing in their ears. Guess who I will attack first? You're trying to be mysterious and make a lot of nonsense about my technique. This ghost lamp ninja has completely recovered, and the family's secret skills make him not worried about physical attacks. However, he still remained alert enough and quickly looked for Yori's figure in the fog. Fire release, the art of fire dragon. However, Yuji didn't give him a chance to search at all. A huge fire dragon suddenly roared and headed towards the three of them. Zabuza and the other three immediately jumped up and headed towards the direction where the fire dragon appeared. However, under the ghost lamp ninja, the ground suddenly cracked, and Haori's figure rushed out instantly. And the three Megatama in his eyes also quietly began to rotate at this moment. Oops! Such a sudden attack did not allow them to react for a moment, and it was too late for the ghost ninja to close his eyes. Buzz! The word chakra followed the Sharingan and quickly penetrated into the brain of this ghost ninja. At this moment, the ghost lamp ninja's mind went blank, leaving only the pair of scarlet three Megatama slowly spinning in his mind. It wasn't until he felt a cool sensation on his neck that he came back to his senses. Chapter 46. I have to find a way to solve my identity problem. In the dense forest of the country of grass, Uchiha Hikari followed Haori from a distance, but she was thinking about other things in her heart. Although she does hate the ninja system of this world, and also hates the Uchiha clan who once did not treat her as a human being. But for Haori, this person had a similar experience to her and rescued her. And it also made her feel the warmth of someone she had not seen for a long time, and she felt a little complicated inside. Whether it is the words Haori said to her or the details of her life, this shows that Haori really cares about her and really treats her as a friend. Although, that guy Haori seems to treat everyone the same. Also, why are you an Uchiha? Haori's identity as an Uchiha still made Hikari feel a little uncomfortable, even though he invited him to burn down the family. But before seeing the actual situation, Guang still acted more cautiously. But no matter what, she silently regarded Yuji as half a friend. This time she insisted on following him out, naturally because she didn't want to see anything happen to Yuji's half-friend. Back then, as a Uchiha weapon, she had experienced the most brutal fighting, and she knew very well how terrifying it was on the battlefield. But she also noticed that her persistence seemed to bring a lot of problems to Haori. Although Haori said it was not a big problem, she was not really stupid. I'm looking for an opportunity to see if I can find someone from the Uchiha clan so that I can borrow this identity. She didn't know that her thoughts coincided with Yuji's. And thinking of this, her gaze became dangerous. If it really doesn't work, at worst, I'll find a suitable person to deal with it directly. That's fine too. After all, he was a person from the Warring States period, and he was an Uchiha who had been on the battlefield and had a kaleidoscope. It was normal for him to have some extreme thoughts. But just as she was thinking, she suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a battle ahead. This made her frown slightly, and she immediately accelerated towards Yuji's direction. But just as she was about to arrive, she suddenly found that there was fog all around. In the mist at the other end, the sound of metal collisions and the roar of ninjutsu continued to sound. Haori dodged while looking for opportunities to fight back. After all, he was only one person, and he was still feeling a little uncomfortable because he had just exploded a shadow clone. Itachi Uchiha is such a pervert. He can endure such a painful thing as exploding a shadow clone. Although Haori doesn't like Uchiha Itachi, some of his tactics don't mean that Haori can't imitate him. Just for the matter of blowing up the shadow clone, he still slightly underestimated the impact it would have on himself. And it has to be said that the Mist Ninja is indeed a Mist Ninja. They don't seem to take the death of their companions seriously at all, and it might even be better for them. After all, Zabuza was a ruthless man who killed all his classmates in the same period, and although Kisame had not completely turned dark at this time, he was also a cruel person. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill the only person who truly loved him with a knife, even if his heart collapsed. It can be said that the death of the ninja of the Ghost Lantern clan did not cause any negative emotions to them, and even made them become more violent. Being killed directly in front of a teammate, and even before that they were played around, this is not something they can accept. Moreover, they have learned a lot from the experience. Facing an opponent like Haori, they tacitly started to attack with one person and use ninjutsu to support them. It's just that neither of them has reached the strength of the original work, and they were beaten to pieces before. As a result, even if they acted violently, there was no advantage, and even Haori was slowly recovering and began to take the initiative. Go to hell! Zabuza took advantage of Haori to avoid Kisame's water escape and immediately launched an attack from behind. However, even if Haori felt uncomfortable, his attack was still instantly seen through by Haori, who directly blocked it with the ninja sword of the ninja from the Oniden clan just now. Almost at the same time, he took out a kunai with his left hand and stabbed Zabuza in the heart. Although Zabuza kept his head lowered to avoid Haori's eyes as much as possible, this caused his reaction to be half a beat slower. But when he saw Haori's movements, he immediately evaded, and Haori shot the kunai directly at him. Ninja technique, kunai rain. The moment it was shot out, Haori formed a seal with one hand. In an instant, the kunai was quickly divided into several handfuls and headed straight towards Zabuza. Senbon Rain was obtained by Haori from Shiranui Genma, but this technique does not only work on Senbon Rain. Water escape water formation wall. Kisame on the side had been looking for opportunities, and when he saw the dense kunai that suddenly appeared, he reacted extremely quickly. The thick wall of water blocked all these kunai, and the moment the wall of water disappeared, Zabuza, who was hidden behind the wall, also completed the seal. Water release water dragon bullet. Art fire escape ho fireball. Looking at the roaring water dragon, Yuji was not confused at all, and he quickly formed seals without hesitation. Boom! A huge fireball was directly ejected by him, and the next second the two techniques collided fiercely. The roar was deafening, the steam quickly filled the air at this moment, and at this moment Haori suddenly swung his sword to the side. Ding! There was another crisp sound, and his ninja sword blocked the oncoming Kisame. When Kisame saw that the attack missed, he immediately jumped back and then stood with Zabuza. To be honest, I'm a little disappointed. When Yuji saw this, he had no intention of chasing after him. He knew his own situation, and he was also very confused now. Why do these two guys Kisame and Zabuza appear here? They don't seem to be in the original work. After all the Kirigakure Enbu in the original work were completely dead, which made him always feel that there was something wrong in the script. But he still needs to observe these things, not to mention that he also needs to recover. Because you two guys can't even please me. Damn Uchiha! Kisame and Zabuza almost froze when they heard Haori's words, and they couldn't help but cursed fiercely in their hearts. But they do have some self-awareness. The two of them are really helpless in the face of this young Uchiha. That sense of powerlessness made them feel a little desperate. Are these Uchiha monsters? It's just that they can only think about these things in their hearts. They are still ready to attack at any time. It seems our fight will continue. Haori shrugged indifferently, raised the ninja sword in his hand and said solemnly. I hope you will at least make me feel some pressure next time. As soon as he finished speaking, Yori's chakra began to surge crazily, but at this moment, a violent roar suddenly sounded. The strong shock wave even made Yuji a little unsteady, and at this time, the surrounding fog began to gradually dissipate. The most important thing is that Yuji was shocked to find that a circle of black flames appeared at his feet. These flames did not burst out directly, but they seemed to be protecting him. However, seeing the flames, Haori was a little confused for a moment. And at this moment, he felt more and more that there was something wrong with the script, because of these flames. This is Amaterasu. Chapter 47. Lin, be careful. In the mist, Kakashi whispered to Lin beside him. Although the water dragon bullet separated them just now, he was not too far away from Lin. However, their current situation is not good either. They are currently being continuously besieged by 4 or 5 mist ninja Anbu. Moreover, the Kirigakuer technique caused great trouble to their vision, especially for Lin. I know, Kakashi. Lin nodded aside. Although she was a medical ninja, she still had a certain fighting ability. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to participate in such a dangerous mission, but the current situation is indeed a bit complicated. Attention, they are here again. Kakashi was fully focused, and suddenly he shouted loudly, and at the same time, he swung the short sword in his hand fiercely. With the enlightenment given to him by Haori, he has changed enough now. Naturally, he would not become the substitute for Obito like in the original work, and live entirely for Obito. He is still himself, Konoha's genius Kakashi Hatake. Ding, ding, ding. In the mist, Kakashi's ninja sword was as fast as lightning, and the sound of metal collision echoed in the forest. At this time, he only had one belief in his heart, which was to protect Lin and support Haori as soon as possible. The short sword shines with the light of chakra, and the arc of electricity shines between his blades. Even if there is fog blocking him, he can still deal with these enemies. It's just that he can deal with these people, but Lin's situation is not so good, which forces him to distract himself from taking care of Lin. This can't go on like this. Lin is also constantly resisting Kirigakuer's offensive, but she has too much reluctance in her heart. She knew that she had dragged down Kakashi, and might even have dragged down Haori, which made her feel particularly guilty. All she can do now is fight as hard as possible and try not to be held back. Boom! However, at this moment, a violent roar sounded without warning, followed by an irresistible shock wave that instantly knocked them away. Kakashi, Lin, and the mist ninjas who were caught off guard were all knocked away by the shock wave. Kakashi struggled to get up, and then he saw a scene that made his eyes split open. Careful, Lin! Lin had just landed awkwardly when suddenly a mist ninja came behind her. She heard Kakashi's reminder, but the next moment she felt a sharp pain in her neck. Immediately afterwards, her consciousness became a little confused. She only saw Kakashi anxiously trying to rush over, but was stopped by several fog ninjas, and her vision became increasingly blurry. I'm sorry, Haori, I'm sorry, Kakashi. Have you succeeded yet? In the underground base of the Land of Grass, Madara watched all this quietly through Baizetsu's sight. The rest of the matter will naturally become simple, just use Baizetsu to leave them with genjutsu hints so that they cannot recognize Obito. But at this time, Madara also had a headache, because he found that the development of the situation seemed to be somewhat beyond his expectation. Although his focus had been on Kakashi and Lin, he still noticed the violent explosion. If it was just an ordinary explosion, no matter how powerful it was, he wouldn't take it too seriously. Because his plan has been determined, and everything is going according to his expectations. But the problem now is that there is nothing wrong with the actor, but something is wrong with the girl he didn't pay attention to before. Black flames appeared in that explosion, and the black flame spots were absolutely unmistakable. Amaterasu! He murmured, and his brows furrowed deeper, because the appearance of this flame meant two possibilities. This person has a kaleidoscope, or maybe she has been transferred and sealed to store Amaterasu's power to protect that Haori. If it's the latter, then all's well. But if it's the former, according to this girl's approach of following Haori, then once they meet Obito, Obito's situation will become worse. In fact, Madara couldn't care too much about a pair of kaleidoscopes. But meeting these eyes at this point really ruined his plan. It seems that this matter has become more interesting. But Madara is Madara, and although he encountered some accidents, he didn't panic at all. After he closed his eyes and thought quickly, a smile appeared on his lips. I'm just worried that Obito will forget about himself in the future, but having someone like him here can keep him alert at all times. But before that, it's better to confirm, come out, Baiju. Lord Madara. As soon as Madara finished speaking, Baizetsu appeared from inside the wall. Go and attract Iwagakure here, and let people from Konoha come here too. Madara said directly, his old face looked so confident. Let's make this action a little more lively. By coming here, Iwagakure can not only distract the threat to Obito, but also test out the quality of the girl. If it is Mangekyou and shows its power, and people from Konoha come over, then the top brass in Konoha will be alert. This will prevent her from paying attention to Obito all the time. While allowing Obito to move, she also needs to remember that these eyes are watching him. Of course, if not, then the coming of people from Konoha can be regarded as a rescue. He still needs people alive, and he will use them throughout his life to warn Obito how cruel this world is. As for Obito's wanton behavior, he can say that Uchiha has a way to seal the power of the kaleidoscope, which can also wake up Obito. No matter how you calculate it, he will not lose. It can be said that he kills two birds with one stone. I understand, Madara-sama. Baizetsu nodded, so, are you going to inform Obito now? You can inform him now, and also tell that Uzumaki face. Madara thought for a moment, and then spoke quietly. Let him protect Obito, and at the same time, don't let him reveal his secret. Go ahead, I have to make some preparations to ensure that the illusion is successful the first time. Yes. Baiju nodded, Master Madara. Finally it's me. On the other side of the basement, Obito couldn't help but feel particularly excited when he heard Uzumaki Face's words. Finally, I have finally waited for this day. In the past few months, he had been in this damn place, thinking about meeting Kakashi and Lin all the time. Although this action still had the nature of gambling with that annoying old man, he was always full of confidence in his heart. Don't you just need to make some disguises? It's not a big deal. Well, we can go out after a little preparation. Uzumaki Face nodded, and then began to repeat what Madara said. But before that, you still need to disguise yourself and wait for everyone to arrive before you can officially take action. What do you mean? Obito's smile stopped suddenly and he asked eagerly. It's very simple. This time I will act with you, because the form is a little dangerous. Uzumaki Face shrugged, and he recalled before continuing. Iwagakure's people are here, but Kakashi and the others are still fighting Kirigakure's people. What? Obito's expression changed, and he immediately shouted loudly. Then aren't they in danger? No, I have to go out now. Don't worry, everything is going according to plan. Uzumaki Face shook his head, and then said helplessly. You need Madara-sama to open the door to go out, and you also need to get used to my power. Only in this way can you have the ability to fight, and what? And I heard, don't heroes appear last? Chapter 48. Are you okay? Well, it's okay. Thank you, Light. The fog gradually dissipated, and Hikaru's figure also appeared next to Haori, but at this time, Haori's face looked somewhat helpless. Especially when he saw the Amaterasu flames that were still burning around him on the ground, he didn't know what to say for a moment. In fact, the first time he saw these flames, he already guessed that it should be done by Light. Madara's pupil technique has never been explained, and no one knows what his pupil technique is. But no matter how you think about it, it may not be Amaterasu's technique, and Haori has also made speculations. Madara has always given people only one feeling, that he is so powerful that no one can beat him, and all the power he exerts is terrifying. So, is it possible that one of his pupil techniques is to enhance the power of any of his techniques? Of course, this is just a guess, not to mention judging from his subsequent performance, it is true that he has never used Amaterasu. So the only thing that can cast Amaterasu at present is Light. Moreover, this Amaterasu is different. Her form can be controlled like this. Could it be that her other pupil technique is to add earth life? Yuji was secretly curious, but facing such flames, even though he knew it was protecting him, he could feel that the flames might break out at any time. Therefore, he didn't dare to move at all, which also led to a very embarrassing thing. Kisame and Zabuza both ran away. The two people were also knocked away by the huge shock wave before. Such a powerful force made them aware of the crisis. And they all know that such a big movement is likely to attract more enemies. In addition, the pressure Hayori brought to them was too much, so they made a decision after looking at each other. It's moisturized. Guang didn't know what Yuji was thinking. She just glanced at the flames on the ground, and in an instant these flames disappeared without a trace. Is your ability Amaterasu? Yuji held it in for a while, and finally couldn't help but ask. Well, one of those abilities is Amaterasu. Guang glanced at Yuji, thought about it and nodded. One of the abilities. Hayori was a little helpless to complain. He was now completely convinced that Hikari had really been transplanted with more than one eye technique. However, he did not continue to ask. It was not polite to explore other people's secrets, and now was not the time. He was still unsure of the current situation of Kakashi and Lin, so he had to find them quickly. He didn't want Obito to live so comfortably, and it was related to his mission. I still have two teammates who don't know where they are. I want to find them. Thinking of this, Hayori whispered to the light. Also, you'd better not use such power as much as possible. Why? Guang looked at Yuri in confusion, thought about it for a while and then asked curiously. Are you worried that I will be too conspicuous and others will notice me? Did you just react now? Yuji felt a little helpless to complain, but when he opened his mouth, he explained from a different angle, although I don't have your eyes, I have read some books. Books? Guang blinked. Yes, although the Manjiki Sharingan is Uchiha's superpower, these eyes have an obvious shortcoming. Hayori's face became slightly serious. The more you use it, the faster these eyes will be sealed until they are completely sealed and plunged into darkness forever. Although these eyes give you power, they also take away everything from you. So, I hope you promise me not to use its power easily unless you encounter real danger, okay? Don't you want me to fall into darkness again? Guang looked at Yuji quietly, and for a moment she nodded slightly, I promise you, Yuji. Hearing this, Hayori relaxed slightly. Although it may have attracted Madara's attention, it is still necessary to keep a low profile next. It's just that he always felt that Guang might have misunderstood. Captain, does this kid really know something? In the cave at the other end of the woods, several masked Kirigakure Enbu looked at the unconscious Lin, and one of them couldn't help but asked curiously. More information shows that this brat is a disciple of Namikaze Minato. The ANBU captain who led the team glanced at his subordinates, and after thinking for a while, he simply spoke. Not only him, but also the guy with white hair, and Minato Namikaze was fully involved in the peace talks between Konoha and Uegakure. As his disciples, I think we can pry out some information, so that we can easily complete this destruction. Do you want damn Konoha to end the war like this? Don't forget the humiliation they made us suffer. The hatred between Konoha and Kirigakure has always been deep. Even if the second generation Mizukage and the second generation Tsuchikage died together, it did not change that their main conflict was Konoha. Perhaps the legend once was true. When Konoha was founded, Senju Hashirama invited all the major families of Kirigakure who were still in the Land of Fire at that time. However, they were rejected one by one. As a result, Uchiha Madara personally took action and drove them into the sea one by one. This was how the Kirigakure village appeared. Of course, no one can tell whether this is true, because those big families will not admit it. Similarly, no one dared to ask, but the country of Uzumaki, which was very close to Konoha, was destroyed by their Kirigakure. Is that so? It seems that this kid still has some value. Following the ANBU captain's narration, the other Kirigakure ANBU no longer had any doubts. Okay, when she wakes up, prepare to torture the information. Leave one person to guard her while the others clean up the traces first. Yes, Captain. These ANBU immediately shouted back, and soon they left here, leaving only one person to guard the entrance of the cave. But after they left, the stone in the corner of the cave suddenly moved slightly, and then broke into pieces silently. Kakashi popped out of his body, his scarlet eyes staring at the fog ninja who stayed behind, and the chakra in his body rippled slightly. The mist ninja Anbu also noticed it at this moment, but the moment he turned around, Kakashi had already moved. The sword in his hand fluttered slightly, and when Kakashi stood firmly, the short sword was already sheathed. And this Kirigakure Enbu had been killed by him quietly. Kakashi took a deep breath, looking at the unconscious Lin, he felt both happy and guilty. If it weren't for his lack of strength, how could Lin be taken away? Fortunately, the Kirigakure Enbu who intercepted him didn't seem to have any intention of fighting to the death. The noise of the explosion was too loud, making them worried that more enemies would arrive. Therefore, Kakashi was able to quickly catch up and find Lin's location with the help of the ninja dog. It's okay, Lin. Looking at the unconscious Lin, Kakashi sighed secretly. I will never let the old things happen again this time, and I will definitely protect everything. However, what Kakashi didn't know was that there was a pair of eyes watching them underground. That weird chakra flowed invisible in the cave. Madara-sama. In the basement of the country of grass, Baizetsu's head emerged from the wall again. Obito is ready, he wants to see you now. Madara nodded slightly, and then he asked. What's going on with Uegakure and Konoha? They have all started moving and are heading that way. Baiju said it truthfully. It was not difficult for him to do all this silently. And according to Madara-sama's request, Uegakure will arrive early, while Konoha will arrive slower. Then let Obito come and see me. Spot nodded, a playful smile on his old face. After preparing for so long and waiting for so long, it's time for the show to begin. Chapter 49. In the dense forest, Yuji accelerated towards the front. In front of him, several mist ninjas were looming and rushing quickly. After a brief exchange with Hikari, Hayori took action again. But when he arrived at the location where Kakashi had been judged by his voice, he found that Kakashi and Lin had disappeared, which gave him a headache. The Kirigakure jutsu obscured his vision, and he couldn't completely tell where the two men had gone. Also, he is not sure what state Kakashi and Lin are in right now. In the original work, Lin seems to have been captured in a cave, and then the three tails were sealed, right? To be honest, Hayori has always disagreed with the fact that Lin was sealed with three tails. On the one hand, not long after Rin's death, the fourth-generation Mizukage Goto Kibanagura became a Jinchuriki. This does not seem to match the time when the tailed beasts are resurrected after the Jinchuriki's death. Secondly, even if Madara has extremely high control over Kirigakure, he can't just take out the tailed beast. How could a village's strategic weapon be allowed to be used randomly, and even if you took it out, where would you seal it? So, it's actually the tailed beast's chakra that's sealed, right? Yuji thought secretly in his heart, but he didn't have time to continue thinking about what it was. Because at this time, he clearly saw several Kirigakure seeming to evacuate quickly, and he followed them without hesitation. These Kirigakure are obviously going to meet up with the others, so there will definitely be no problem following them. But the more he followed, the more Yuri felt that something was not quite right. Are these people taking me with them on purpose? Although it was outrageous, as Hayori tried to speed up and slow down, he clearly found that those mist ninjas still maintained the same distance as before, and he became more and more certain that these people were taking him with them. What exactly is going on? Hayori was filled with doubts. In fact, from the very beginning when he met Kisame and Zabuza, he felt that there seemed to be something wrong with the script. In the original work, these two people obviously did not come over. After all, everyone who came was killed by Obito. But at this time, these two people appeared here and had a fight with him. This situation really made Yuji confused. Did Madara's script really change? Yuji's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, but at this moment he suddenly stopped. He stared straight ahead, and at this moment a group of rock ninjas rushed out of the forest. Uchiha Hayori. These IWA ninja obviously did not expect to meet people from Konoha here, let alone Hayori. They all noticed movement and saw Kirigakure's people moving around, so they followed them. At the moment they met, their eyes changed slightly. We have really admired your name for a long time. Although it is our first time to meet you, we have already remembered your appearance firmly in our hearts. A smile suddenly appeared on the leading IWA ninja's face, and his eyes were fixed on Hayori. You and a few other brats, together with Namikaze Minato, blew up the bridge, which really made us suffer. I wonder how you Konoha will feel when your head appears on the negotiating table? How do I know this kind of thing? Although Yuji secretly sighed that it was unlucky to meet someone from Uegakure at this time, he was now beginning to wonder if those Kirigakure had lured him here on purpose. But now he knows that this battle is inevitable. But I'm also curious about something. Haori slowly raised the ninja sword he picked up from the ghost lamp ninja, and his eyes instantly turned scarlet and stared at the group of rock ninjas. If during the negotiation, Yu Uegaku knew that you had lost so many people, what would the outcome be? As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Ji instantly turned into an afterimage and rushed forward. Lin, hold on, we're going back to the camp to join the main force soon. On the other side of the forest, Kakashi was cheering Lin up while quickly heading towards Konoha's camp. But now Kakashi's heart is quite heavy, because behind him there are still 20 or 30 Kirigakure Anbu chasing them. After he solved a Kirigakure Anbu, he quickly woke up Lin, but at this time, other Kirigakure people also came back. This moment put them in an awkward situation, and he could only take Lin and leave here quickly. However, the Kirigakure Anbu behind them were chasing very fast, and they couldn't even distance themselves at this time. It is completely conceivable that once they are caught up by these people, they will really be in misfortune. You must hold on, even if you have to leave Queen Duan behind, you must let Lin leave. Kakashi secretly murmured in his heart that this was not for the oath between him and Obito, but for the decision he had made in his heart long ago. He can't let what happened before happen to him again. Don't even think about running away. But at this moment, a mist ninja was chasing behind him, and he even drew out his short sword and swung it at them. Damn it! Kakashi cursed secretly, and then pulled out his ninja sword. He turned his Sharingan lightly and blocked the sword instantly. At the same time, the arc of electricity danced on his ninja sword, and he rushed towards the Kirigakure Anbu almost instantly. And this Kirigakure Anbu reacted very quickly. He did not continue to entangle with Kakashi but took a step back. Obviously his goal is very clear, that is to delay Kakashi and the others so that others can catch up smoothly. Looking at the other Kirigakure Anbu getting closer and closer, Kakashi felt even more anxious. Lin had been silent and thinking about something, but she never spoke. She has always had a very serious feeling of guilt in her heart. She really felt that she had dragged everyone down. She didn't know exactly what happened to Obito, Kakashi, or even Haori now. I obviously want to protect everyone, why? Even though she knew that strictly speaking she was not to blame for this situation, she still couldn't help but think about it in her heart. Boom, boom, boom. But at this moment, bursts of roaring sounds suddenly sounded in front of them. This not only interrupted Rin's thoughts, but also Kakashi's, and they immediately looked forward. Such a roar indicates that there is a battle ahead. Could it be that support is coming? The next second, a figure suddenly jumped out from the trees. And when Kakashi and Lin saw this figure clearly, surprise appeared in their eyes. Haori! Well! Haori turned his head and was stunned when he saw Kakashi and Lin. Especially when he saw the Kirigakure Anbu behind these two people, he couldn't help but fall into silence for a moment. At this moment, the Uegakure ninjas who were chasing behind Haori also rushed out one by one. When they and Kirigakure's Anbu looked at each other from a distance, both sides stopped moving for a while. I'm afraid they didn't expect that Konoha, Uegakure, and Kirigakure would actually collide in such a small forest. It's really lively. The ninjas of Uegakure saw this scene and whispered, both Konoha and Kirigakure are their enemies. I didn't expect to bump into these guys. When the Kirigakure Anbu saw these Uegakure, they were not willing to give in, and their gazes became dangerous. Send the signal, take action, kill the people of Konoha and Kirigakure. Get started, arrest these people in Konoha, and kill these IWA ninjas. Almost at the same time, both sides issued orders, and the next second they rushed towards each other and towards Haori and the others. This script is really messed up. When Yuji saw that this situation had completely fallen into a brawl mode, he could only quickly respond to the enemy except for cursing secretly. It's just that they didn't notice that a figure was coming here quickly. Chapter 50. We finally meet, we finally meet. In the forest, Obito was covered with Uzumaki White Zetsu's body, wearing a black robe and quickly heading towards the battle place. After waiting day and night for so long, he finally arrived today, and now he is really excited. During these days, he has been thinking about Kakashi and Lin. He thinks they must also be thinking about him, right? But that old man is troublesome and insists on making me look like this. Obito whispered as he moved forward quickly. Don't he know that he needs to dress up more handsomely when we meet again? It's true. And you also lied to me. You could obviously take me out directly, so why did you say you needed that old man to open the door? Uzumaki's face was quite speechless for a moment when he heard Obito's words. Although he was indeed a little stupid, Obito seemed to be even stupider than himself. If I didn't cover you, would you have the power you have now? Although Uzumaki's face was a little helpless, he still opened his mouth to explain. How long did it take you to recover? How much power can you master? You can complete this rescue with the help of my body. Also, I couldn't have brought you out without Master Madara's consent, so I didn't lie to you. This time, Obito did not use the power of the 10 tails to open the door, but Uzumaki's face directly took him out of the earth. After all, he and Madara had a bet, and Madara would not embarrass him in this regard. Of course, there was one thing that Uzumaki's face Baiju did not tell Obito, and that was that he needed to check the extent of Obito's fusion. The reason why Obito can recover so quickly is because Baizetsu's cells have been injected into his body. So far, everything is going well. But it remains to be seen how effective these cells can be, and how much power they can bring out from Obito. Okay, I guess you're right. Obito felt that he couldn't explain this Uzumaki's face, so he simply changed the topic. By the way, what's the situation over there now? How are Kakashi and Lin doing now? To be honest, it's not great. Uzumaki's face's voice soon echoed through him. They met Kirigakuru's people by chance and were then hunted down. This was our plan. But they were unlucky. They didn't expect to meet someone from Iwagakure halfway. Iwagakure and Kirigakure are enemies, and they also have to deal with people from Konoha, so they are now fighting together. That chaotic scene was really interesting. Iwagakure. Obito's expression suddenly changed when he heard Baizetsu's words. How could this happen? What happened? Didn't you promise that nothing would go wrong? I don't know about that either. It was the guy named Hayori who was unlucky. The noise caused by his battle was too great and attracted Iwagakure. Uzumaki's face replied nonchalantly, but this sentence immediately made Obito grit his teeth. Why is this guy here again? Why is he here? Why is this guy always haunting me? But don't worry, although their situation is not that good, the guy named Yuji is still very powerful. Uzumaki's face saw that Obito didn't speak, so he continued to speak. Although their situation is not very good, they can still hold on with this guy here. Shut up and stop talking about this guy. Obito was not in a good mood and his face turned cold. Where are the people in Konoha? Why are they still here now that things have become like this? And what are Minato-sensei doing? The people from Konoha are on their way, but the distance is a little too far. Uzumaki's face didn't care about Obito's attitude, he said everything he could say. As for your teacher being busy right now, he should be negotiating with IWA Ninja. After all, Konoha will need to handle many things if he wins. It's like this again, why is it like this every time? Obito's heart became a little complicated at this moment, but he soon stopped thinking about it. Forget it, it was the same last time anyway, but this is okay. This time, I want to be the hero. Kakashi, Lin, wait for me. Thinking in his mind, Obito's speed became faster, and he could faintly hear the sound of the battle ahead. It's really troublesome. In the forest, Hayori, Kakashi and Lin stood back to back, constantly resisting attacks from all directions. The situation was really chaotic now. Both Iwagakure and Kirigakure were fighting each other, but they did not ignore the three of Hayori at all. For a time, the pressure on Yuji and the other two people became extremely high. Fortunately, these people were not united and would even save Hayori and the others from time to time. Otherwise, Hayori and Kakashi might be okay, but Lin would definitely not be able to handle it. This situation also made Lin feel particularly uncomfortable, but she still braced herself to face everything in front of her. We have to find a way to break out. Hayori quickly scanned the surrounding enemies. After all, Kirigakure was an ANBU member. They were stronger, and Iwagakure was almost unable to suppress them. Faced with this situation, he thought for a moment and then lowered his voice and said, as long as we can break out, the pressure on us will be reduced. They don't deal with each other, so it would be better for us. By the way, have you summoned Minato Jonin? Each dispatched team received a kunao given by Namikaze Minato, in order to summon him at critical moments. And this kunao is now in Kakashi's hand. I've been summoned, but there has been no response. Kakashi said breathlessly, his eyes still staring at the surroundings. Is that so? It seems we can only rely on ourselves. Hayori couldn't help but sigh after hearing these words. It seemed that it was normal for Namikaze Minato to lose his chain at critical moments. The fastest person in the ninja world is the most likely to be late. Even if it is really not his own fault sometimes, it is really a headache. I'll carry out the strong attack, and you cover Lin. Since Namikaze Minato couldn't arrive in time, Hayori could only find a way on his own. Although it's not entirely clear why Madara's script turned into such a ghostly state, and there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with Rin's appearance. At least under the Sharingan's eyes, Hayori didn't notice anything unusual about Lin, so he didn't bother to care so much. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. As soon as he finished speaking, Hayori completed the seal in an instant, and a huge fireball rushed straight towards an IWA ninja in front of him. This IWA nin reacted very quickly to Hayori's fire release. He immediately jumped back and formed seals with his hands. Earth Escape Earth Flow Wall. The earthen wall rose rapidly, firmly blocking Yuyori's fireball, but the strong explosion also caused people around to avoid it. Walk. Hayori seized the opportunity. He immediately grabbed Lin and threw her forward, allowing Lin to avoid a sneak attack from a mist ninja. At the same time, he quickly followed. They want to break out, stop them. These Uegakure and Kirigakure were not stupid either. Although they fought fiercely, their eyes were always on the three of Hayori. The moment they noticed Yuji's movements, both parties began to stop in a tacit understanding and then moved towards the three of them. I'll stop you, let's go. Yuji is very calm. Although there are many people, he is not that afraid. He shouted directly, and immediately slashed the pursuing ninja with his sword. I can't go on like this forever. Lin saw Hayori stopping the enemy, and then looked at Kakashi who was also struggling to attack. She held the kunao in both hands and gritted her teeth and thought to herself. Along the way, she no longer knew how much protection she had received. This is not what she expected, she is also a qualified ninja. Suddenly, Lin saw an IWA nin coming quietly behind Hayori, while Hayori was concentrating on dealing with the enemy in front of him. Lin's eyes became firm when she saw this scene. She would never allow herself to be a drag on everyone. In an instant, Lin did not retreat but moved forward behind Yuji. The moment the IWA ninja took action, the kunao in her hand had been stabbed out fiercely. Pfft! The sound of metal piercing the body was heard instantly, and bright red blood spattered. The IWA ninja looked at Lin in disbelief. He seemed to have never expected that the person who had always been their breakthrough point would be so brave at this moment. I did it. Looking at the IWA ninja slowly falling to the ground in front of her, Lin felt a little happy in her heart, but at this moment. Careful, Lin. Kakashi's voice suddenly came from the side. The moment the IWA nin fell to the ground, a guy wearing a white vortex mask had quietly appeared. The kunao in his hand was heading straight towards Lin's chest. Chapter 51. Damn it, is the situation that bad? During the melee between the three parties, Obito had quietly arrived at the edge of the battleground. Although he had long wanted to take action, he was persuaded by Uzumaki Face, because Uzumaki Face told him that now was not the most dangerous time. After thinking about it, he finally hid quietly aside and watched with great anxiety. But while he was anxious, he also felt increasingly uncomfortable. Because he discovered that Kakashi and Lin actually cooperated so well with that guy Hayori. Why is this happening? This kind of cooperation is what he dreams of in his heart. You must know that Kakashi ignored him at all, and he couldn't cooperate with Kakashi. Now that he saw the scene where he and Lin were so cooperative, he was a little confused for a moment. Isn't this what I have been looking forward to? Why is that person not me? But as he was thinking about it, he discovered that Lin's condition was getting worse. Kirigakure and Uegakure tacitly regarded Lin as a breakthrough. Even if Kakashi and Hayori were supporting them, it was obviously not enough. Uzumaki Face, it's my turn to take action, right? Obito clenched his fists, and he immediately asked. He really didn't want to stand aside and watch the performance of Yuji and the others like a stranger. You can actually wait a little longer. Uzumaki Face heard Obito's words and couldn't help but remind him. If you go out rashly now, it may cause a bigger misunderstanding. But they are in such a bad situation now, not to mention. Obito gritted his teeth, not to mention that they cooperated so well, who was he now? But at this moment, Obito saw Lin, who had been dragged away, suddenly turn around and rush behind Hayori. And there, an IWA ninja was ready for a sneak attack. No. Obito couldn't stand it anymore after seeing this scene. He didn't care at all if Yuri was attacked, even if he was from the same clan. But Lin is different from Kakashi, especially Lin. Why is she so stupid? Without thinking too much, Obito rushed out in an instant. He picked up a handful of kunao on the ground. He had to save Lin. However, what he never dreamed of was that Lin burst out with incredible power at this moment, and she actually killed the IWA ninja. And this also made it difficult for Obito, who had already rushed out, to stop. He could only watch in horror as his kunao stabbed Lin. How is this going? In fact, Yuji had already noticed the movement behind him, but he didn't expect that Lin would suddenly run back to save him. What made him even more unexpected was that this guy Obito actually appeared at this time. Looking at the kunao that was about to hit Lin, Haori almost collapsed. He had never expected it. The person most likely to kill Lin was the bastard Obito. Want to use Obito to kill Lin and open the kaleidoscope? Just dream. However, Haori reacted quickly. He took Lin in his arms and forced her away. At the same time, he quickly reached out with the ninja sword in his hand. Ding! With a crisp sound, when Obito was at his most desperate, Haori's ninja sword blocked his kunao at the critical moment. Obito didn't seem to have come to his senses at this time, but Haori didn't show any courtesy and kicked this guy away with one kick. Bang! Obito's body hit a tree hard, and because of Obito's appearance, Kirigakuer and Uegakuer also stopped at this moment. Who is this guy? Are there any more enemies? It doesn't look like it's from Konoha, or us or them. People in Kirigakuer and Uegakuer were communicating secretly, and Kakashi quickly came to Haori and Lin at this time. Are you okay, Yuri, Lin? He asked in a low voice, but his eyes were fixed on Obito who was wearing the Uzumaki face. It was because of this guy that Lin almost died on the spot. I'm fine. Lin replied softly, but her eyes looked at Haori. Haori, on the other hand, still looked at Obito with a bit of confusion. He didn't quite understand something. Why is this guy Obito dressed like this? Why doesn't he come to see them with his true face? However, Haori was too lazy to think about it so much. What Obito did just now almost caused his mission to fail, which made him not in a good mood. It's okay. Yuji took a deep breath, nodded slightly, and then suddenly showed a smile. Don't worry, I will protect you. Yuji's words made Lin lower her head slightly, but soon she raised her head firmly and looked at the enemies around her. Kakashi's eyes were still staring at Obito, and there seemed to be anger burning in his scarlet Sharingan eyes. Damn it! Why did it become like this? This scene all fell in Obito's eyes, although he was completely relieved to see that Lin was okay. But at this moment, he felt like his heart was twisting in a knife. This was not the result he wanted. Don't forget the bet. You can't talk casually now. You can only let them recognize you through your actions. Obito opened his mouth slightly to say something, but Uzumaki Face's voice rang in his ears again. Also, that girl really burst out with strong belief just now. If she didn't have such a strong belief, she wouldn't be able to turn around and go back to save people and kill the enemies. You shut up. Obito couldn't hold back after hearing these words. He burst out with such belief in order to protect Haori, and he didn't want to admit it. He stood up silently, staring at Yuji, but soon he looked at the other two people. It was just an accident. He firmly believed that Kakashi and Lin still had their hearts in their hearts. Even if he doesn't speak, even if he doesn't show his face, he can still prove himself. Whoever they are, kill them. Do it. Although Obito's sudden appearance made everyone present feel a little stunned, everyone was a ninja and naturally reacted quickly. Even if Obito is dressed strangely and dares to come here alone, he may have some ability. But he is only one person, which can be regarded as reducing their pressure. What's more, there are already enemies everywhere here, and it doesn't matter if he is one more. Uegakuer and Kirigakuer instantly moved again under the orders of their respective captains. Perhaps with the emergence of Obito, they all felt that they could no longer delay time and solving the problem as soon as possible was the key. This time, their attacks became more ruthless and decisive. Be careful, defend first, we will slowly find an opportunity to get out. Haori immediately spoke in a low voice, and then he immediately got into a fight with an IWA ninja. Kakashi protected Lin while defending against the enemy's attack, and his eyes were always staring in Obito's direction. Hateful. When Obito saw everyone taking action again, and the Mist Ninja and IWA Ninja coming towards him, he cursed inwardly. He knew that Kakashi and the others wanted to break out. He had made a mistake before, so he would make up for it this time. Everyone get out of here! Obito shouted angrily, and then rushed out suddenly. With the blessing of Uzumaki-faced White Zetsu, his power seemed to be amplified. He actually knocked an IWA ninja away with one punch. At the same time, he dodged the attack of a mist ninja and quickly rushed towards Kakashi. I want to prove myself, I want them to break out. The kunao in Obito's hand struck directly at the ninjas surrounding Kakashi. He knew very well that the only way for them to recognize him was to get closer. Buzz! However, as soon as he got closer, his expression froze slightly. Because Kakashi, who had been wary of him, suddenly struck him with a knife. Seeing the decisive blow in Kakashi's cold eyes, Obito felt even more heartbroken for a moment. I'm obviously here to help you, why is this happening? Chapter 52. Although Obito was heartbroken, he knew that the misunderstanding he had just caused was huge. Therefore, he suppressed the discomfort in his heart and quickly avoided the knife. Even after encountering such setbacks, he was still willing to believe in Kakashi and the others, believing that they would definitely recognize him. This damn bastard! What Obito didn't know was that for some reason, Kakashi felt particularly agitated when he saw Obito. There seemed to be a strong emotion brewing in his mind, making him involuntarily hate the guy in front of him. Not only him, but Lin also felt the same. However, neither of them looked into this issue in detail at this time. Perhaps in their opinion, Obito almost killed Lin that made them feel this way. Yuji didn't feel anything about this. He was only thinking about one issue now, how to end it all. The people in Kirigakura are all Anbu. They are strong. Although the IWA ninja are far behind, they have backup troops. After Hayori knocked down an IWA nin, he quickly analyzed in his mind. But now we have basically understood the situation. Madara probably wants to kill Lin so that Obito can activate the kaleidoscope. Of course, this might just be part of the plan, who knows what other ideas this guy has. That being the case. Thinking of this, Yuji couldn't help but take a deep breath, and he made a decision in his heart, use Sage Mode. In fact, he really doesn't want to use this power easily. On the one hand, this power consumes too much and does not last long. On the other hand, that old ghost Madara is probably observing everything here. Of course, the most important thing is that he only used this power once, and it was over before the fight started. However, if the current situation continues to consume, it is definitely not a good thing for them. Hayori might as well try harder and things might be better for him. Even if it doesn't work, is there still light? Guang didn't take action at this time. Hayori had communicated with him before, and she was obviously more restrained now. After all, Hayori still needs to hone his Sharingan, and such a battle is really necessary for him. Thinking of this, Hayori was secretly preparing for the Sage Mode while dealing with the offensive attacks from Kirigakura and Uegakura. Why? While Hayori was secretly preparing, Obito's mood was getting worse and worse, and he kept repeating these words in his heart. The battle is still stalemate, Obito has the help of Uzumaki Face, and the continuous fighting accelerates the fusion of his white Zetsu cells. This allowed him to develop stronger and stronger abilities. In order to attract Kakashi and Lin's attention, he even began to use Uchiha skills continuously. Or to be more precise, it was the abilities he used commonly when training with Kakashi and Lin. But it's a pity that no matter what he does, he can't seem to attract the attention of Kakashi and Lin. And as long as he gets a little closer, he will definitely be greeted by Kakashi's hostile eyes and Lin's cold eyes. Even if he helped Kakashi or Lin block the attack from the enemy, it did not change the disgusted look they looked at him at all. Why is this happening? Obito asked himself secretly, he didn't understand why. Why can't you recognize me? Why is this happening? We are all betrayed and we are all forgotten. For some reason, Madara's words suddenly appeared in Obito's mind. Have I really been forgotten, really betrayed? Go to hell. For a moment, Obito was in a daze. Even though a mist ninja rushed in front of him and brandished a sword, he didn't react at all. Be careful, Hayori. However, as luck would have it, almost at the same time, a mist ninja rushed to Hayori's side, who was fishing for the Sage Mode. But Lin and Kakashi reacted almost at the same time. They both shouted reminders and even made moves to intercept at the same time. Why is this happening? Obito couldn't help but tremble a little, but at this moment his body suddenly turned to the side, barely avoiding the knife. Hey, you have to concentrate, you will die if you do this. Obviously, it was Uzumaki-faced White Zetsu who saved Obito's life, but Obito's eyes were still staring to the side. And Yuji was completely prepared at this moment, and a unique power burst out from his body almost instantly. A strange lilac eye shadow appeared in the corner of his eyes, and at this moment he felt unimaginably powerful. Is this the true power of Sage Mode? Yuji murmured in a low voice. He could feel that his power became stronger, and the quality of chakra seemed to become more terrifying. Moreover, his perception seems to have become unimaginable, and he can detect the enemy's movements even without looking. This kind of perception combined with his Sharingan will only make it even more terrifying. Raising his head and looking at the mist ninja rushing towards him quickly, Yuji felt that his speed was so slow at this moment. Buzz! The ninja sword was swung instantly, and along with the soft sound of the ninja sword, a sword light visible to the naked eye was instantly shot out along with chakra. The Kirigaku ninja couldn't dodge at all. Even if he evaded, the ray of sword light still cut off his arm. Thank you guys, I'm fine. Yuji looked at the two people standing in front of him, and he smiled slightly. Next, leave it to me. As he spoke, he looked again at Uegakuer and Kirigakuer, who were still fighting and rushing towards them at the same time. Immortal technique, Fire Dragon technique. Almost in an instant, he had completed the seal, and majestic chakra surged crazily in his body. The natural aura became even more intense at this moment, and a huge fire dragon spurted out directly at him, slamming into the crowd. Boom! A huge roar suddenly sounded, and violent flames swept through the forest. This violent explosion even made the earth tremble slightly. Hey? What's going on? In the distance, Asuma and other Konoha ninjas were rushing towards this direction. They also noticed the traces of the mist ninja, so they quickly tracked them, and Asuma was thinking that he could beat Hayori this time. If you win against him, you can at least stop Hong from saying a few words. However, they really didn't expect that they would encounter such a scene. Especially looking at the huge smoke rising in the distance and the constant wanton fire. This made them suddenly realize that the battle might be more tragic than they imagined. After looking at each other, they all suddenly accelerated, trying to reach the battlefield as quickly as possible. Who? In the battlefield, Yuji panted slightly and glanced around, but the surroundings were already on fire. The ninjas from Uegakuer and Kirigakuer had already dispersed. Even though they still hadn't left, they didn't dare to come up easily at this time. Who is this guy? With the help of firelight and smoke, Hayori used his Sage Mode perception and Sharingan to wreak havoc like a demon in the smoke. Although he did not completely annihilate these people, Yuji also made them dare not act rashly for the time being. After all, these are ninjas, not pigs to be slaughtered. Even pigs will run away when they are in danger. However, Uzumaki-faced Obito still did not choose to hide. He was standing not far from Hayori and the three of them, his eyes still staring at the three of them. This bastard! Kakashi and Lin were also staring at Obito at this time, their eyes still filled with vigilance and disgust. Such a look made Obito's heart beat like a knife. He was not recognized. He was not recognized from the beginning to the end. Why is this happening? Wait a moment. Hayori suddenly spoke at this time. He also felt that there was something wrong with Obito, or that there was something wrong with Kakashi and Lin. He suddenly had a strange idea. He had no plot to help others, but at this time he suddenly thought of a possibility. This guy has Sharingan, and the way he fought just now was very much like an Uchiha. Having said this, Yuri paused, his eyes fixed on Obito, and then asked in a low voice. Are you Uchiha Obito? Impossible. However, as soon as he finished speaking, and Obito's eyes showed surprise, he was instantly interrupted by Kakashi and Lin. Hayori, he can't be Obito. Don't be joking, Yuri. After hearing the words of these two people, Hayori was silent for a while Obito's body began to tremble and his eyes lost light. Why? Why is it that even Uchiha Hayori recognized me, but you still can't? Why is this happening? Chapter 53. Hayori looked at Kakashi and Lin, and then at Obito, whose body was trembling at this time. At this moment, he was completely sure what was going on. Obviously, Madara had changed his plan, and he seemed to be involved in it. Kakashi and Lin's current behavior is indeed very wrong, even if Obito used the white Zetsu mask to block himself. But even Yuri himself noticed the clues about his fighting method just now. It was a very standard Uchiha fighting method. And this guy only showed one Sharingan, so the answer was already obvious. But Kakashi and Lin didn't seem to notice at all, and their mood swings were not normal. This can only mean that after being separated before, these two people may have been manipulated by Madara. Look at the firm and disgusted eyes of Kakashi and Lin, and then look at Obito's trembling body. One can imagine Obito's rapidly collapsing emotions, and Hayori also felt that he had guessed Madara's thoughts. Did I help Madara complete a piece of substitute literature? Hayori didn't know how Madara puet Obito, but the current situation was probably that Obito came to the rescue in high spirits. And he probably hopes to be recognized, just like he hoped to be recognized by Namikaze Minato when he attacked Konoha in the original work. But unfortunately, at that time he was wearing a mask and attacking other people's wives and sons with deadly hands. Namikaze Minato was even annoyed even though he was cheerful. As a result, he felt that Namikaze Minato didn't recognize him and didn't pull him out of the abyss, so he struck harder and more thoroughly. This happened in the fourth battle, not just a random writing. And now, it seems that Madara has brought all this forward, even more thoroughly. Namikaze Minato Obito probably didn't pay much attention to it, or even if he did, it was behind Kakashi and Rin. Kakashi and Lin didn't even recognize Obito in front of him. This situation was even worse than Namikaze Minato. Originally, his relationship with Obito was not very good, but now he has completely replaced Obito, and even surpassed him. Coupled with the fact that Madara doesn't know how to pua, all this is no longer a devastating blow to Obito. No wonder I didn't find anything strange when I checked Lin's chakra before. It turns out that Madara's plan has changed a long time ago. What he did is like this. Hayori seems to understand now why his mission is to save Lin and put Obito into endless pain. As long as Kakashi and Rin are still alive, it will be a lifetime of pain for Obito, and this may also make Obito never betray Madara. I don't admit it. Obito, who had been lowering his head, suddenly made a hoarse voice, and his mind was now in chaos. Lin, I'm Lin, your name is Obito, nice to meet you. Obito, you are late again. I've told you so many times, don't hold on when you're hurt, but I've been looking at you and stretched out my hand. Where's my Jounin gift, Obito? Obito, I promise you, I will protect Lin. At this moment, countless memories exploded in his mind, and the heartbreaking pain was biting at his will. It hurts so much. Even the Konobe Bridge when he thought he was going to die, he never experienced it. Countless pictures and sounds finally came together, but quietly turned into Madara in the underground base. The face was expressionless and the voice didn't even have any fluctuations, but the words that seemed to contain all the truth resounded in his mind. You and I are both betrayed and forgotten. At this moment, a stream of bloody tears flowed out of his right eye uncontrollably, and his double Megatama began to spin crazily. I don't admit it. Obito's roar echoed in the forest, and the low and hoarse voice made people shudder like an evil ghost crawling out of hell. As he roared, almost all the chakra in his body converged crazily toward his eyes. At the same time, the right half of his body also erupted in a roar. Strange wooden branches pierced out from his body and bloomed like a tree trunk. It was obvious that Baizetsu's cells were beginning to explode. This chakra guy. After Yuri figured out what was going on with Obito, she kept paying attention to this guy. Now that Obito's chakra had mutated, Hayori realized something at this moment. Especially when Kakashi on the side suddenly covered his eyes and half knelt on the ground, looking particularly painful. This convinced Hayori that Obito, that bastard, was really heartbroken, and his kaleidoscope was turned on. What to do? This question began to linger in Hayori's mind. Although he knew Obito's ability, it was probably because of that side leakage that nothing had changed. But now he really doesn't have any good way to deal with it. After all, he didn't prepare so many detonating charms. And I just used the immortal mode, and it's very troublesome to enter it again now. After gaining this ability, it was naturally impossible for Hayori to remain indifferent. What's more, he needs to erase the traces of Miyamu Mountain, so he will be prepared during his daily practice. This is why he was able to activate the immortal mode and show different immortal postures with a little fishing before. It's just that the demand for chakra in Sage mode is too high, and entering Sage mode requires focusing on controlling chakra. Hayori's current state is really unbearable. It's hard to say whether he will become an Uchiha Stone Man if he is forced into it. Do you need light to take action? Quickly gathering chakra to prepare for battle, Haori couldn't help but think of Hikaru, who had never taken action. It's just that the power of light seems to be Amaterasu and Kagame, these two abilities are nothing to Obito. And Hikaru should have other powers, but these Haori don't know about it, which makes Haori particularly difficult. But soon Yuri took a deep breath, and his eyes became determined. No matter what Obito is like, he needs to fight hard now, otherwise he may be really in danger. Acquired a new side mission. 1. Chant Obito's name, become the only one who recognizes him, become the white moonlight in his heart, and create a new world with him. 2. Defeat Obito with Kakashi and Lin and create a world where only Obito is injured. Task reward unknown. Suddenly, Yuji suddenly heard the voice of the system coming from his mind, which immediately made his face darken. Although my system has always given 2 unworthy tasks, this time the task seems to be too difficult, right? But the next second, his eyes lit up slightly because the system information appeared again. Side mission, save Lin and put Obito into endless pain completed. Calculating rewards. This world, this kind of thing. Obito slowly raised his head. The pattern in his eyes had completely changed, and his scarlet eyes were even more bloodshot. His eyes were sinister, those terrifying eyes staring at Yuji, and his tone was almost like a beast's growl. I won't admit it. With his low roar, his whole body rushed out towards Yuji in an instant, and the ground under his feet suddenly shattered under his power. Careful! Lin shouted, and then stood directly in front of Haori. Although Kakashi had a problem with his Sharingan, he closed his eyes and stood firmly in front of Haori. The actions of the two of them made Obito completely crazy and became even more hysterical. At this moment, Haori's system finally gave feedback. Statistics completed. Get reward, Uchiha Obito's partial ultimate yin escape power. The current strength of the host driven by the Sharingan has reached an extreme. Whether to activate the passive extraordinary to improve. Chapter 54. It seems that it was successful. In the underground base, Madara quietly watched Obito, who was starting to become crazy, through Baizetsu. Especially when he saw the white Zetsu cells erupting on Obito's body, and the Sharingan that had been connected together to completely form a new pattern. He couldn't help but smile. Although things were a little unexpected, everything was under his control. Sure enough, the best choice is for those who are pure-hearted, slightly stupid, but have extreme desires in their hearts. Madara was talking to himself in the underground base. At this time, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he himself had doubted his own choices. Fortunately, everything now proves that his choice was correct. Obito is a kind person, Madara will not deny this, because such kindness makes him become extremely dark when he falls. While Obito is kind, he also has a selfish side in his heart. He is extremely eager to be recognized by some people. Except for these people, he will not take anyone else seriously, no matter whether they took care of him or not, no matter whether they treated him well or not. And Obito is not smart either. He doesn't have that much time to think about so many problems. Therefore, as long as you find people whom Obito recognizes in his heart, and then attack these people, Obito's collapse will only happen in an instant. What's more, after Madara finalized his plan, he kept telling Obito something subtly. They are the betrayed people, they are the forgotten people. With this understanding, as long as the operation is done properly, Obito will be completely stamped with a seal of thought. Now Obito has stepped into Madara's plan step by step. But that kid named Yuji is a bit troublesome. Unfortunately, I know you are smart, so even if you remind me, it will be of no use. Haori recognized Obito, so Madara would naturally be a little defensive, but while being defensive, he would also take advantage of this. Therefore, when both Kakashi and Lin were affected by Madara's power, it was useless even if Haori called Obito's name, it would only make Obito collapse even more. It can be said that Madara has done enough planning this time, and he understands the heart of an Uchiha very well. Even if he doesn't use simple and crude methods, he can still make Obito step into the abyss through exquisite design. Let him vent for a while. He should be back later. Madara watched Obito suddenly rush towards Haori and the others, and he shook his head slightly. However, Haori still made him frown slightly, because he noticed that the power Haori used before seemed to be somewhat similar to Hashirama. Is it immortal mode? How did he learn it and where did he learn it? The power of nature is one of the powers he wants to acquire, and he will naturally acquire such power when he is resurrected in the future. Yuji's appearance now naturally made him feel a little curious. In addition to the power of the Sage Mode, the girl who was also suspected of having a kaleidoscope never made a move, which made Madara a little confused. Forget it, let Obito investigate on his own from now on. Madara shook his head and stopped delving into these things. However, the next moment he suddenly froze, and then there was a look of disbelief in his eyes. How is this possible, little brat? Seeing this prompt, Yuji was really excited. Originally, he was still worried that if he got the space talent again this time, it would be a bit troublesome. It's not that the space talent is not good. With such a talent, regardless of other performance, Haori should be more convenient to deal with Obito in the future. But the problem is that talent is not the ability to be directly realized. In the long run, although talent is better, what he needs more now is immediate combat power. Fortunately, even God is helping him this time. The most interesting thing about Obito right now, apart from his talent, is the ultimate yin escape that explodes due to violent emotions. Of course, it would be better if the white Zetsu cells implanted by Obito could be counted as a reward. But for now, Obito has suffered an unprecedented devastating blow, and the ultimate yin escape explosion is what Haori needs most. Because this power can be applied to my Sharingan. However, it is obviously impossible to use this power to complete the complete transformation of the Sharingan. After all, this was not his yin escape explosion, and what he got was only Obito's partial yin escape power. The most important thing is that he would not have been able to complete the transformation without undergoing that kind of inhuman mental torture. But I have other ideas. Haori felt that different kind of spiritual power spreading in his mind. At this moment, he felt that his Sharingan seemed to have reached a new extreme. He could feel that there was a wall blocking his spiritual world, making it difficult for him to move forward, but all he had to do was touch this wall. Activate extraordinary and enhance Sharingan. Suddenly, a strange force burst out in Yuji's body. This power turned into the purest dark energy and rushed towards his eyes, and suddenly there was a burning pain in his eyes. Then the energy spread and began to spread throughout his body. I will never admit these things, and I will never admit it to this world, never. But when Haori was undergoing transformation, Obito had already rushed forward. His eyes were full of madness and hatred. Even though they were far apart, the speed of the ninja was no joke. Stop! Although Kakashi didn't know why his Sharingan sent such a painful feeling, he even felt dizzy in his brain at this time. But he still quickly took out the kunai and shot it hard towards Obito. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, the kunai penetrated Obito's body directly and sank into the flames behind him. Neither Kakashi nor Lin saw how he dodged. Penetrated, is it an illusion? Kakashi murmured in a low voice, and the next moment he rushed out, and the short sword in his hand swept away at Obito. The short sword sank into Obito's body, but seemed to cut through the air, which made Kakashi's eyes show a surprised expression. This is definitely not the world I want. Obito looked at Kakashi who was wielding a knife at him, his heart was extremely cold, and he kicked Kakashi hard. Bang! Kakashi was caught off guard and was kicked away. With the blessing of Uzumaki's face, Obito's power was very powerful. Kakashi! Lin yelled when she saw this, but soon she gritted her teeth and rushed forward, and the kunai in her hand also came towards Obito. This is definitely not the world I want. Obito did not dodge, but watched with a cold expression as the kunai in Lin's hand passed through him. He didn't make a move, stopped for a moment, and rushed towards Yuji again. I want to create a world of my own. Obito screamed in his heart, and he thrust his hand towards Yuri in front of him. The power of Mudun was ready to go. 1. Dream. At this moment, Haori suddenly raised his head. Amaterasu's flames quietly appeared around him, indicating that the light had taken action. And his 3 Megatama began to spin crazily, faster and faster, spinning faster and faster, and finally the 3 Megatama were connected together. Suddenly, a pattern like a twisted boomerang appeared in his eyes. The powerful of destructive aura was accompanied by the crazy overflow of his eyes. Chapter 55. The moment Haori's eyes froze, he swung the ninja sword in his hand as fast as lightning. At this moment, his eyes could clearly see Obito's every move. No matter whether it is changes in movements or changes in deeper chakra, there is no way to escape the prying eyes of his eyes. This feeling. Such a wonderful feeling made Haori feel relaxed and happy. Now he finally understood how big the gap between San Magatama and Mangekyo was. There is really not a level of magnitude between the two. Go to hell. Although Obito noticed the changes in Haori, he had no intention of stopping. He stretched out his hand fiercely, and in an instant, sharp wooden thorns emerged from his hand, and Haori's ninja sword was also swung at him at this moment. Buzz! However, Haori was just like Kakashi before, this knife cut directly through Obito's body, like a phantom. But the moment Haori's ninja sword just scratched his body suddenly turned into reality, and the terrifying wooden thorn stabbed fiercely towards Haori's chest. However, Haori seemed to have guessed that Obito would do this, and his body deflected almost as soon as he drew the sword. Although this wooden thorn was terrifying, it did not touch Haori at all, and a kunai appeared in his left hand at this moment. The kunai cut through the sky and accurately nailed Obito's chest. Obito felt the pain immediately, but with a quick shake of his body, the kunai fell to the ground. You! Obito looked at his chest in shock. Although the injury was recovering quickly, he had actually been attacked. Even though he has just gained new power, these are his eyes, and he already understands what his power is and how to use it. In his opinion, such power cannot be easily attacked, but the wounds on his body cannot be faked. Cut! Haori was very calm when he saw this scene. Not only did Obito have a Uzumaki face, he also had white Zetsu cells. This resulted in his resistance being ridiculously high. In the original work, he received a raise nan shot from Namikaze Minato without much problem. Obito, you have to be careful. Obito's wounds healed quickly, and just when he was about to attack again, Uzumaki Face's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. This guy's eyes are extraordinary. If nothing else, your eyes should be at the same level. Same level. Obito can naturally feel that his eyes have been improved, but he has no idea what this means. But he didn't care about this at all now, his eyes were still staring at Yuri. I don't care what kind of eyes he has, I just know. In an instant, he rushed in front of Yuji with a quick step, made a fist with his right hand and hit Yuji fiercely. I have been abandoned by the whole world. Seeing Obito rushing over again, Haori didn't show any politeness, and he immediately followed him. His eyes were always fixed on Obito's fist. The moment the punch was about to hit him, he quickly avoided it. At the same time, the ninja sword in his hand also cut directly towards Obito with an arc of chakra. Don't underestimate me, Mudun Chaos of Hell. But Obito seemed to have learned the lesson from before this time. The moment Haori's ninja sword came over, the chakra in his body surged. Boom! With a roar, a big tree full of thorns rose from the ground, and quickly spiraled towards Yuji. The scope of this big tree is extremely wide. If you are not careful, you may be trapped in it, and the only thing waiting is death. But Haori jumped up at the critical moment, his left eye turned slightly, and he completed the seal in an instant. Fire release, Dragon Fire Technique. Weird power emanated from his eyes, and the next moment a huge flame dragon with only its head being tens of meters high suddenly appeared. It slammed into the soaring tree, and the ear-piercing roar immediately resounded through the forest. The hot breath, accompanied by the trembling of the earth, is filling the entire forest. These two people, the Iwa ninja and Kiri ninja, who had already sensed the danger and had already distanced themselves a lot, as well as Kakashi and Lin, all looked at this scene in disbelief. This terrifying escape technique, the terrifying wood escape, and the weird fighting methods of these two people. They didn't dare to get even half a step closer, and their hearts were full of doubts at this time. Are they actually that strong? Who is that guy with the mask? Why did he escape? What's going on? A lot of questions were lingering in their minds, but they couldn't get any answers at this time. About there. Yuji landed firmly on the ground, and his eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. The battle with Obito was partly because he wanted to confirm Obito's abilities, and partly because he wanted to get used to his eyes. Besides, he also has some other thoughts about Obito, which are things about Obito, and he won't miss this. Go to hell! Just as Haori was observing, the space behind him suddenly rippled, and Obito's figure quietly rushed out of it. His eyes were full of hatred, and he reached out his hand to Yuji again, and the power of Mudun was brewing in him again. Obito really hates Haori now. In the past, they were almost the same in school, but this guy was always more popular than him. He has a good relationship with everyone, but he is like a transparent person who no one cares about. Finally, he had Kakashi and Lin, but now, everything was taken away from him by this guy. Even if he was recognized by this guy, he would never agree with it. Careful, Obito. Suddenly, Uzumaki-Face's voice sounded in Obito's ears. At this moment, the flames of Amaterasu, which were faintly surrounding the surroundings and had been silent, suddenly rose up. It burst out with unimaginable power, surrounding Yuji like a whirlwind to form a huge firestorm. This is... Obito had actually seen those flames before, but he was confident in his ability and the flames didn't move, so he didn't care. But now these flames burst out suddenly, which caught him somewhat off guard. However, he was still very calm, his eyes quickly rotated, and in an instant he had entered the divine power space. Such an attack cannot defeat me. Obito passed through the firestorm and appeared in front of Haori, but he was very cautious and did not leave the space directly. However, at this moment, Haori suddenly swung his sword, and the ninja sword cut through the sky and attacked Obito. Childish! Seeing this scene, Obito couldn't help but sneer in his heart. But the moment Haori's blade was about to touch him, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Because he saw that Yuji's right eye was slowly rotating, and the space around his body was also distorted. Almost subconsciously, Obito quickly deflected his body, but his movements were still slow. Buzz! The blade slashed across, powerful force penetrated his body, and his entire right arm was completely cut off by Haori. How can it be? Obito's expression changed drastically, and he immediately forcibly controlled his eye power to integrate himself into the divine power, and Haori also kicked him at this time. Bang! With a muffled sound, Obito flew out of Amaterasu's storm. He had reintegrated into the divine space at this time, but he couldn't control his body and fell to the ground. The flame storm formed by Amaterasu dissipated at this moment. Haori walked out slowly, and Kakashi and Lin quickly came to his side. Haori! Kakashi! At this moment, there was a noise all around, and the trees and gravel all around were filled with Konoha ninjas before I knew it. Obito reluctantly sat up, looking at the indifferent eyes of the familiar Konoha ninjas around him, and watching Kakashi and Lin looking at Haori with concern. Then he looked at Haori, who had his back to the sun and his face could not be seen clearly under the black flames. Only his scarlet eyes were still staring at him. Obito knows that he has completely lost.